Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. The second generation of the villain god was assassinated by the school beauty at the beginning. Chapter 31. Yang Xian's birthday party only started in the afternoon. After leaving the academy, Ji Tian was not in a hurry to go to Yang's house to suppress Yi Fan and destroy his relationship with Yang Xian. After all, the ancients once said that pigs should be fattened before being killed. Moreover, Lin Qingshe had already gone to find Yi Fan, and he was going to let the bullets fly for a while. If the pressure was too tight and Yi Fan couldn't bear the pressure and committed suicide, then Ji Tian felt that his loss would be too great. Yi Fan is currently the most important magic weapon for him to obtain destiny points and improve his strength. Back in the bedroom, Ji Tian glanced at the system panel and scrolled to the end. Destiny points. 209,000 points. The system mall has not been opened. Extraordinary realm can be opened. Sons of Luck. Lin Qingshe progress 30%, Chen Mengrant progress 40%, Yi Fan progress 15%. Note: suppress luck to 100% to kill or become completely loyal. Ji Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he said to himself, "We only suppressed him once, but the progress has already reached 15%. This protagonist is a bit unable to resist beatings. Yi Fan, you have to withstand the pressure. I am only in the realm of divine power now." Mainly because he suddenly discovered that with Yi Fan's monstrous luck, it could bring him far more than just the rewards of destiny points and various opportunities. After suppressing Yi Fan once, Ji Yusheng and Ji Yuling were eliminated, and Duan Mule, the dean of Imperial College, was moved out. He was able to take the opportunity to expand his sphere of influence into Imperial College. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ji Tian was not worried that Yi Fan would be out of control. After all, Yi Fan's every move now is all under his surveillance and control. Not to mention that now is the time when the Ji Yu family is at its peak, its prestige is at its peak, and its influence spreads all over the human race. Unless Yi Fan escapes from the human race, he will never leave Ji Tian's sight. Unless he is still like the original owner, making frequent mistakes and being killed directly, causing Ji Wudao and Chen Mengyan to be confused, he will have a chance to rise. But this is impossible. Ji Tian did not hesitate and said directly, "Add all the destiny points to the human emperor's body." He deeply understands that although the book numbers look good, they are not as real as the improvement of his own strength. The reason why he was able to obtain huge benefits this time was because his strength increased far beyond everyone's expectations, which directly disrupted the plans of those behind the scenes. If he was defeated by Yi Fan, maybe Chen Feng would also take action to save him. But those people behind the scenes will definitely make a fuss about this matter, and Ji Yuquang's people will definitely not miss this opportunity. Strength is the foundation of everything. As Ji Tian's voice fell, a powerful energy quickly descended, covering his body. Buzz! In an instant, Ji Tian's body began to glow, and the golden light was bright and dazzling. Faintly, it seemed as if gods from the heavens appeared, chanting and blessing him. In ancient times, the human emperor was the supreme master, towering over the gods of all races. A supreme aura filled the air from Ji Tian. Ji Tian's strength continued to improve, and the bottleneck on the first level of the human emperor's body was constantly broken. The seventh power of the Heavenly Dragon. Article 8. The Power of Heavenly Dragon. Article 9. Article 10. The human emperor body reaches the first level of Zochin. At the same time, in the Ji Yu family, thunder exploded in the void, and visions of gods and demons emerged. They knelt down towards Ji Tian's bedroom and uttered blessings. These gods seemed to be welcoming the return of their master. In the sky-swallowing demonic ring, the remnant soul of the Sky Frost goddess was extremely horrified. She stared blankly at Ji Tian, who was as majestic as the ancient god emperor descending, and could not recover for a long time. Didn't the human emperor disappear? Why did the legendary human emperor's divine body reappear in him? It was impossible to describe the shocking feeling in her heart at this moment. As the daughter of the ancient god emperor, she knows countless secrets. Her inheritance is just that of an ancient divine emperor, but the human emperor's divine body belongs to that supreme master and is not on the same level at all. Yi Fan was defeated by Ji Tian, not unjustly. Goddess Tianshuang's idea was suddenly shaken. She originally planned to wait for the opportunity to return to Yi Fan. After all, after getting along with her during this period, she recognized Yi Fan's potential and thought that Yi Fan might be able to help her repair her broken bones. Soul, reshape the body and help her live another life. But what Ji Tian suddenly revealed made her heart start to waver. Do you want to change someone? It seems good to help Ji Tian, who possesses the human emperor's divine body and has a profound background in terror. No matter how you look at it, Ji Tian's potential far exceeds that of Yi Fan. However, after getting along day and night for a period of time, Goddess Tianshuang also developed some feelings for Yi Fan. After all, Ji Tian is Yi Fan's archenemy. Will he betray Yi Fan? The Sky Frost Goddess was caught in a tangle. The cold voice of the system's machinery sounded in Ji Tian's ears again. Congratulations to the host, the ancient remnant soul. The Goddess of Destiny, Tianshuang Goddess, has shown affection for you. I will reward you with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the son of luck, has suffered a blow to his luck and will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. At this moment, the entire Ji family was alarmed by this vision. Near Ji Tian's residence, there was an aura of extreme majesty, as if there was a divine emperor sitting cross-legged above the 9 heavens, looking down at the heavens for all eternity. The guards in the Ji family were so horrified that they involuntarily knelt down and began to worship Ji Tian in his bedroom. Many of them were even powerful men in the extraordinary realm. It has nothing to do with strength, it is the rules of heaven and earth that affect their minds. At this time, in the Ji Elders and Elders Association, a large group of middle-aged and elderly men were having an extremely fierce quarrel. Their eyes were gouged out, their tongues were cut off, and Ji Ling, who was covered in blood, was left aside without any attention. At the front, Chen Feng and a dignified middle-aged man were confronting each other. The atmosphere was very dull, as if a war was about to break out. But at the same time, Chen Feng and the majestic middle-aged body trembled at the same time, their eyes penetrated the void and landed directly outside Ji Tian's bedroom. Another vision of destiny. The majestic middle-aged man blurted out, and then his face instantly darkened, with shock in his eyes. The quarrelsome elders and senior officials were also shocked. I remember that the last time a destiny vision occurred, it was the vision produced by the supreme demon bone when the young master was born. Have all the supreme demonic bones awakened in advance? This doesn't look like a demonic vision. Combining divinity and demonic nature. It seems that the young master's strength has made another huge breakthrough. Many elders were surprised, some looked gloomy, and some even had murderous intent in their eyes. As expected of me, the owner of the Chen family's supreme demon bone. Chen Feng laughed loudly, and the sound shook the huge hall. The laws of swordsmanship were rampant, and the terrifying strength was frightening. At the same time, the void was suddenly torn apart, revealing a pitch-black land with rolling magic mist, in which the figure of a noble lady could be vaguely seen. Sister, have you made a breakthrough? Chen Feng was shocked and said in surprise. Well, we are consolidating our realm, and it will take some time before we can get out of seclusion. The lady's voice was cold, although there were 2 essentially demonic eyes piercing through the demonic mist, patrolling everyone in the hall. A small group of senior officials of the Ji family did not dare to meet Chen Mengyun's eyes and lowered their heads with sadness. Most of the senior officials and elders in the hall were very excited when they heard this, which meant that the Ji family had another super god, and the influence of the Ji family would increase dramatically again. Congratulations to the mistress for your breakthrough. May you live forever and live as long as the heavens. In the elder hall, more than half of the powerful men knelt down sincerely. A small number hesitated and knelt down. But a group of people, headed by the majestic middle-aged man, stood there with gloomy expressions and said nothing. Ji Ling, as a senior member of my Ji family, did not abide by the clan rules and attacked the heir of my Ji family. This is a treasonous act and a heinous crime. Chen Mengyun's voice was cold and overbearing, and then a black light flashed past, and the dying Ji Ling was directly wiped out into nothingness, his body and soul destroyed. You're going too far. The dignified middle-aged man looked extremely ugly. Ji Wushan, you are not qualified to talk to me. The demonic mist around Chen Mengyun rolled violently, and a big white hand stretched out and pressed directly on the top of his head. The demonic power was so overwhelming that it directly forced him to kneel down. Chen Mengyun, I am the eldest elder of the Ji family. I have the right not to kneel when meeting the patriarch. The majestic middle-aged Gu Wushan's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, but he could not break away from Chen Mengyan's big hand. Don't think that I don't know about the little tricks you are doing behind the scenes. This time is just a warning. Next time, I will kill you without mercy. Chen Mengyan's words were cold and contained terrifying demonic power. Second brother, since Tian'er has said that you will replace Ji Yuling as the deputy dean, then you should stop sitting around and take up the post tomorrow. I want to see who dares to object. Chen Feng smiled brightly and said, okay, sister. He understood that Chen Mengyan finally put aside all scruples and started to fight back. Taking back the power of Imperial College is the first step to taking back power. In the magic mist, Chen Mengyan looked in the direction of Ji Yutian. Her cold eyes contained a hint of relief and endearment, and then she looked back. At the same time Ji Yutian broke through. In the imperial capital, in a guest room of the Yang family. The smell of blood filled the air, and gauze was thrown all over the floor. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes. All the injuries on his body had healed, and his aura was continuously improving. Buzz. Not long after, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and a thunderous sound came from his body. Ji Yutian, you would never have thought of injuring me. Instead, you pushed me to the limit and helped me break the bottleneck again. My strength has increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the power of 6 heavenly dragons. Yi Fan said to himself, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his voice filled with strong confidence. If we fight again, Ji Yutian will be defeated within 3 moves, and I will kill him within 10 moves. This is the imperial capital. The Ji Yu family's power extends throughout the human race. Even if you defeat Ji Yutian, you still can't kill him. A pleasant female voice came from the side. The speaker was a beautiful girl wearing a purple fringed dress. She had a pair of big black eyes, and the 2 twin ponytails draped over her shoulders gave her a sense of innocence and liveliness. Yang Ziyan looked at Yi Fan with a sense of reverence in her big black eyes. Even if she already knew that Yi Fan had injured her brother, she didn't care. If the geniuses compete for supremacy and their skills are inferior to others, how can they be invincible? On the contrary, Yi Fan, despite facing a tragic defeat, was not discouraged at all and continued to improve bravely. Yang Ziyan feels that this is the mentality of a truly strong person. From Yi Fan's body, she could feel a sense of oppression that was many times stronger than that of her brother Yang Wushwang. Yi Fan is so strong. Ziyan, thank you for providing me with the treasures of heaven and earth. Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the girl in purple. A touch of tenderness appeared in his determined eyes, and said, if it weren't for your help, my injury would not have recovered so quickly. But even if I can't kill Ji Yutian, I will make him pay a heavy price for his actions. Yang Ziyan blinked and asked curiously, Yi Fan, is Ji Yutianjun really so strong? He was not even your opponent before. Naturally, she had met Ji Yutian several times, but in her impression, Ji Yutian was just a loser who could only hang around women. He was indecisive, and had nothing to do with the word Tianzhao. Not to mention, she knew very well how strong Mark was, otherwise she would not be friends with him. She suddenly became a little curious about Ji Yutian. Could this guy have been pretending before? Yi Fan smiled coldly and said in a contemptuous voice, that's just me being careless and being tricked by him. Ziyan, you must be careful with this guy. This guy's scheming is unfathomable and his methods are vicious, like an animal. Yang Ziyan nodded thoughtfully. She had a strong mentality and liked to make friends with young and powerful people, but she was not a fool and would not believe Mark's words. At this moment, a cold female voice came from the door. Yi Fan, I finally found you. Lin Qingshe walked into the room with a cold expression. When she saw Yang Ziyan, she smiled at her and said, Sister Ziyan, long time no see. When she was engaged to Ji Yutian, one of the people who came to attend was Yang Ziyan, so she naturally recognized her. Surprise suddenly bloomed in Yi Fan's eyes, and he said, Qingshe, I thought you. Ji Yutian, that beast, he didn't do anything to you, right? Yi Fan was extremely excited. He thought that Ji Yutian would torture Lin Qingshe severely this time. He strode forward and wanted to give Lin Qingshe a hug. But in his excitement, what he didn't notice was that there was a cold murderous intent in Lin Qingshui's eyes. Just as Yi Fan approached, a short sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The scarlet light on the sword's edge flashed, and it was also coated with the venom of the bloodthirsty soul grass. Yi Fan, you ungrateful beast, you really hope that I will be tortured by Ji Tian. Lin Qingshui's eyes were cold, her shot was like lightning, and she stabbed Yi Fan in the chest with a sword. Qingshui, you. Yi Fan's pupils contracted violently, and he felt that his heart was tightly held by a big hand. The pain was extremely painful, his body trembled violently, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly enveloped his mind. Why did Lin Qingshui treat him like this? He was completely unprepared and never thought that Lin Qingshui would suddenly kill him. At such a close distance, Lin Qingshui suddenly took action, leaving no room to react. Dead. He was very familiar with the venom of the bloodthirsty soul grass, because he had personally extracted it for Lin Qingshui, and he knew exactly how terrifyingly toxic this thing was. At that time, he couldn't even figure out how Ji Tian survived. Aha! At this moment, a purple figure flashed past, and Ouyang Zian appeared between the two of them. She raised her hand and struck Lin Qingshui on the wrist, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. When Lin Qingshui came in, Ouyang Zian, who was born with extremely keen observation, noticed the murderous intention in Lin Qingshui's eyes and had been secretly on guard. She just didn't expect that Lin Qingshui came to assassinate Yi Fan. Almost subconsciously, she took action to save Mark. But as Ouyang Zian, since she chose to befriend Yi Fan, she naturally investigated his background. She knew very well how good the relationship between Mark Yi and Lin Qingshui was. Lin Qingshui is Ji Tian's fiancé in name, but in fact, Yi Fan, whom she grew up with, is the man with whom she has the deepest relationship. They are not a couple, but better than a couple. Why did Lin Qingshui suddenly kill Yi Fan? Ouyang Zian couldn't figure it out. Lin Qingshui's face was pale, and she knew deeply that without a weapon, she would never be Yi Fan's opponent, and she could hit Yi Fan's chest with a single palm. It was all Mark who brought her to this point. His father's arm was chopped off, and his life or death was uncertain. His sister Lin Xiaoshui was probably defiled by Ji Tian, and the Lin family was also in danger. She lost everything. All of this was caused by Yi Fan. Not only did Yi Fan not understand her, he also humiliated Lin Zhongshang and killed his sister Lin Xiaoshui. All this made Lin Qingshui hate her to the extreme. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her mind: she must kill Mark and take his head to beg Ji Tian for forgiveness. So even though she knew that the best opportunity for assassination was gone, Lin Qingshui still bent down, tried to pick up the dagger and thrust it into Yi Fan's chest. Qingshui, why do you do this to me? In the flash of lightning, Yi Fan finally realized that Lin Qingshui's palm could not hurt him, but his eyes were filled with endless pain. He roared suddenly, took several steps back, and avoided Lin Qingshui's attack. You still have the nerve to ask me why? Lin Qingshui's face was hysterical, filled with deep-seated hatred, and she roared, I gave up everything to help you assassinate Ji Tian. My father's arm was cut off, my little sister fell, and the Lin family is in danger. But all I see from you is indifference. You only consider your own interests and don't care about my feelings at all. Where were you when Ji Yusheng killed me? Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. She would never forget the terrifying murderous intent shown towards her in Ji Yusheng's eyes. At that moment, her psychological defense was completely broken through. In the past, when Ji Yusheng saw her, he was always respectful and did not dare to offend her in the slightest. At that moment, she fully understood how much she had lost. If she hadn't stabbed Ji Tian with that sword, nothing would have happened. She wanted to take back everything she had and make people like Ji Yusheng regret everything they had done to her. I lost everything because of you. Yi Fan, go to hell. Lin Qingshui was hysterical, picked up the dagger, stabbed it out suddenly, and kept swinging it. Each blow went straight to Yi Fan's vitals, with murderous intent. Lin Qingshui actually assassinated Ji Tian for Yi Fan. Ouyang Zian was stunned for a while, and her eyes suddenly became complicated when she looked at Yi Fan. She had never heard of any of this. But as the little princess of the Ouyang family, she knew very well how serious the consequences of assassinating Ji Tian would be. Even though the Federation was established, the heir was killed and the Ji family really went crazy. No one could stop it. The Lin family would definitely be destroyed, and no one could save Lin Qingshe. Doesn't Yi Fan understand all this? He should understand, right? But he still asked Lin Qingshe to assassinate Ji Yutian, and step by step he drove Lin Qingshe, who was famous all over the imperial capital, into such a crazy state. Faintly, Yang Ziyan had a bad impression of Yi Fan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the small guest room, murderous intent abounded. Yi Fan kept dodging, but Lin Qingshe pressed forward step by step, constantly compressing his room for movement, and murderous intent overflowed. Qingshe, that's not the case, do you listen to my explanation? Yi Fan roared, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, and he was in extreme pain. Qingshe, could you please wake up? This is all Ji Yutian's plan. With your wisdom, can't you see it at all? He just wants to drive a wedge between us and make us kill each other. To Qingshe, you can't fall into his trap step by step. Yi Fan kept roaring, looking at Lin Qingshe with murderous intent. It was extremely painful. The woman he was closest to and deeply loved actually curried favor with another man and did not hesitate to kill him. He hated Lin Qingshe for not living up to expectations, and even more hated Ji Yutian. Stop talking sweet words, I will never believe you again. Lin Qingshui's voice was sharp, and she suddenly slashed with her sword, forcing Yi Fan into a corner, and a strand of hair was cut off. At this moment, Yi Fan was completely unavoidable. Yi Fan, go to hell. Now that she had made up her mind, Lin Qingshe would never change her mind again. She stabbed Yi Fan in the chest with a sword. The scene of assassinating Ji Yutian was about to happen again. But back then, when Ji Yutian faced her stabbing sword, he couldn't bear to fight back and hurt her. Ji Yutian, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Yi Fan's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he suddenly burst out with a roar. Even if he loved Lin Qingshe deeply, he was not willing to die at Lin Qingshui's hands, with Lin Qingshe holding his head to please that beast Ji Yutian. Boom! Yi Fan kicked out with a kick that came first, hitting Lin Qingshe directly in the lower abdomen, causing her to spurt out a large mouthful of blood, and suddenly shot out backwards, crashing down the wall and being buried beneath the rubble. Yi Fan, if you can, kill me, otherwise I will cut off your head sooner or later and give it to Ji Yutian to apologize. Lin Qingshui's extremely weak voice came out from the dust. Compared to Yi Fan, her strength was so far behind that this kick almost killed her. At this moment, Lin Qingshe finally understood that Ji Yutian truly loved her. But this sincere love was buried by her own hands. Yi Fan's so-called love is nothing more than false love. Once his core interests are touched, he will not hesitate to kill anyone, no matter who they are. Lin Xiaoshui is like this, and so is she. It's a pity that she understood it too late. Ji Yutian, Ji Yutian, Ji Yutian, Ji Yutian again. Yi Fan roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and the terrible pain made his face almost distorted. There was a faint murderous intention spreading from him. He was humiliated time and time again by Ji Yutian, and the heaven-swallowing magic ring was robbed. Now even the woman he loves most, Lin Qingshe, wants to kill Ji Yutian for his sake. Hateful, Yi Fan roared, walking towards the ruins step by step, murderous intent filling the air. Evan, are you crazy? Yang Ziyan was startled for a moment, then shouted angrily, her big black eyes widened, she glared at Yi Fan, and shouted, Qingshe came to kill you, which is a bit extreme, but it is also excusable. She got to where she is today because she wanted to help you. Now you actually want to kill her. Quote, Yang Ziyan felt that she had misjudged Yi Fan. He seemed not as upright as he seemed. Seeing the disappointed light in Yang Ziyan's big black eyes, Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately came back to his senses. He seemed to be too impulsive. How could he show such an attitude in front of Yang Ziyan? After all, if you can rely on the big tree of the Yang family, what does Ji Yu Kuang's lineage mean? Yes, Lin Qingshe was stimulated by recent events. She should still love herself. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Even though he was still heartbroken by Lin Qingshui's actions, he forced himself to stay calm and said softly, Qingshe, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I know that you are confused by Ji Yutian now, and you won't listen to anything I say, but remember, I am the man who loves you most in this world and will give everything for you. Soon, I will use practical actions to let you fully understand what Ji Yutian is. Quote, Yang Ziyan glared at Yi Fan fiercely and said, "No matter what happens, Qingshe is still Ji Yutian's fiancé in name, and nothing can happen to Yang's family. Forget it this time. If there is another time, our friendship will be completely over." Quote. This sentence expresses Yang Ziyan's strong dissatisfaction with Mark. Her helping Mark was a private act. But with Yi Fan's terrifying power, if Lin Qingshe died at Yang's house, the consequences would be too serious and she couldn't afford it. Yi Fan's body trembled slightly again, and he felt that his heart hurt again and he couldn't breathe. Yang Ziyan actually spoke to Ji Yutian like this. Is the friendship between him and Yang Ziyan so worth mentioning? Yang Ziyan ignored Yi Fan's attitude, ran to help Lin Qingshe up, fed her a healing pill, and then helped her out of the room. "Qingshe, I'm sorry, I really don't know." Yang Ziyan's big black eyes were apologetic. If she knew everything, she would never interfere with Yi Fan and Lin Qingshui's affairs. "I don't blame you, I believed in him like this before." Lin Qingshe turned pale, broke away from Yang Ziyan's support, and walked out of Yang's house. She seemed to remember something, paused, turned her head and said, "Listen to my advice, don't be fooled by Mark's sweet words. This is a lesson learned for you." After that, Lin Qingshe left Yang's house. Yang Ziyan stood there, looking at Lin Qingshui's haggard and desperate back, without making a sound for a long time. Not long ago, she was a goddess who was famous all over the imperial capital. During her engagement ceremony with Ji Yutian, she was envied by countless women. But in such a short period of time, who would have thought? Yi Fan, Yang Ziyan whispered to herself, with complicated eyes. It is undeniable that she has some good feelings for Yi Fan, otherwise she would not have brought him to Yang's house when Yi Fan was seriously injured, and also provided him with a lot of precious treasures of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. Behind, Yi Fan stood beside the ruins and listened to all the conversations between Lin Qingshe and Yang Ziyan. "Ji Yutian, you really deserve to die." Yi Fan's eyes bloomed with terrifying murderous intent, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this time, Yang Ziyan came over, looked at Yi Fan with big black eyes, and felt a vague sense of alienation, and said, "Yi Fan, you are too extreme. Don't blame other people for your mistakes. Think more about yourself. Is there something I did wrong? I'm going to prepare for the birthday party first." After that, Yang Ziyan turned and left, leaving Yi Fan standing there blankly. Is Yang Ziyan trying to teach Ji Yutian a lesson? Ji Yutian snatched Lin Xiaoshui and Lin Qingshe away from him, and now even Yang Ziyan wants to leave him and fall into Ji Yutian's arms. No, I will never allow such a terrible thing to happen again. Yi Fan roared hysterically in his heart. Ji Yu family. Ji Yutian slowly opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in his eyes, he raised his hand slightly, and there was a blast like muffled thunder in his bones. The human emperor's body is completed, with the power of 10 heavenly dragons. Ji Yutian curled his lips. You must know that in the original work, the protagonist Yi Fan only reached the power of a heavenly dragon in the realm of divine power. The stronger one is in the divine power realm. The ability to break through into the mysterious aperture realm will also increase exponentially. At this moment, the cold voice of the Destiny villain system sounded again. Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshe, the daughter of luck, has a great decrease in luck and will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of luck, has greatly reduced his luck. He will be rewarded with 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the son of destiny. Congratulations to the host. Yang Ziyan, the daughter of luck, has been disturbed in her mentality. She will be rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. Ji Yutian curled his lips and said, just sitting at home, blessing comes from heaven, this is it. It seems that Lin Qingshe failed to assassinate Yi Fan. However, this did not exceed his expectations. Although Lin Qingshe was also a girl of luck, there was still a huge gap between her and the protagonist Yi Fan. Not to mention that after experiencing his repeated suppression, Lin Qingshui's luck dropped by nearly half compared to the beginning. Yang Ziyan is also the daughter of luck. She is worthy of being one of the later super goddesses in the original work. Ji Yutian's eyes were cold. If this is the case, then he will not be able to let Yang Ziyan go. However, Yang Ziyan is also the daughter of luck, so she cannot be directly destroyed physically. This is something worth being happy about. There is another source of earning destiny points. Gu Tian's heart moved, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Host: Gu Tian. Realm: 9th level of divine power, the power of 10 heavenly dragons, 1 million caddies. Physique: Supreme Demon Bone, Awakening level 20%, Human Emperor Body, the first great perfection. Skills: None. Weapons: Abyss Demonic Knife, Seal, Sky Swallowing Demonic Ring, a remnant soul of an ancient goddess survives in it. Destiny points: 84,000 points. The system mall has not been opened, Extraordinary Realm can be opened. Sons of Luck: Lin Qingshe progress 35%, Chen Mengrant progress 40%, Yifan progress 20%, Tianshuang Goddess progress 1%, the body is incomplete and cannot be completely killed, Liang Zian progress 1%. Note: suppress luck to 100% to kill or become completely loyal. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing magic ring in Gu Tian's arm suddenly emitted black light and flew up on its own. A beautiful phantom of a goddess wearing an ice blue dress appeared in front of Gu Tian. Gu Tian's eyes were indifferent, without any ripples, and he looked at the figure of goddess Tianshuang quietly. In the original work, the reason why Tianshuang goddess was willing to help Yifan at first was because she took a fancy to Yifan's powerful talent and hoped that Yifan could help her reshape her body. After going through a series of things, Tianshuang goddess fell in love with Yifan secretly. And he carried the sky-swallowing magic ring with him just to let the Sky Frost goddess understand that his potential was far more powerful than Mark. He is the best partner for the Sky Frost goddess. Now it seems that since goddess Tianshuang is willing to take the initiative to show up, it proves that more than half of his intentions have been realized. Looking at Gu Tian in Gujing Wubo, goddess Tianshuang was surprised and asked doubtfully, "Have you known about my existence for a long time?" Even so, many powerful people in the Imperial Academy could not discover her existence. How did Gu Tian discover it? I know far more than you think. Gu Tian smiled slightly and said, "Not only do I know your identity, you are the daughter of the ancient Frost God Emperor, the Sky Frost Goddess. And I also know that your mother, the Emperor Frost, is not dead and where she is being suppressed now." In an instant, the remnant soul of the Sky Frost Goddess shook violently, her mind was shaken, and she almost dissipated on the spot. She showed up with the intention of giving Gu Tian a little shock, and by the way, she could have an in-depth communication with him, gain some understanding of him, and test out where Gu Tian got the human emperor body to practice law enforcement. But at this moment, instead of giving Gu Tian a slight shock, the Tianshuang goddess was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. The Sky Frost goddess was extremely horrified. She had never told anyone about her true identity, nor her mother, the Frost God Emperor, not even Mark. For the endless years since ancient times, most of her has been in a state of slumber, constantly repairing her remaining soul. So she was very sure that in this era, it was impossible for anyone to know her true identity. But Gu Tian told her origins more than once, and even knew her mother's name. He could even see through the ancient magic weapon, the sky-swallowing ring. "Is my mother really still alive?" Goddess Tianshuang's voice was hoarse, and her voice was trembling slightly. She never thought that a young man would control her emotions and play with her. But there was nothing she could do, she was just too lonely. How many years? Time was too long, and the world was full of changes. She thought that all her relatives and friends in that era were dead. But when she suddenly heard the news from Gu Tian, one can imagine how shocked she was. Only after losing it will you realize how precious you once had it. Yes, but not on the blue star. Gu Tian's lips curled up slightly, he raised his finger and pointed at the sky, saying, "I can tell you, it's in that Neptune. But in this world, no one can find that place except me, even if you reshape your body and restore your strength to its heyday." In fact, he not only knows where the Frost God Emperor is, he also understands all the series of maps that Yifan has experienced in the original work. The Frost God Emperor is just a slightly more important one among them. In the later stages of the original plot, Yifan helped the Sky Frost Goddess rescue the Frost God Emperor, which was an extremely important branch line. Later, after the Frost God Emperor regained his strength, he also gave Yi Fan significant help, and even saved the protagonist Yi Fan's life once. Even if Yi Fan can finally reach the top, it is inseparable from the Frost God Emperor. When I first read this novel, I was in the late stage of the second grade of middle school disease. Gu Tian, who had extremely rich association skills, even thought about whether Yi Fan would bring the Frost God Emperor with him if it weren't for the fact that the river crab god was too powerful and invincible. Income into the harem. Did you get some inheritance from ancient gods? It contains information about our lineage and the sky-swallowing ring. Goddess Tianshuang took a deep breath, tried to calm down the violent fluctuations in her heart, and said word by word, "So, are you using this information to deliberately deceive me?" She stared hard at Gu Tian's eyes, trying to catch any traces of emotion or clues in his eyes. But Goddess Tianshuang was disappointed. Gu Tian's eyes were so indifferent from the beginning to the end, as calm as a stone, unchanged forever. Behind this calmness, there was a strong sense of self-confidence, which gave the Tianshuang goddess a very powerful impact. Gu Tian didn't behave like a young man at all. It even gave her the illusion that she was facing an eternal ruler who had experienced all the vicissitudes of life and had seen through the various forms of the human world. She couldn't get any useful information from Gu Tian's face. Yi Fan is already the most determined young man of his age that she has ever seen. But compared with Gu Tian, the gap is like the gap between a 3-year-old child and an adult, or even bigger. Congratulations to the host. The daughter of destiny incomplete Tianshuang goddess's mentality has fluctuated violently, and she has obtained 10,000 destiny points. The voice of the system rang in my ears. Goddess Tianshuang, do you think you are qualified to let me deceive you now? Gu Tian stood up, with an indifferent expression, put the heaven-swallowing magic ring into his arms, walked towards the door, and said, "The heaven-swallowing magic ring is indeed an extremely powerful ancient divine weapon, but you are just a remnant soul. There are countless strong people in my Gu family, even my father and mother are not much weaker than you at your peak. As long as I am willing, I can have you forcibly wiped out now and take the sky-swallowing ring into my hands. The reason why I tell you so much nonsense is because you fought and died for the human race in ancient times." Quote. Goddess Tianshuang looked at Gu Tian's back blankly, and the fluctuations in her heart became more intense. Yes, Gu Tian is not Yi Fan. He is not so inseparable from him. The Gu family is currently the top family in the human race, with countless powerful people. Even Gu Tian's father and mother were among the super powerful in ancient times. Moreover, she was just a remnant soul at this time, unable to exert any strength at all. The most precious thing was the knowledge and various techniques in her mind. But Gu Tian didn't lack any of these. Even the human emperor body he possesses makes him jealous. Gu Tian could have someone wipe her out and put the heaven-swallowing magic ring into his arms. Goddess Tianshuang suddenly realized that she seemed to be really worthless to Gu Tian. Could it be that what Gu Tian said was true? He really thought about the justice of the human race, so he let her go. But she didn't notice that the corners of Gu Tian's mouth, who was facing away from him, were slightly raised, with a cold light shining in his eyes. It took him so much effort to snatch the sky-swallowing magic ring from Mark. Naturally, the Sky Frost goddess cannot be as useless as he said. The ancient times were destroyed, but countless precious relics and forbidden areas were left behind. Some terrifying forbidden areas and relics, even a super god of the level of his father Gu Wudao could not crack with force. In the original plot, Yi Fan relied on a lot of ancient formations, restrictions, and secrets that the Sky Frost goddess knew, and obtained countless benefits. Even not long after, the ruins that were about to be opened in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital had a great relationship with the Tianshuang goddess. Yi Fan relied on the Tianshuang goddess and obtained countless benefits from it, and began to rise crazily. Of course, he would not tell the Sky Frost goddess this. This is just one step in his plan to completely conquer the Sky Frost goddess. "Young master, I have something to report." At this time, Chen Mengran's charming voice came from outside the door. "Kacha." Gu Tian opened the door, and the Tianshuang goddess, who had an extremely complex mentality, immediately turned into a stream of light and returned to the heaven-swallowing ring in Gu Tian's arms. What Gu Tian said had a great impact on her, and she needed to think about it carefully. At this moment, she didn't even think about negotiating terms with Gutn. Goddess Tianshuang found that she did not seem to have the qualifications to negotiate conditions. What she is considering now is whether she should completely surrender to Gutn. But in that case, it would be too sorry for Mark. Young master, there is news from Mark. Chen Mengran respectfully told everything about Lin Qingshui's assassination of Yifan at Ouyang's house. Not only from beginning to end, the conversations and actions of Ouyang Zian, Yifan, and Lin Qingshui were all monitored. Even when Lin Qingshui was able to bring the dagger dyed with bloodthirsty soul grass into Ouyang's house, it was someone arranged by Chen Mengran who helped secretly. Otherwise, as the Ouyang family is one of the super families with countless powerful people, the possibility of Lin Qingshui trying to assassinate one of them is close to zero. What a pity. If Ouyang Zian hadn't made a sudden move, Lin Qingshui would have succeeded in the assassination. Chen Mengran said with regret. This time, you did a good job. Gutn praised, not surprised at all that the Gu family had a traitor in the Ouyang family, and it seemed that his status was not low. In the imperial capital, the major families are intertwined. It is normal for you to be among me and for me to be among you. Even if the Ouyang family and the Gu family have an excellent relationship, it is impossible to leave all their backs in each other's hands. Without even this precaution, the Gu family would not have been able to survive the aura-reviving environment where order collapsed and the struggle was extremely cruel, and rise to become the top family in the human race. As for whether Lin Qingshui could successfully assassinate Yifan, he had no expectations, so naturally there was no disappointment. As a son of fate at the protagonist level, even if Ouyang Zian did not come to the rescue, Duanmu Zian, Xuanyuan Zian, or even thunder falling from the sky would knock the dagger out of Lin Qingshui's hand. His purpose was to suppress Yifan's luck. Chen Mengran was stunned for a moment. Gutn's reaction was a bit beyond her expectation. She originally thought that the young master wanted to see Yifan die in Lin Qingshui's hands. The young master's recent thoughts have become increasingly unpredictable. Young master, Ouyang Zian just ordered someone to send an invitation to invite you to her birthday party. Chen Mengran took out another identical invitation and handed it to Gutn. Interesting, let's go to Ouyang's house. Gutn smiled, which was an unexpected surprise. In the original work, Ouyang Zian always looked down on him. It seems that Lin Qingshui's assassination of Yifan and those few words touched her greatly. This is great and saves him a lot of effort. Afternoon. In a manor deep in Ouyang's house, there are many rockeries, surrounded by mountains and rivers, filled with clouds and mist, and flying sparrows, just like a fairyland on earth. To build such a manor in a big city, you can imagine the depth of the Ouyang family's heritage. The manor is heavily guarded, and there are terrible auras rising and falling in every corner. As Ouyang Zian is the little princess of the Ouyang family, those who can come to her birthday party are naturally the direct descendants of the rich families in the imperial capital with extraordinary backgrounds, or the descendants of powerful people in the middle and high levels of the Federation. If something happens to someone here and someone from the Ouyang family is lost, they will naturally be heavily guarded. In the manor, people were coming and going. Many handsome and noble young men and young girls were wandering among them, changing cups and cups. It was very lively. Young master of the Gu family, Gutn has arrived. Suddenly, the guards' loud shouts echoed through the sky from the entrance of the manor. In the manor, many young men and young ladies were suddenly shocked. Their eyes were shocked. They stopped pushing cups and cups, and looked at the door. Not long after, a slender man wearing a luxurious black dragon costume, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walked into the manor, followed by a charming personal maid. More than 30 sword-wielding maids, their faces shrouded in gauze, were divided into 2 rows and followed behind him. At this time, Gutn was the only one in the manor who could bring in the maid guards, which also showed the Gu family's strong strength and special status. Since Gutn was born, he has been designated as the heir of the Gu family since he was born because he possesses the supreme demon bone. Therefore, no matter where he goes, the Gu family will send strong men to follow and protect him. This is also the reason why after Gutn brought his maid into the Imperial College, no one from the Imperial College dared to stop her or cause trouble for Gutn. Is he Gutn? A young girl was amazed, her eyes were filled with spring. Seeing Gutn approaching, she eagerly wanted to go up and talk to Gu Tian. Even in an imperial capital with countless wealthy families, the Gu family is still one of the top few families. There are so many girls who want to curry favor with Gu Tian and jump onto a branch to become a phoenix. Even if the girls who can be in this manner are from extraordinary backgrounds, this is no exception. After all, if you look at the human race, you can count those with the same background as Gu Tian with 2 hands. Gu Tian has always lived in seclusion. I didn't expect that he would come to Ouyang Xian's banquet. As expected of the little princess of the Ouyang family, she is so proud that even this one can be invited. Many of the richly dressed men in the field were secretly amazed. Gu Tian was extremely famous in the imperial capital because he was born with the supreme demonic bones and was surrounded by visions of heaven and earth. He was directly appointed as the heir to the Gu family. But because the Gu family protected him so well, he rarely participated in various banquets, so very few people had seen him. However, given the status of the Gu family, there are countless people who want to curry favor with the Gu family, let alone Gu Tian, the heir to the Gu family. Seeing Gu Tian's appearance, countless people in the manor secretly made plans, unwilling to let go of this opportunity and wanting to make friends with Gu Tian. Even as long as they can get a line with Gu Tian and get a contact information, their status in the family will be significantly improved. Many young ladies came up to greet Gu Tian. Gu Tian accepted everyone who came, with an approachable smile on his face, and nodded to them in response. For him, who was once the godfather of the underworld, this kind of scene was simply a daily occurrence. Even he understands that what these people value is just his profound background. But in life, making friends is just about getting what you need. As long as his core interests are not touched, he will naturally not make enemies everywhere and treat them with a cold face. You can't really be like the protagonist in Shuangwen novels, fighting against the sky and the earth, killing wherever he goes. He is not the protagonist, but a villain. Ha ha ha, the arrival of a distinguished guest makes my Ouyang family shine. Ouyang Wushuang strode over with a bright smile on his face. He didn't know what precious healing items he used. In less than half a day, his injuries were healed, and his strength seemed to have improved. Quite a few, they should have broken through the threshold of the power of a heavenly dragon. Let me introduce you, this is my little sister, Ouyang Xian. Gu Tian looked over with a smile and saw a slim and beautiful girl standing next to Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Xian was wearing a low-cut purple dress. At such a young age, she already had a lot of capital. But the most attractive thing is her big black eyes, which shine with innocence and naturally give people a sense of intimacy, just like the girl next door. If Chen Mengran is like a radiant red rose, then Ouyang Xian is like a white peony, fresh and quiet, giving people a very comfortable feeling staying with her. But Gu Tian would not be fooled by this apparent innocence. In the original book, this girl has super powerful talents, incredible luck, and extraordinary combat power. She is one of the top superpowers in the human race, not even inferior to Yi Fan. Ouyang Xian and Ouyang Wushuang are both known as the peerless twins of the human race. And with the Ouyang family behind him, it has become one of the most important and powerful helpers in Yi Fan's harem. And unlike other women in Yi Fan's harem, she was the only one with an extraordinary background, and in the context of her brother and Yi Fan being both enemies and friends, she had early seen Yi Fan's strong potential and took the initiative to get closer to Yi Fan. This alone shows how vicious Ouyang Xian's eyes are and how decisive she is. Later, under her leadership, and relying on Yi Fan's help, the Ouyang family became the most powerful family on the Blue Star. It can be imagined that Ouyang Xian is very capable. While Gu Tian looked at Ouyang Xian was also observing Gu Tian carefully. This is not the first time she has met Gu Tian. But she found that Gu Tian had changed, and the change was great. Although the appearance is still the same as before, it is very different, giving people a feeling of extreme confidence and control over everything. This is a powerful mentality that can only be possessed by strong people who have been in high positions for a long time. Ouyang Xian observed the details carefully and secretly said that she was surprised that a person could change so much in a short period of time. Could it be that the so-called destruction of love can really make a person grow rapidly? Gu Tian, long time no see, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Yang Zian smiled brightly and took the initiative to extend her white and tender hands to Ji Tian for the first time. The reason why she took the initiative to send the invitation to Ji Tian was because she smelled something wrong about Yi Fan and Lin Qingxie, and wanted to see for herself how much Ji Tian had changed. Now she is grateful for the choice she made. She looked down upon the Ji Tian in the past. But now Ji Tian, she must not let him go, because her father got the news that Chen Mengyan had broken through into the realm of super gods, and had taken action to suppress Ji Yu Kuang's lineage, and there were faint signs of taking back all the power of the Ji Yu family. This is the most important reason why Yang Zian's attitude towards Ji Tian changed dramatically. Although she is still not sure whether she should give up Yi Fan, who has great potential, in order to make friends with Ji Tian. But he would never offend Ji Tian for Mark. The Ji Yu family and the Yang family have been friends for nearly 1,000 years. Our generation should share weal and woe. Ji Tian also smiled, and naturally felt the huge change in Yang Zian's attitude. It seems that the Yang family has already learned about the mother's breakthrough to the realm of super spirit and her move to suppress Ji Yu Kuang's lineage. Otherwise, this extremely precocious Yang Zian would not have shown such an obvious attitude toward friendship. In the original work, his death led to the failure of Chen Mengyan's breakthrough, which was also one of the important factors in the Yang family's alienation from the Ji Yu family. It seems that the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth is continuing to show. At this time, not far behind Yang Zian, a man with malicious eyes was staring at Ji Tian, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. This person is none other than Yi Fan. When he saw Ji Tian reaching out and holding Yang Zian's white and tender little hand, Yi Fan's jealous teeth almost shattered. Even he had never touched Yang Zian's hand. Ji Tian why? After knowing Yang Zian's identity, Yi Fan had already regarded her as his own woman. And he could also feel Yang Zian's special attitude towards him. But all this changed slightly after Ji Tian defeated him, especially Lin Qingxui's assassination, which caused Yang Zian's attitude towards him to change drastically. Ji Tian, you won't be arrogant for long. The Yang family is not the Imperial College. This is not a place where you can be unscrupulous. Yi Fan roared in his heart. Since Ji Tian still dares to show up, he must regain his dignity at this banquet and re-establish his high-ranking image in Yang Zian's heart. Moreover, there are some people in Ji Yu Kuang's lineage and behind the scenes who are willing to do anything to deal with Ji Tian. They have just sent someone to contact him, saying that they will do their best to help him and make a splash at Yang Zian's banquet. There is only one purpose, and that is to never let Yang Wushuang's lineage side with Ji Tian. Even within the Yang family, there will be people secretly helping him. So at this moment, Yi Fan has no fear of Ji Tian. Ji Tian, thank you for coming to Zian's birthday party. Yi Fan strode towards Yang Zian, and naturally wanted to pull back Yang Zian's little hand that Ji Tianzheng was holding, and declare his sovereignty to Ji Tian. He believed that with the current relationship between him and Yang Zian, the other party would never refuse. Lin Qingxie was no longer pure, and he would never allow another woman to have his innocence tainted by Ji Tian again. Evan, are you crazy? Stop now. Seeing Mark's big hand grabbing her arm, Yang Zian was stunned for a moment, and then she shouted angrily, trying to stop Mark's behavior. She never expected that Mark would be so bold. In fact, if it were in the past, because she had some good feelings in her heart and had a bad impression of Ji Tian, she would most likely not reject Yi Fan. But now the situation is very different. Ji Tian's strength has become extremely powerful, and the supreme demonic bone has awakened in advance, and his potential has greatly increased, making Yang Zian feel that Ji Tian also has huge investment potential. And the most important thing is that Chen Mengyan has broken through to the super god. Coupled with her ruthless tactics, this is a major event that can affect the existing structure of the imperial capital. A super god sits in the northwest frontier and is in charge of a 1,000,000-strong army. If one person is in charge of the imperial capital and stabilizes the family, if the power of the Ji Yu family can be integrated, it is unimaginable how far the power of the Ji Yu family will expand. So even her father, who was the clan leader, personally told her before the banquet that she must entertain Ji Tian well at this stage. But with Yi Fan's strength, his speed was much faster than Yang Zian. In the flash of light and stone, she had no time to resist. Ziyan, Gutn is not a good person, you'd better have less contact with him. Yi Fan said in a deep voice without stopping. Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Ouyang Wushwang, who was standing aside, was furious. Many young men and young ladies who gathered around were even more shocked. This madman came from nowhere and dared to be so disrespectful to Gutn. Things that don't know whether to live or die. Gutn's smiling face instantly became extremely cold, and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, he immediately saw that Yi Fan's strength had greatly improved. No wonder you don't pretend to be dead in front of me. It turns out that your strength has increased a lot. But do you think you can go against me in this way? Buzz. Gutn stretched out his big hand, golden light flowed from his skin, and he was as fast as lightning. He grabbed Yi Fan's big hand and swung it hard, swinging his whole body and smashing it on a rockery. What a terrifying power this is. At this moment, Ouyang Zian felt a pressure that was so terrifying that it almost suffocated her close at hand. If Gutn hadn't held her with one hand, she would have almost sat down on the ground. The moment Gutn took action, it was like a sleeping ancient god awakening, and the power it erupted seemed to be able to destroy the world in an instant. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the information she had just received from her father at the same time. Gutn had caused an astonishing vision of heaven and earth, and seemed to have achieved some major breakthrough. But at that time, she was immersed in the news about Chen Mengyan's breakthrough to the super god, so she ignored this matter. After all, a person in the realm of divine power can be terrible no matter how he breaks through. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have overlooked a more important piece of information. The vision of heaven and earth caused by Gutn is likely to be even more important than Chen Mengyan's breakthrough to the super spirit. How could a strong person in the divine power realm give people such a sense of oppression that far exceeds that of a demon in the Xuanchao stage? Ouyang Zian's face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly unconsciously. The Ouyang family has no shortage of top-notch monsters, and there are also several top-ranked geniuses on the Imperial Academy's ranking list. But it is impossible for them to put such huge pressure on themselves. What kind of achievements did Gutn achieve? In the realm of divine power, he was able to influence the general trend of the world with a single move. Bang, bang, bang. Ouyang Wushwang, who was so close, turned even pale, and stepped back more than 10 steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground, before he managed to stand firm. Why did you become so strong in such a short period of time? Ouyang Wushwang suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of horror, and blurted out. Because of the strong pressure brought by Gutn, and taking advantage of the opportunity to repair his injuries, he finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the power of a heavenly dragon. I thought I was already on the same starting line as Yi Fan, and could barely compete with Gutn. But he never expected that instead of narrowing the gap between him and Gutn, it had widened to an unimaginable extent. Having just made a big breakthrough, I couldn't even bear Gutn's momentum anymore. Gutn, what kind of monster are you? What a terrifying power. I feel as if there is an ancient god and demon standing in front of me. Is this the power of the supreme demon bone? Many young gentlemen and young ladies around them turned pale and stepped back. Some delicate and frail young ladies sat directly on the ground, unable to even raise their heads to look at Gutn. In the sky-swallowing demonic ring, the sky frost goddess murmured to herself, inspiring the general trend of the heaven and earth, all the stars in the sky must surrender to it. This is a special magical power unique to a super monster with the power of 10 heavenly dragons. In ancient times, only a few monsters can do it. In this era of decline, it is simply a miracle that the human race can give birth to such a monster. It turns out that she also felt that it was an earth-shattering miracle to reach Yi Fan's level in this era. In ancient times, Yi Fan might not be inferior to those monsters. But if Yi Fan is already comparable, Gutn is nothing. Congratulations to the host. Ouyang Zian, the daughter of luck, is heartbroken and will be rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The daughter of luck remnant soul, Sky Frost Goddess is one step closer to surrendering to you, and will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has been suppressed by you and will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Gutn, you unexpectedly attacked me. Yi Fan's roaring voice exploded, and he flew out from the ruins of the rockery. The roar of the dragon around him echoed through the sky, and he punched Ji Tian. His purpose was to prove himself in front of Ouyang Zian and re-establish his strong image. Naturally, he could not accept that he was still crushed by Ji Tian. He was just careless just now and didn't show even 1/10,000th of his strength. At this time, Ouyang Zian suddenly shouted angrily, Yi Fan, if you continue to make trouble, I will have you kicked out. Aha! As Ouyang Zian's voice fell, a black shadow flashed past, but it was an Ouyang family's transcendent realm guard who took action. He slapped Yi Fan directly and flew dozens of meters away, and fiercely threw a cart filled with various drinks. Ling Guo's table collapsed, and broken glass, wine, and juice covered Yi Fan's body. Naturally, the guards would not kill Yi Fan, but they made him so embarrassed that he almost became a big joke. Where did this idiot come from and dare to cause trouble in Ouyang's house? Many young ladies looked at the embarrassed Yi Fan, their eyes full of ridicule, and even worse, they pointed directly at Yi Fan and laughed. Ziyan, you actually. Yi Fan got up with a pale face, feeling heartbroken. Ouyang Zian actually rejected him in public, completely beyond his expectation. He didn't understand why. He believed that his feelings were not wrong. Ouyang Zian clearly had a crush on him and would not reject him. You actually let someone attack me for Ji Tian. For him, you have to drive me out. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he was almost suffocated by heartache, especially the embarrassed look at this moment, coupled with the pointing and ridicule of the onlookers. With his extremely strong self-esteem, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl in at this moment. This feeling was worse than when he was assassinated by Lin Qingshe, and the impact was more violent. Ziyan, why on earth? Yi Fan roared, feeling hysterical, almost crazy, why do you do this? Quote. Lin Xiaoshui, Lin Zhongshang betrayed him. In order to please Ji Tian, Lin Qingshe also betrayed him. Although Yi Fan still finds it difficult to accept and is mad with hatred, he can understand that these are all excusable. After all, the Lin family is facing a life or death situation. Only one day, if he is strong enough and can bring enough benefits to the Lin family, Lin Zhongshang, Lin Xiaoshui and others will still turn around and kneel down to lick him. But Ouyang Zian's decision made him completely confused. The Ouyang family is also a super rich family and is the founding family of the Federation. Its influence is even greater than that of the Ji family. There is no need to worry about Ji Tian's background. Obviously she could refuse Ji Tian for her own sake. But she turned around and suppressed herself for Ji Tianlai. This is betrayal, a serious betrayal. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Fan's eyes opened angrily, and he could only feel the backflow of energy and blood. His internal organs seemed to be burning with anger, and a trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ever since he got the sky-swallowing ring and started to rise, it has always been smooth sailing. Even if he encountered any setbacks, he would always be able to resolve them with the help of God. Not only were there many adventures, but there were more and more women, powerful men and women who chose to stand by his side. He doesn't understand. Why has everything changed since Lin Qingshe failed to assassinate Ji Tian? All his plans were disrupted, he continued to face tragic failures, and everyone left him one after another. Could it be that Ji Tian was his destined nemesis? No, I will never admit defeat. Yi Fan growled, his bloodshot eyes gradually became determined. I have been rising since I was young, I have experienced cold looks, and I have never experienced any difficulties. This is just a small setback on my journey to the top. Ji Tian, everything you have done to me will only make me braver and braver. In the end, you will become the nourishment for me to reach the top. Quote. I want to turn pressure into motivation and rise against the odds. A cold and cruel look flashed in Ji Tian's eyes. He regarded Mark as a tool to brush his destiny points, so he could tolerate him jumping around a little under his nose. Anyway, he was just an ant. But he would never allow Yi Fan to show signs of rising up and losing control. Yi Fan can live, but he can only sink and struggle in pain. If you want to rise, dream. Ji Tian thought to himself, and was about to take action to shatter all of Yi Fan's illusions, but at this moment, Yang Xian's big black eyes flashed with coldness, and she took a step forward. Yi Fan, I thought of you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. I'm really disappointed. Yang Xian's words were very plain, but she revealed a sense of ruthlessness. She hadn't planned to make a choice immediately. But she suddenly realized that Yi Fan was so stupid that she was speechless. She admitted that because of Yi Fan's strong potential and endless future, she was slightly moved, and she wouldn't mind investing in Yi Fan a little to give him some benefits. But this is still in the wait-and-see stage. But Yi Fan was so arrogant that he thought that his position in her mind allowed him to sacrifice the interests of the Yang family for her. How dare he force himself to choose between him and Ji Yutian in public? If it were before, she might have hesitated a little. But now, she discovered that Ji Yutian's potential may even be greater than Yi Fan, especially after the Ji Yu family revealed its unlimited future. It was already self-evident how she should choose. Ziyan, you actually called me childish. Yi Fan's eyes widened angrily, and his calm state of mind was severely disrupted again, and his body began to tremble violently. Ziyan, you were not like this before. You clearly used to. He wanted to say that Yang Xian had always had a respectful attitude towards him in the past, and even helped him more than once, asking him for help without expecting anything in return. But before Yi Fan finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Yang Xian, who stared coldly into Yi Fan's eyes and said, "That's just normal communication and help between ordinary friends. I thought you had a mature mentality far beyond your peers, but now it seems that you are just a poor loser who likes to fantasize. Please stop your obscenity immediately. Remember, we are just ordinary friends." Quote, puff. In an instant, Yi Fan's eyes opened angrily, and he suffered an extremely huge blow. He couldn't help but look up to the sky, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and he stepped back 5 or 6 steps in a row. Fantasy, poor loser, obscene, ordinary friends. Yang Xian, do you know what you are talking about? Yi Fan roared, with endless pain in his eyes, and spat out a mouthful of blood again. You actually humiliated me with such vicious words in public. Are you saying that I'm so eager to please you that I'm being pretentious? Yi Fan's calm state of mind was completely broken, and his self-esteem was extremely severely wounded. Even in the arena of life and death, when he was crushed by Ji Yutian and had to pretend to be dead, the blow to him was not so severe. This was 10,000 times more vicious than Lin Qingshui's sword. Congratulations to the host, for dealing a major blow to Yi Fan, the son of destiny, and will be rewarded with 80,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The heart of the son of destiny is broken. I will be rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yang Xian, the daughter of luck, is approaching you and will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. The cold and mechanical sound of the system kept ringing in my ears. A flash of surprise flashed in Ji Yutian's indifferent eyes, and he couldn't help but glance at Yang Xian. This girl who looked like the girl next door, with a touch of innocence, was so fierce when she attacked. In the original work, Yang Xian is a very popular goddess next door. She is a loyal fan of Yi Fan. She has infinite respect for him and wishes to give all the best things from the Yang family to Yi Fan. Human nature is indeed the most elusive thing in the world. When she valued Yi Fan, she could be infinitely kind to him, but when she decided to abandon Yi Fan, her callous and heartless attitude of abandoning him like worn-out shoes simply surprised Ji Yutiandu. There were many richly dressed young men around, and the young lady looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of disdain, and couldn't help but taunted. How come a child from a humble family is worthy of participating in the same banquet as us? I don't know how high the sky is, but the toad tries to eat the flesh of a swan. Little Princess Xian is able to make friends with him because his ancestors have accumulated good deeds and performed good deeds for 8 lifetimes. The smoke from their ancestral graves has only given him the blessing. A delicate young lady said delicately, and he actually dared to get into trouble with Mr. Ji Yutian. If the young master hadn't been broad-minded and didn't want to argue with him, he would have been thrown into a mass grave to be fed to the dogs. That's right, he is worthy to be compared with Mr. Ji Yutian. A large number of delicate ladies covered their mouths and chuckled. At the same time, their eyes turned to Ji Yutian, trying to attract his attention. Even if Gutn doesn't like her, it would be great to have a one-night stand with Gutn. Being able to have love with the young master of the Gu family once was enough for them to brag about for a lifetime. It's a pity that they were disappointed. Gutn had a slight smile on his lips. Facing their charming and silky eyes, he just nodded slightly. He seemed to be amiable, but he also had an attitude of being distant from others. They were disappointed, but it's not surprising that Gutn, a monster with a profound background, extremely high status, and incredible talent, is not a lowly guy like Yifan. I am so promiscuous that after getting married, whether it is better to have a boy or a girl. With Gutn's identity, the number of girls who wanted to knock him down was probably as numerous as the crucian carp crossing the river. I am afraid that this kind of scene has long been commonplace, and naturally he will not be confused by their provocative eyes. But what they never imagined was that in Gutn's eyes, they were nothing more than pink skeletons, vulgar pink. And his talent is average, he can only show off and compare with each other. All day long, he only fantasizes about hooking up a golden son-in-law, flying on a branch and becoming a phoenix, even worse than Yifan. He has been a man for 2 generations, and has gone from the bottom to the top of power. He knows both black and white. He has seen too many such people. Gutn nodded and smiled at them, already saving face for the people behind them. After all, those who could attend Ouyang Xian's banquet, except for Yifan, had the same background. This is the dragon and phoenix among people. It's such a pity that we can't kiss fangs. Many young ladies secretly said it was a pity in their hearts, and their eyes looking at Yifan became more and more contemptuous. You alone are worthy of provoking Gutn. It's not your fault that you came from a humble background, but if you can't tell the difference between depth, and don't know the heights of the sky, it's very despising. You guys are looking down on others. Sooner or later I will make you regret your ridicule to me today. Yifan roared, almost crazy. If he hadn't been unwilling to save Ouyang Xian's hope, and had promised those behind the scenes not to let Ouyang Xian's lineage fall to Gutn's side, he would have left in a hurry. A bunch of blind things. However, he believed that Ouyang Xian was just confused and there was still hope for him. As long as he can find an opportunity to severely suppress Gutn's limelight, Ouyang Xian will definitely change his mind. Yifan couldn't help but think of Lin Qingshe, the woman who once trusted him so much and obeyed his words. And because of his misjudgment, the woman who once loved him to the core has moved away from him and sided with Gutn. Yifan's heart turned green with regret at this moment, and he felt more and more valuable about Lin Qingshe. Maybe Lin Qingshui's background was far inferior to that of Ouyang Xian, but the unconditional trust he had once felt was extremely precious to him now. Lin Qingshe must be rescued from Gutn's clutches as soon as possible and returned to his side. At this time, Ouyang Xian said lightly, Yifan, this is my last warning to you for the sake of my friends. This is my birthday party, and all the guests are here. If you are making trouble unreasonably, don't blame me. Heartless. Yifan's face was extremely gloomy. He lowered his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could vaguely see his chest rising and falling. Finally, he raised his head, showed a smile, and whispered to Ouyang Xian, it was me who was abrupt. Why, I apologize to Xian for my reckless behavior just now. But if you look closely, you can see that there is terrible anger hidden in the depths of Yifan's eyes, but he suppressed it tightly. Xian, considering our past friendship, we are still friends, right? Yifan said with a smile. Ouyang Xian took a deep look at Yifan, remembering Yifan's huge potential, and finally nodded and said yes. Everyone has a good time eating, drinking and having fun. Don't let this little incident affect everyone's enjoyment. Ouyang Xian smiled at everyone, then looked at Gutn and said, Brother Tian, you are Xian's distinguished guest. Xian apologizes to you for what happened just now. You don't blame Xian. Quote, Ouyang Xian, who was wearing a low-cut purple dress, showed a pitiful emotion in her big black eyes. She walked forward and hugged Gutn's arm tightly, pressed Gutn's arm into her deep groove, and gently shook her coquettishly, giving me an unbearable feeling of pity and asking him not to be offended. Feeling the soft feeling on his arms, Gutn could only sigh. She is indeed a girl from a super rich family. She has been influenced by her since she was a child. She is obviously younger than him, but she is no less inferior to those top public relations in her previous life. Faced with this kind of scene, she made decisive decisions and had clear goals. She was worthy of being the woman in the original work who could enchant Yi Fan. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's eyes turned red, and he almost spurted out another mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back into his stomach. But this time, she realized that Yang Xian's attitude towards him had changed dramatically, and she did not move forward impulsively again. I can only comfort myself in my heart. It's okay, Yang Xian is still innocent, after all, it hasn't reached that point yet. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan's mentality has suffered a major blow, and he will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Of course not. Ji Yutian glanced at Yi Fan, whose face was gloomy as if he could drip water, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched. He raised the corner of his mouth and gave him a look of contempt, and rubbed his arms lightly a few times. Yang Xian's pretty face turned rosy and she was very shy, but she did not resist. Instead, she still held Ji Yutian's hand and pulled him deep into the manor. This is just the periphery of the birthday party. The closer to the center, the higher the status, indicating that the Yang family pays more attention to it. Ji Yutian, sooner or later I will cut you into pieces. Yi Fan's blood surged, his eyes were bloodshot, and he almost spurted out another mouthful of blood. Yi Fan, although you have hurt me once, I still think you are an opponent worthy of respect. I never expected. Yang Wushwang looked at Yi Fan and sneered, with a strong warning in his eyes, and said coldly, "You'd better stay away from my sister, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." The meaning of Yang Wushwang's words could not be more obvious. He did not agree with Yang Xian and Yi Fan being together. Competing with the same generation is okay, even if he loses and is humiliated by you, he can accept it. After all, his skills are inferior to others, but if you dare to have evil intentions towards his sister Yang Xian, you will bear the consequences. Looking at the entire human race, few people dared to turn a deaf ear to the words of the son of the patriarch of the Yang family. Interesting. Ji Yutian curled his lips and glanced back at Yi Fan, whose face turned green and white. In the original work, Yang Wushwang and Yi Fan are both enemies and friends, and they also approve of their sister Yang Xian being with Yi Fan. And from beginning to end, Yang Wushwang never used the power of his family to deal with Yi Fan. What is the butterfly effect? This is Yang Wushwang. Yi Fan's teeth were almost broken, but he couldn't refute. After all, he was still in Yang's house at this time. This guy is obviously in the same group as Ji Yutian. Why is it that his talent and potential are obviously much stronger than theirs, and he works harder than them, but he still has to be humiliated by them one after another? Sooner or later, he would break this unfair world with his own hands and make those who had humiliated him pay the heaviest price. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss Lin Qingshe even more, that silly woman who once protected him infinitely. At least she had never let anyone humiliate her in front of her before, and she even went so far as to assassinate Ji Yutian in order to protect him. Ji Yutian. At this moment, a sad and cold female voice came from the entrance of the manor. The sadness contained in the voice made everyone tremble slightly when they heard it. Everyone looked up and saw a very haggard-looking girl wearing a long white dress standing at the entrance of the manor, but was blocked by the guards and could not enter. This woman is none other than Lin Qingshe. Her face was pale, her black hair was messy, and there was even a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have been seriously injured, but she still couldn't hide her otherworldly beauty, giving people a morbid beauty. What a beautiful girl, I like it. Many young men's eyes immediately lit up, and they were eager to give it a try. After all, this girl can't enter the manor. It seems that her background must not be very good. Maybe they can use a little trick to make her succumb. You even want to take advantage of her. You are desperate. Someone recognized Lin Qingshe, took a breath of air, and quickly lowered his voice to remind. She is Ji Yutian's fiancée Lin Qingshe, the eldest daughter of that declining super-rich family. It turned out to be her. Oh my god, what did I just say? I didn't think about anything just now, I just admired it. Suddenly, those young men who had had evil thoughts in their hearts turned pale with fright, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. The fiancée of the heir to the Ji Yu family and the future mistress of the Ji Yu family. Moreover, the thousand-year blood feud between the Jiyu family and the Lin family was unknown to everyone in the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Those who dared to get involved in this storm would be shattered to pieces, and their bodies and families would be wiped out. In order to help Lin Qingshe save the Lin family, Jiyu Tian forcibly engaged her, which caused a sensation in the entire human race. This incident is also the reason why Jiyu Tian, as the dignified heir to the Jiyu family, is looked down upon by many of his contemporaries from super wealthy families. Lin Qingshe, on the other hand, has become the envy of countless ladies in the imperial capital. To be cared for by a man in this way, especially when this man has such a high status and background, is simply a lifelong dream for all women. She is Lin Qingshe, who dared to hurt her. Many young ladies were even more surprised. Although it was their first time meeting Lin Qingshe, her name was well known among the elite circles of the imperial capital. Yi Fan was heartbroken when he saw it, and he quickly walked up and angrily scolded the guard who stopped Lin Qingshe, "Let him go quickly." But the two guards had no expression on their faces and just looked at Yi Fan coldly. "No matter who you are worthy of shouting and drinking here. Jiyu Tian, I have something to tell you, please, give me a chance." Lin Qingshe didn't even look at Mark, her eyes were full of despair and pain, and her voice was so plaintive that it made your heart tremble. Jiyu Tian's eyes were indifferent, looking at Lin Qingshui's miserable appearance, without any sympathy or wavering in his heart. For those who betrayed him, there was only death for him. If she wasn't a girl of luck and had some use value, Lin Qingshe would have been killed by him 100 times. "Brother Tian, do you want her to come in?" Ouyang Zian lowered her voice and asked Jiyu Tian's opinion. After all, she already knew about Lin Qingshui's assassination of Jiyu Tian. After seeing Jiyu Tian nodded slightly, she looked at the guard and said, "Let she comes in." Yi Fan felt a little embarrassed, but he couldn't care less about it at the moment. He quickly faced Lin Qingshe and said, "Qingshe, I have something important to tell you." "Go away," Lin Qingshe scolded angrily. Now that she looked at Yi Fan one more time, she couldn't suppress the murderous intention in her heart. However, she was in no mood to argue with Yi Fan now. She quickly ran to Jiyu Tian with a pale face and knelt down heavily in front of everyone. "Jiyu Tian, please, please, save my father." Lin Qingshui's face was pale, her voice was trembling, and she kowtowed crazily to Jiyu Tian. The assets of the Lin family were seized, and a large number of people were arrested by the Public Security Bureau for questioning. The strong men in the clan went crazy and beat my father seriously, and he was detained and guarded by them. "Please, please say something and ask them to let my father go. His strength has been sealed and he has lost an arm. He is still being treated like this. He will die soon." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Qingshe kowtowed crazily, each blow hitting the solid bluestone floor hard, and cracks with blood stains spread in all directions. "The Lin family's assets have been seized." The strong man from the Lin family went crazy and injured Lin Zhongshang. "You don't have a hand yet. Although Lin Zhongshang is not a super god, he is only one step away, right?" Many young men and young ladies around were stunned when they heard this. The Lin family was once a super wealthy family that even they could only look up to, let alone a skinny camel that was bigger than a horse. Even the Lin family today is far stronger than their background. Moreover, Lin Qingshe is the fiancé of the heir to the Jiyu family. Who dares to cut off one of her father's hands? Not to mention that the powerful Lin family imprisoned him. Such shocking news, but no news spread in the imperial capital. Yi Fan's face was gloomy. Looking at Lin Qingshui's humble appearance, his heart almost broke. He growled, "Qingshe, don't ask him, he is the culprit. Let's slowly find a solution together, okay?" Lin Qingshe suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, her forehead was covered with blood, her beautiful face looked extremely ferocious at the moment, and she roared, "Yi Fan, you still have the nerve to speak, it's all because of you, otherwise how could my father have fallen to this level? At this point, I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood." Seeing that Yi Fan was still living so well and carefree, while his father Lin Zhongshang was suffering endless torture and was in danger, Lin Qingshe felt so heartbroken that her intestines were about to break. There was never a moment when she hated her own stupidity as much as she did now. Why should I believe Mark and be coaxed by him to assassinate Jiyu Tian? She doesn't blame anyone now, she only hates that she is too weak to kill Mark with her own hands immediately. The crazy murderous intent in Lin Qingshui's eyes made Yi Fan almost suffocate with heartache, and he trembled all over, saying, "Qingshui, why don't you want to give me a chance, trust me again, and let me make up for the mistakes I made?" Quote, "Please, please don't be so humble and humble, okay?" Yi Fan still thinks that Lin Qingshui is his woman, even if he has some misunderstandings about him, she will still come back to him sooner or later. But his woman behaved so humbly in front of his great enemy Ji Tian, where was his dignity? Lowly, humble. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lin Qingshui couldn't tell the emotion in her eyes, but the look in her eyes was like a wild beast, which made people feel that she might want to tear off Yi Fan's flesh and blood bit by bit at this moment. Sad, deplorable. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Ouyang Zian and Ouyang Wushwang looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. At this moment, for some reason, Ouyang Zian began to feel lucky. Fortunately, Lin Qingshui's experience allowed her to see Yi Fan's true face clearly, and she was not really deceived by him into going against Ji Tian. Otherwise, although it is unlikely, it is possible that Lin Qingshui's end now will be what she will be like in the future. At this time, Ouyang Wushwang said coldly, "Lin Qingshui, you are too shameless. If it weren't for Ji Tian's broad-mindedness, if it were me, you would have been killed 10,000 times without even ashes left." He also received instructions from his father and now wanted to be on good terms with Ji Tian, so he spoke out for Ji Tian. Lin Qingshui's face suddenly turned pale and she was speechless, but she didn't know how to respond. At this time, Ouyang Zian carefully observed the expressionless Ji Tian, and saw that he was not dissatisfied with his brother for reprimanding Lin Qingshui, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ji Tianjun had completely lost his love for Lin Qingshui. "I'm afraid the reason why I kept the title of Lin Qingshui's fiancé was because I wanted to exact revenge." Ouyang Zian even had some vague speculations in her heart. Lin Qingshui's assassination of Yi Fan was probably arranged by Ji Tian behind the scenes. He probably just wanted to repay Yi Fan and Lin Qingshui with an eye for an eye. "Lin Qingshui, although I am a bystander, I still have to say something for brother Ji Tian." Ouyang Zian's big black eyes were full of anger, and she seemed to feel sorry for Ji Tian, and said, "Brother Ji Tian is so kind to you, but you did that kind of thing, and now you have the nerve to run in front of brother Ji Tian. Why do you ask him to let your father go? Moreover, your Lin family was sealed off by the Public Security Department. If you have the ability, go to the Public Security Department, and you actually have the nerve to make a scene at my birthday party." Quote, "Sister Zian." Lin Qingshui was stunned for a moment. Ouyang Zian's attitude towards her now was completely different from that just now. But she understood immediately. It's because Ji Tian's attitude towards her is different, so Ouyang Zian wants to please Ji Tian, so she naturally treats her with a different face. Lin Qingshui's eyes were full of bitterness. Now, she had completely seen through the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Everything she had was given by Ji Tian. Now that Ji Tian no longer loves her, all the light she possesses will naturally cease to exist. "I understand what you are saying, but I really can't help it. Now in the entire imperial capital, everyone who knows the inside story is afraid of avoiding me." Lin Qingshui looked at Ji Tian, suddenly rushed forward to hug Ji Tian's feet, and pressed her beautiful cheek against Ji Tian's shoes. With tears streaming down her face, she begged, "Ji Tian, I really know that I was wrong." Quote, "Really, I understand everything. It's because I don't know how to cherish your kindness to me. I deserve death and my crime is unpardonable. Didn't you always want me before? From today on, I am your dog. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please, save my father. He is really dying. I can't just watch my father suffer and die." Many young gentlemen and young ladies around were dumbfounded and stared blankly at this scene, unable to react for a long time. It has to be said that the Ji family hid the news so well that they didn't hear any news at all. Although they didn't understand what exactly it was, they could vaguely get some clues after listening to the whole process. The Public Security Department raided Lin's house. Without the Ji family's permission, the Public Security Department dared to raid the Lin family. Unless the current chief of public security has been sitting in that position for too long and is tired of it, and wants to replace him with someone else. All this is clearly the Jiyu family dealing with the Lin family. What evil did Lin Qingshe do to cause Jiyu Tian's attitude towards her to change so drastically? Tisk, tisk, Jiyu Tian didn't hesitate to go against the collective will of the Jiyu family for her, and even went against his mother. He wanted to get engaged to her and save the Lin family. If young Master Jiyu Tian can do this to me, I can laugh out of my dreams, and it would be worth my while to die now. You don't know how blessed you are when you are in the midst of blessings. You are destined to not be able to enjoy this incredible wealth. Things gained by luck will eventually be lost by strength. Many young ladies began to whisper, making Lin Qingshui's face turn extremely pale after hearing their words. She really understood that she was wrong. Yi Fan was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his heart felt like a knife. As a man with extremely strong self-esteem, he wanted to kill Jiyu Tian immediately. But he promised Ouyang Xian that he would never disturb her birthday party again. Otherwise, he was afraid that Ouyang Xian would really kick him out. Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshe, the daughter of luck, suffered a heavy blow to her luck. She will be rewarded with 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Lin Qingshe, the daughter of destiny, has greatly increased her loyalty to you. You will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Lin, the daughter of luck. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has suffered a blow and will be rewarded with 30,000 destiny points. In an instant, the beeps of the villain system kept ringing in Jiyu Tian's ears, making him feel relaxed and happy. The corners of Jiyu Tian's mouth raised slightly. He had been paying attention to Mark's movements. Seeing that he was suppressing his emotions, he smiled coldly. He actually thought that if he didn't move, he would be able to stay out of it. Then how does he get his destiny points? I've always wanted your body to be my dog and do what I say. Do you have any illusions about yourself? Jiyu Tian squatted down, raised Lin Qingshui's chin with one finger, and said with a cold smile, in order to save Mark, when you inserted the poisonous dagger into my chest, you were so generous that you died. Where has the heroic passion gone? Remember that I told you at the time that I wanted you to know what it means to be alive, which is 10,000 times more painful than death. The people in the entire imperial capital who want to be my dogs and spend the night with me can stretch the length of the Great Wall. Are you worthy? Chapter 41. Jiyu Tian, I. Lin Qingshui's face was pale, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. From Jiyu Tian's eyes, all she could see was indifference, and the eyes that were filled with endless doting were like the eyes of two completely different people. In fact, before she came, she still had a vague sense of luck. If Jiyu Tian still had this love for her in his heart, it was just covered by the infinite hatred brought by his sword, so he acted so indifferent to himself. But at this moment, this trace of luck was gone. Everything in the past is like a dream, gone forever. Yes, is she worthy? With Jiyu Tian's status and background, there are more than tens of thousands of people who want to be his dog, and if you look at the human race, there are even more countless people. Being able to serve as a dog to the heir of the Jiyu family, even if he is not as supreme as the legendary emperor, he can be said to be inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. Not to mention, being able to spend the whole night with Jiyu Tian. Look at the foxy girls around. They all look at Jiyu Tian with their lustful eyes, as if they want to eat him up in one bite. Although she is nominally the school beauty of Imperial College, she is well known. But in all the Imperial colleges of the past, which one did not have a few so-called campus beauties who desperately wanted to marry important people from the Jiyu family but could not find jobs. At this moment, when the young masters and ladies around him heard Jiyu Tian's words, their whole bodies were trembling with fear, and their backs were instantly wet with sweat. The heir to the Jiyu family was assassinated by his fiancée. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. No wonder the Jiyu family blocked the news so tightly that they didn't even hear a single rumor. Lin Qingshe is crazy. Don't she know that the reason why the Lin family still exists is because of Jiyu Tian's protection? I guess he is so pampered that he no longer knows where he is. Young Master Jiyu Tian has such a broad and awe-inspiring mind. He can be called a role model for our generation. Lin Qingshe is still alive, and the Lin family has just been sealed off. It's like smoke is rising from the ancestral grave. Okay. Where did she get her shamelessness? She actually had the nerve to come here to beg, apologize, and ask Gu Tianxi for help. You don't know how blessed you are when you are in the midst of blessings. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lin Qingshe with contempt in his eyes. As the son of the head of the Ouyang family, although he was not appointed as the heir to the family at birth, his background was still inferior to that of Gu Tian. But there are countless women who have wanted to be close to him since childhood. Therefore, many years ago, he no longer had the goal of having as many women or as many peerless beauties as his goal. Because as long as he is willing and wants to get any woman, even with just a movement or a hint, that woman will take the initiative to pounce on him. Therefore, in Ouyang Wushwang's opinion, Lin Qingshe was just lucky enough to be able to make Gu Tian love her so much. But she actually abandoned this incredible wealth like worn-out shoes. Not only did she not cherish it at all, she acted wantonly and was arrogant because of her favor. She even dared to assassinate Gu Tian. In his opinion, Gu Tian was still too soft-hearted. If it had been him, Lin Qingshe would have died hundreds of millions of times now, with no ashes left, and the whole Lin family would have to die. Gu Tian, Gu Tian. Yi Fan's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the terrifying murderous intention was like a volcano, about to erupt out of his heart. How dare this fool trample and humiliate his woman in front of him? Gu Tian, it's me who doesn't deserve it. I'm stupid, I'm ignorant, I'm a fool, you should treat me no matter what. At this time, Lin Qingshe suddenly said hoarsely, her eyes full of pleading, holding Gu Tian's feet and begging hard, but I beg you, please give me a chance to atone for my sins and save my father. As long as I can save my father, I can do anything. From now on, I will only obey you without any second thoughts. Quote, can you really do anything? Gu Tian curled his lips and smiled. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Lin Qingshe immediately nodded frantically and said, anything is fine. Then, I'll give you a chance. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Mark, and said indifferently, isn't it just to save this loser that you assassinated me? Now, as long as you and Mark kneel down to apologize to me, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to say that you were wrong, I will immediately have your father rescued. In an instant, Lin Qingshe was stunned. Ask Yi Fan to kneel down and apologize to Gu Tianxia. She knew very well how strong Yi Fan's self-esteem was. It was 10,000 times more difficult to ask him to bow his head to others and kneel down in public than to kill him directly. Before Lin Qingshe could react, Yi Fan opened his eyes angrily and roared, Gu Tian, don't you think it's too unscrupulous for you to force an innocent woman like this? Ouyang Wushwang sneered, stepped forward, and responded on Gu Tian's behalf. Yi Fan, you should thank Gu Tian for his magnanimity, but he just asked you to kneel down and apologize. If it were me, you would never see the sun tomorrow, and no one can save you. Why, the Lin family raised you, and Lin Qingshe has helped you countless times. Now, as long as she kneels down and kowtows, she can save her father's life. You are not even willing to do this small thing. Your conscience is being tortured. Did the dog eat it? Quote. Yi Fan's face was bruised, the veins on his neck were bulging, and his eyes were blood red. He was on the verge of going berserk. He growled, Gu Tian, don't bully others too much. He had suffered humiliation since he was a child, and he had already sworn that he would never bow his head or kneel to anyone in this life. No one can. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of luck, has suffered a major blow to his luck mentality. He will be rewarded with 30,000 destiny points. The cold voice of the system sounded. Gu Tian's lips curled up slightly, his eyes were cold, and he said indifferently, did I force you? You are the ones begging me to save Lin Zhongshang. If you don't want to kneel down, you can leave now with your adopted sister Lin Qingshe and find a way to save people by yourself. He has read the original work and understands Yi Fan's arrogant character. He was the kind of person who would be mocked and said that he could draw a sword and kill people. I don't know how many sidekicks just said a few words to seek death, and then he made excuses and killed them directly, and they also put on an innocent posture. Commonly known as, pretending to be a slap in the face. For such a self-respecting person, making him kneel down is more painful than killing him. And if Mark doesn't kneel, Gutn really wanted to see how Lin Qingshe would go completely crazy and hate Mark to the bone, how she would take revenge on Mark. The heroine and the hero of the original work are fighting like crazy, the daughter of Destiny and the son of Destiny are completely at odds, and Destiny points will continue to be received. Gutn was happy to see this scene. Yi Fan's eyes were blood red and he was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, Gutn, you are using strong words to make sense. The Lin family is currently under seal by the Public Security Department, and I don't know how many strong men are guarding it. And Lin Zhongshang was imprisoned by so many strong men from the Lin family, and there must be strong men from the Gu family around. It can be said that unless a super god takes action, it will be harder to rescue Lin Zhongshang than to reach the sky. It is impossible for Gu Kuang's family and those behind the scenes to take such a big risk for him. Ouyang Zian pursed her lips and said nothing. Her guess was indeed correct. The reason why Gutn didn't kill Yi Fan or Lin Qingshe was because he felt that it would be too easy for them to directly kill this couple. She also knows Mark well. It was 10,000 times more uncomfortable for Mark to kneel down and apologize in public than to kill him directly. And if Mark doesn't kneel down, it will be a fatal blow to his reputation and self-esteem. After all, it was because of him that Lin Qingshe fell to this point. What a terrible and cruel method. Ouyang Zian took a deep look at the expressionless Gutn, feeling a little cold all over her body. At this time, Lin Qingshe suddenly stood up and walked towards Yi Fan. With red eyes and gritted teeth, she said, Yi Fan, for the sake of my mother adopting you and raising you. For the sake of me helping you so many times over the years. Help me this time, save my father. After this time, our grievances are all gone and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Quote. She wished she could bite Mark to death. But in order to save her father, she had to make a request to the man who had brought her to this point. Qingshe, you actually asked me to kneel down to that guy. Yi Fan's voice trembled, his whole body trembled, his eyes were extremely painful, and he suddenly roared, you clearly understand who I am, and now for this man, you actually asked me to kneel to him. Are you crazy? Quote, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I, Yi Fan, don't kneel to the sky or the ground, I only kneel to my parents, and my parents are both dead. No one in this world can make me, Yi Fan, kneel down. Yi Fan was so angry that he almost went crazy. He felt that his heart was broken and he felt like he was going to explode. Even if Lin Qingshe was trying to save his father, it was excusable, but asking him to kneel down to Gutn in public was absolutely unforgivable. No one can make me kneel down, not you, not Gutn, let that good-for-nothing Lin Zhongshang die. Obviously he is extremely powerful, but the Lin family's heritage is still there. However, he did not dare to resist in the face of the Gu family's suppression. He kept giving in step by step. He even did not hesitate to let his two daughters become fools in exchange for the survival of the Lin family. Today, he deserves it. If that good-for-nothing Lin Zhongshang had listened to me and fought to the death, he would have ended up with me today. Yi Fan roared angrily and kept roaring, his eyes were blood red, and he said all the words he had been holding back in his heart for a long time. It's not worth pitying for such a cowardly loser to die. It's absolutely impossible for me to kneel down to save him. Lin Qingshe stayed on the spot, her face turned pale, and she stared blankly at Yi Fan who was like a madman. 2 lines of tears suddenly fell from her eyes. It turns out that the man whom he once helped at any cost actually thinks this way. In Mark's mind, she was just a disgusting idiot who sold her body. Yi Fan's words had hit Lin Qingshe so hard that it could not be expressed in any words. After all, no matter how she thinks of Mark now, but it is undeniable that she loved Mark deeply and gave almost everything for him. Puff! Suddenly, billows of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of Lin Qingshui's mouth. She stepped back more than 10 steps, sat down on the ground, and stared at Mark blankly. The dripping blood dyed her snow-white dress red, and the blood was scarlet and dazzling. Ungrateful, inferior to a beast, and despicable, Ouyang Wushwang said with disgust. It was in vain that he once thought that Yi Fan was a great genius. With his own efforts, he has reached what he is today step by step. Ouyang Zian also stayed for a while, and finally slowly uttered 3 words, that's it. Yi Fan's words simply refreshed her outlook. After all, Although she matured precociously, she was still a little girl despite her age, and she had seen relatively few disgusting things. She was even more grateful that she had seen through Mark's true character in advance, otherwise she might have been deceived by him. Not as good as a beast. I thought I was bad enough, but Yi Fan, you have set a new limit for me. Lin Qingshui's mother adopted you and raised you. How did he say such a thing? The quality of admissions at Imperial College has been getting worse and worse over the years. This kind of beast can actually enter the college. Lin Qingshui ended up in this situation because of you. Even if you don't want to kneel down, you don't have to, right? Not only Lin Qingshui, but also many young ladies and gentlemen on the side could not stand it anymore, and they all expressed their disdain for Mark. Of course, there are also some people who want to please Ji Yutian. Congratulations to the host. The mentality of Lin Qingshui, the daughter of destiny, has completely collapsed. She has suppressed the progress of the daughter of destiny by more than half. She has received an excessive reward, including 200,000 destiny points, the top secret method of the ancient mysterious orifice period, and a scripture on Zhou Tianxing. Host, please continue to work hard. The more you suppress the Son of Destiny, the more rewards you will get. Congratulations to the host. The mentality of Yi Fan, the Son of Destiny, has been seriously affected. He will be rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the Son of Destiny. Upon hearing the prompt from the villain system, Ji Yutian's eyes moved slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. In one go, he actually received a reward of 200,000 destiny points. Moreover, there are advanced secret methods for polishing the mysterious orifice in ancient times, which is a complete surprise. In the original work, anything that can be related to the word ancient is the top and most precious item, bar none. At this time, Yi Fan was trembling all over and his face was red. Faced with the ridicule and accusations from many people, his mentality was completely unbearable. He suddenly roared, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up." Boom. A terrifying roar, sound waves like a dragon's roar, swept out suddenly, causing many young ladies on the side to suddenly turn pale. They can make good friends with Ouyang Zian, and naturally most of them are still in the stage of divine power. In front of Yi Fan, who has the power of 6 heavenly dragons, they are no different from an ant. Do you want to seek death? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, with terrible murderous intent in his eyes. His eyes swept around, and many young ladies turned pale and lowered their heads. Yi Fan, I'll kill you, you beast. At this time, Lin Qingshui was killing Yi Fan like a madman, having completely lost her mind. Now she just wants to die with this Mark. As for the gap in strength, she has completely ignored it, and it doesn't matter. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Qingshui's energy and blood surged crazily, burning like a volcano erupting. The terrifying power surged, and blood flowed from her pores, staining her delicate skin with blood. To activate power in this way and forcibly erupt a power that exceeds the limits of the physical body is a way of overdrafting lifespan and potential. Ouyang Wushuang frowned slightly and turned to look at Ji Yutian, only to see that his face was indifferent and his eyes were unwavering. Too lazy to pay attention. But in his heart he was amazed at Ji Yutian's hard character. Cold, ruthless, and unwavering in order to achieve the goal. Ouyang Zian looked at Ji Yutian's cold eyes and finally came to a conclusion. After all, it was obvious to all how much Ji Yutian loved Lin Qingshui. It could be said that he loved her to the core. Even though he was assassinated by Lin Qingshui, he changed so quickly that it was almost incredible. Lin Qingshui, are you crazy? Yi Fan was so angry that he advanced instead of retreating. He roared hysterically. You force me again and again. Do you really think I dare not kill you? There is a limit to my patience. Don't think that because you have helped me a few times, I really won't do anything to you. That's just because you're being sentimental. I didn't put a knife on your neck and beg you to help me. After experiencing a series of stimulations, Yi Fan has almost lost his mind, and his once stable mentality completely no longer exists. The most important thing is that the Tianshuang goddess who has been reminding him in his ears is no longer here. Oh my god. At this time, the goddess Tianshuang in the sky swallowing ring was stunned, and the sound of muttering to herself sounded directly in Ji Yutian's mind. She stared blankly at Yi Fan, who was losing his mind and almost crazy. She felt incredible. Is this still the young man she knew who had a strong heart and never bowed his head no matter what setbacks and pressures he encountered? Especially when I heard that sentence that you were willing to help me. For some reason, Tianshuang goddess always felt that Yifan was saying it to herself. Because if you want to talk about who helped Yifan the most, she definitely deserves it. After all, her help was absolutely indispensable for Yifan's sudden rise and rapid rise to the top of the rankings after entering Imperial College. Yifan is actually such a person. Goddess Tianshuang muttered to herself blankly. A strong feeling of disappointment suddenly filled her heart. What Yifan did really disappointed her. How could she hope that such a person would spend his energy helping her repair her soul and reshape her body when she grew up? If Yifan comes and says, "You are willing to help me, and I am not forcing you." That day, the goddess of frost felt that her reaction would not be much better than that of Lin Qingshe, and she would even eat Mark's heart. Moreover, she had been following Yifan to see with her own eyes how good Lin Qingshe was to Yifan. Whatever Yifan needed, Lin Qingshe tried every means to get it for him. Yifan was despised and ridiculed in the Lin family, and the first person to stand up for him was Lin Qingshe. Lin Qingshe is undoubtedly the biggest contributor to Yifan's rise. In comparison, Ji Yutian is even much stronger than him. Goddess Tianshuang suddenly had this idea in her heart. Congratulations to the host. The daughter of Luck Remnant Soul, Sky Frost Goddess has deepened her loyalty to you and will reward you with 10,000 destiny points. The sound of the system rang in Ji Yutian's ears, causing him to subconsciously rub the sky-swallowing magic ring on his middle finger, and smiled in his heart. Goddess Tianshuang, is this the person you place your hope on to help you reshape your body? It doesn't look very good, even the savior needs to be killed. Lin Qingshui's whole body was stained red with blood, and she became even more crazy from the stimulation and roared towards Mark. You forced me to do this. Yifan roared and swept out with a kick. The terrifying sound of dragon roars resounded through the sky. Faintly, the sky changed color, as if a mountain peak was going to be exploded by his kick. With this kick, he no longer held back at all. Hiss. Many young ladies around took a deep breath and felt a terrifying pressure coming in, making their faces turn pale. Although this beast has poor character, he does have some strength. This sense of oppression is much stronger than the feeling given to them by some powerful people in the Xuanchao stage. So strong. Ouyang Wushuang looked solemn. He placed himself under Mark's blow in his mind and immediately came to a conclusion. Even if he were to face this blow now, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. After coming to this conclusion, Ouyang Wushuang couldn't help but gasp. The speed at which this guy's strength has improved is really abnormal. Ouyang Zian glanced at her brother and said, "Why do you think I valued him so much before? I really thought your sister was a fool. This guy does have huge investment value." As she said that, she glanced at Ji Yutian again and said silently, "But I already have a new goal, and Ji Yutian's investment value is obviously greater." Of course, if Yifan didn't go to Ji Yutian to seek death by himself, Ouyang Zian wouldn't mind helping him a little and forming a good relationship with his huge potential. It would be better to die. Facing Yifan's sweeping thigh, Lin Qingshe smelled a breath of death, but there was no fear in her eyes, but a touch of relief. It would be better to die. If you die, you don't have to face the mental torture. No need to watch your father die. You don't have to watch your biological sister ruin you. There is no need to watch the Lin family be destroyed. Ji Yutian was right, living was 10,000 times more painful than dying. Want to die? It's not that simple. Ji Yutian's eyes were cold. Although the destiny points provided by Lin Qingshe were not as good as Mark's, they were still an extremely important source of destiny points. How could he let Lin Qingshe die so simply? Seeing that Lin Qingshe was about to die at Yifan's feet, suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Ji Yutian's body, the wind surged, and the vast power of heaven and earth suddenly suppressed Yifan. Boom! Yifan's face suddenly turned pale, and he felt an invisible force oppressing him, making him feel as if he was trapped in a quagmire, and his movements were delayed more than 10 times. Trash, have you had enough trouble? A cold light flashed in Ji Yutian's eyes, and he suddenly took a step forward, as fast as lightning, and appeared in front of Yifan in an instant. Using his hand as a knife, golden light flowed out, and he slashed out with a sudden blow, giving Yi Fan a head-on blow. Crack! Yi Fan suddenly let out a scream, and felt that his leg bones were instantly broken into thousands of pieces. A terrifying force poured into his body like an overwhelming force, making him feel that his internal organs were shattered. Puff! Yi Fan spurted blood and flew out upside down, feeling horrified to death. He didn't hold back at all about the blow just now. Instead, Gu Tiantian struck suddenly, but he was still crushed by Gu Tian and was no match at all. How can this be? How could Gu Tian suddenly become so strong again? The person he was before was obviously the same as the person he is now, with the power of 6 heavenly dragons. You just said that no one can force you to kneel down. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and his big hand suddenly stretched out, ignoring Mark's various attacks, grabbing him on the shoulder, grabbing him back and pressing him directly back to the ground. No one can force me to kneel down. Yi Fan growled. Even if one leg was broken, he still stood firmly on the spot with only one foot. Gu Tian, do you think I am still the same person I was before and can be suppressed by you? Boom! Suddenly, the strange phenomenon of mountains, rivers and sky frost appeared, and it was so powerful that it directly offset the terrifying power of heaven and earth on Gu Tian. There was even a vast force that directly surrounded Yi Fan's big fist, causing him to punch Gu Tian directly in the cheek. Kill! Yi Fan roared, his eyes were blood red, filled with murderous intent. The strange phenomenon of mountains and rivers, Yi Fan's strength has become stronger. With this blow, ordinary people in the mysterious aperture realm will be directly killed by him. Ouyang Wushwang's pupils shrank violently. Fighting over the next level in the true sense. The leapfrog battle in ancient legends turned out to be a fact. You must know that even if he once occupied the first place in the mountain and river heavenly ranking for a long time and had a strength of nearly 100,000 kilograms, he was by no means a match for the most ordinary Zan Chao stage powerhouse. Those who are strong in the mysterious aperture can discover the secrets of the physical body and absorb the energy of heaven and earth, which has transcended the scope of physical strength. Only in the secret realms excavated from various ancient secret treasures are there records of the divine power realm leaping through the levels to kill the mysterious orifice realm, but the human race thinks this is just a legend, and it is absolutely impossible for any human race in this era to be able to do it. But Ouyang Wushwang never expected that this legend would become a reality in front of him. Yi Fan's current strength, combined with the visions of mountains and rivers he has comprehended, is definitely far beyond the average Zan Chao strongman. This is unique in the history of the human race after the recovery of spiritual energy. Although Yi Fan has not yet fought against a powerful Zan Chao master, at this moment he can even immediately conclude that the ordinary Zan Chao geniuses from Imperial College are definitely no match for Yi Fan. Ouyang Wushwang was simply horrified to death. He never expected that Yi Fan would become so perverted that he directly broke the limits of the human race. Yi Fan, Ouyang Zian frowned, with a strange light shining in her eyes. She had to admit that she was a little moved again. Such an unprecedented evildoer, and still alone, has unparalleled investment value. But what troubled her the most was that Yi Fan actually confronted Gu Tian, leaving her at a loss as to how to deal with it. Visual vision of mountains and rivers. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and his eyes flashed with devilish intent and divine will. But before he could use the vision of gods and demons, the heaven-swallowing ring on his middle finger suddenly flashed with a black light, and an invisible force swept out, and the vision of mountains and rivers around Yi Fan was directly dissolved into nothingness. The Sky Frost Goddess took action. In the sky-swallowing ring, the Sky Frost Goddess's eyes were determined and cold. At this moment, she finally made a complete choice. After all, it is obvious that Gu Tian, who has a human emperor body, a profound background, and is mysterious, has greater investment value. But what ultimately drove her to make her choice was Yi Fan's attitude towards Lin Qingshe. Lin Qingshe was once so kind to Mark. But what about Yi Fan? She was afraid that one day she would face the same fate as Lin Qingshe. So, she, who had been struggling, finally made a choice. The vision of mountains, rivers, and sky frost was originally her magical power, which she taught Yi Fan. Even though she is just a remnant soul now, it is just a matter of raising her hand to decipher the mountain and river phenomena used by Yi Fan, who is now in the realm of divine power. Sister Frost. Yi Fan roared, his eyes filled with unacceptable light, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Goddess Tianshuang actually helped Ji Tian deal with him. And the power of the vision shrouded in his big fist disappeared instantly. Boom! Without the blessing of the vision, Ji Tian stretched out his hand, directly grasped Yi Fan's fist, and twisted it casually, and saw that Yi Fan's eyeballs almost bulged out from the pain, and his arm was twisted into a twist, and the arm broke crisply. The sound is endless. Facing the power of 10 heavenly dragons, 1,000,000 kilograms of strength, and the extreme realm of divine power, Yi Fan, without the blessing of the vision, was as weak as an ant, with no power to fight back. At this time, a violent light flashed in Ji Tian's eyes, and without any intention of stopping, he took Yi Fan's fist and pulled it down hard. Puff! In an instant, Yi Fan's arm was torn off, blood splashed all over the sky, and the ground was directly dyed red by the dripping blood. This scene made many onlookers feel numb and horrified, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. That's too cruel, Ouyang Wushuang gasped. It was okay to be seriously injured. After all, as long as he had enough precious treasures and elixirs, he could recover quickly. But he had never even heard of the treasures of heaven and earth that could regenerate severed limbs in the realm of divine power. After losing an arm, even a monster like Yi Fan may have his combat effectiveness greatly reduced, and may even affect his future progress. Ah! Yi Fan looked up to the sky and screamed miserably. The pain was extremely extreme, and he kept roaring. The severe pain of his arm being torn apart was enough to make a person go crazy on the spot. But this is still not over. Kneel down. Ji Tian stretched out his big hand, pressed it directly on Yi Fan's head, and pressed down hard. Boom! Yi Fan had no ability to resist and was directly pressed down. He bent his knees and knelt in front of Ji Tian. Boom! The floor was shattered directly by the impact of Yi Fan's knees, and cracks spread crazily in all directions, like a huge mountain falling. The surrounding ground was shaking, making everyone tremble with fear. It was simply unimaginable how great Ji Tian's power was. This is simply a ferocious beast in human form. Ouyang Wushwang's eyelids jumped when he saw it, and he gasped and said, "No, the ferocious beasts are not so ferocious and violent in the realm of divine power. How much power does this guy have? Has it reached the limit mentioned in ancient legends? 1,000,000 kilograms of force cannot be achieved." Ouyang Zian was frightened and said subconsciously, "It's very possible." She suddenly remembered the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth she had felt before. She had read in an ancient book that a supreme evildoer with the power of 10 heavenly dragons in ancient times would awaken incredible abilities. This is exactly the same as Ji Tian's performance. Could it be that in this era, Ji Tian has reached the limit that only the top monsters in ancient times can reach? Ah! Yi Fan knelt down heavily in front of Ji Tian. His face was ferocious, and his self-esteem was severely hit, making him almost crazy. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Ji Tian, today is my cousin Xian's birthday party. You made the scene so bloody, you are not giving my Ouyang family face." A man with an aquiline nose wearing a purple shirt came from the depths of the manor. His eyes were slightly gloomy. He glanced at Yi Fan, and then looked at Ji Tian, with a faint flash of coldness in his eyes. Seeing this hook-nosed man approaching, many young ladies shrank their necks, not daring to say another word and concentrating. They had already faintly sensed that something was wrong. "Ouyang Ying, this is my sister's banquet, it's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks here." Ouyang Wushwang looked at the hook-nosed man coldly, clenched his fists subconsciously, and then he let go, seeming to be concerned about him. "You are not qualified to talk to me now. Wait until you break through to the mysterious aperture realm." Ouyang Ying glanced at Ouyang Wushwang, then walked past him, not far from Ji Tian, and said with a gloomy smile, "Yi Fan is a guest of my Ouyang family. As the heir of the Ji family, this is how he behaves." Ji Tian held Yi Fan's head with one hand and had no intention of letting go. He looked at Ouyang Ying, a coldness flashed in his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, facing Ouyang Ying's provocation, he was actually a little surprised. Because in the original work, Ouyang Ying was one of the early representatives of the villains, but now he actually came together with Yi Fan and stood up for Yi Fan. Ouyang Ying is ranked 108th on the Imperial College Mountain and River ranking, and his father Ouyang Shen is one of the deputy patriarchs of the Ouyang family and a powerful figure in the family. Like the Jiyu family, there are actually factions within the Ouyang family. And this Ouyang Shen is another direct descendant of the Ouyang family, and because Ouyang Shen also pursued Chen Mengyan when he was young, he was beaten by Jiyu Wudao and was forced to bark like a dog to save his life. He has lost all faith since then. So from then on, Ouyang Shen hated Jiyu Wudao and had always been at odds with the Jiyu family. In fact, Ouyang Xian's lineage has always had a good relationship with the Jiyu family. But later, because of Yi Fan, Ouyang Xian's lineage and Ouyang Shen reached an agreement on dealing with the Jiyu family. In the original work, because Ouyang Xian was despised and humiliated by Ouyang Ying, after Yi Fan broke through the mysterious orifice, he humiliated Ouyang Ying and directly destroyed all the mysterious orifices in the ring, resulting in a lifelong disability. This aroused the anger of Ouyang Shen's lineage, and Ouyang Xian had to take Yi Fan to escape from the imperial capital. In other words, they eloped. It was not until Yi Fan broke through the gods that he returned to the imperial capital. With his super terrifying strength, he directly suppressed Ouyang Shen and won the unanimous approval of the Ouyang family. Later, in the battle to kill Jiyu Wudao, Ouyang Shen took the lead and was directly slapped to death by Jiyu Wudao. This extremely important villain actually joined Yi Fan in advance. It seems that this is another butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. Jiyu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, with a flash of murderous intent, and he suddenly said, Ouyang Ying, no matter how much face you have, you are worthy of me giving you face. Even if your father Ouyang Shen is in front of me, I dare not say that he can represent the Ouyang family. Didn't he tell you that when you see people from my Jiyu family, you should lower your head and imitate the barking of a dog? Quote. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Many young ladies turned pale and wished they could leave the place quickly. Can they listen to such words? What kind of figure is Ouyang Shen? He is almost a super god. He is also the deputy patriarch and third elder of the Ouyang family. He stomps his feet and makes the imperial capital tremble. Jiyu Wudao was fine. After all, he was a super god who commanded an army of millions. Many people knew about what happened between him and Ouyang Shen. But who could have expected that Jiyu Tian would be so bold? In Ouyang's house, in front of Ouyang Ying, his father was taken out and mocked. Jiyu Tian, what did you say? Ouyang Ying's face suddenly turned blue and white. When Ouyang Shen was beaten so violently by Jiyu Wudao that he could only bark like a dog and beg to be let go, no one dared to mention it for many years. This is a huge stain on their lineage. Otherwise, after so many years, Ouyang Shen will not be at odds with Jiyu Wudao. Even if the Ouyang family is on good terms with the Jiyu family, it will still be the same. With a little force, Jiyu Tian heard the sound of Yi Fan's skull being crushed inch by inch, causing him to let out a shrill wail, as if a mad dog was roaring. Ouyang Ying, you promised to help me, save me quickly, this madman Jiyu Tian wants to kill me. Yi Fan's voice was stern, scarlet blood continued to drip from his skull, and there was endless fear in his eyes. Jiyu Tian's strength far exceeded his estimate. He believed that ordinary Zan Chao could not be his opponent now. But in front of Jiyu Tian, he was as weak as an ant, not even strong enough to struggle away. Jiyu Tian's big hand above his head was like an ancient demonic peak. It was incredibly heavy and suppressed him to the ground, unable to move. Sister Shuang, even you have to betray me. If it weren't for me, you would still be sleeping in the sky-swallowing ring, unable to move. A bunch of ungrateful. Yi Fan roared crazily. He believed that if the goddess Tianshuang hadn't resolved the strange phenomena in the mountains and rivers, he would have been able to fight Jiyu Tian. Crack. Jiyu Tian's hand used another force, and his fingertips directly penetrated Yi Fan's skull and inserted into his skull, causing Yi Fan's voice to stop suddenly, leaving only the sound of extremely heavy breathing. But at this moment, he didn't dare to speak at all. Do you also want to imitate the barking of a dog like Yi Fan? Jiyu Tian's eyes contained a sense of violence, looking down at Ouyang Ying as if he were looking at an ant. No matter what the mysterious aperture realm is, no matter what the mountains and rivers' heavenly ranking, he has never taken it seriously. If it weren't for the purpose of suppressing Yi Fan, he wouldn't even go to Imperial College at all, let alone compete for the top spot on the mountain and river rankings. As for Yang Shen's lineage, not to mention, he has never been in his eyes. In the original work, they are just cannon fodder. Gu Tian, you are too arrogant. Don't forget, this is my Yang family, and we will not tolerate you being so arrogant. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and said word by word, let go of Yi Fan immediately, otherwise don't blame me for ignoring the friendship between the two families. Just because your father is strong doesn't mean that I am no match for you either. Terrible anger filled his heart. It was obvious that he came out to suppress Gu Tian and help Mark. Unexpectedly, Gu Tian's temperament would reach such a lawless level, which not only made him lose face, but also his father Yang Shen's face. You don't know whether to live or die. A guy like you who is only worthy of being a dog has the right to bark in front of me. Suddenly, Gu Tian's cold voice exploded, and a terrifying golden light suddenly spread from his body. The light was dazzling, and the faint roar of a terrifying heavenly dragon exploded. Boom! Gu Tian waved his hand, and Yi Fan was thrown directly as a weapon, crushing Yang Ying like a meteorite. Hiss! Everyone in the venue took a breath of air and turned pale. This is inside the Yang family. How dare Gu Tian directly attack the son of the deputy patriarch Yang Shen? This is simply audacious and lawless, which are not enough to describe it. They were obviously here to attend Yang Xian's birthday party, but why did they feel that Gu Tian was the protagonist of the party? No, this isn't a birthday party, it's obviously a hangman banquet. Moreover, Yang Ying is a monster on the top of the Imperial Capital Academy's heavenly list. Looking at the human race, there are not many who are his opponents at the Xuanchao stage. How dare Gu Tian? Divine power and mysterious aperture, such strong self-confidence. Yang Xian's eyes were full of brilliance. Not only was she not at all surprised by Gu Tian's behavior, she even wanted to help Gu Tian do it. This Yang Ying is really too crazy. If her father hadn't always asked her and Yang Wushwang to maintain the unity and stability of the family, she would have found someone to teach Yang Ying a lesson. But Yang Wushwang on the side suddenly looked anxious, and shouted suddenly, Yang Ying, Gu Tian is a distinguished guest of my Yang family. If you dare to hurt him, no one can save you. Gu Tian, you are too arrogant. Yang Ying roared, his eyes filled with rage. Seeing that Gu Tian dared to take the initiative to attack him, he almost died of anger on the spot. But Gu Tian's identity and background are too strong. The two super gods Gu Wudao and Chen Mengyan suppressed him. Who dared to touch a hair of Gu Tian in broad daylight, unless he didn't want to live anymore? He scolded, just to use his strong strength to make Gu Tian retreat and take the initiative to let Yi Fan go. As for actually taking action, he would never dare to do it. Otherwise, if Chen Mengyan came to kill him, Yang Shen probably wouldn't be able to protect him at all, and he wouldn't dare to protect him. Unexpectedly, before he made a move, Gu Tian made a move first. Gu Tian, Yi Fan roared with blood on his face, his eyes were horrifying, and his body shot towards Yang Ying like a rocket launcher. With the terrifying power, he could not control his body at all. He never imagined that one day he would be used as a weapon. You deserve to die. Yang Ying roared, bloodshot eyes appeared, and many mysterious orifices glowed on his body. The rolling energy was gathered and condensed on his big hands, grabbing Yi Fan's body, trying to directly resolve the strength attached to him. Lose. In his opinion, no matter how strong Gu Tian was, he was still in the realm of divine power and was nothing more than an ant in front of him. But at the moment of contact, a huge force like a tsunami surged through Yi Fan's body, causing Yang Ying's complexion to suddenly change, and the wind on his palm was directly blown away by the huge force. Kacha! Yang Ying screamed in pain, and his palm was shattered by the shock. Pei Ran's huge force hit him wildly, causing him to spurt out blood and fly backwards dozens of meters away with Yi Fan. Before his eyes, he was about to hit a rockery. Buzz! At this time, a golden light flashed, and Gu Tian's body instantly appeared in front of him. The vision of gods and demons suddenly appeared, and the power of the rolling heaven and earth was madly oppressing Yang Ying. The two-pronged approach directly caused Yang Ying's body to float in midair. Puff puff! Wave after wave of terrifying force crazily bombarded Yang Ying's body, causing him to vomit blood crazily. One step is slow, one step is slow. As a strong man in the mysterious aperture realm, he can't even take out his hand to fight back at this moment. Oh my god, Yang Zian was stunned. She couldn't help but raise her hand to wipe her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating. Ji Tian actually pressed Yang Ying down and beat him violently. If Ji Tian breaks through the mysterious aperture stage, she won't be surprised at all. After all, with Ji Tian's evil talent, fighting Yang Ying at the same level is just a matter of raising his hand. I'll choke you. Yang Wuyong's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he was so impressed by Ji Tian. How much of an idiot was he before, to be so blind and dare to look down on Ji Tian? The monsters at the bottom of the mountain and river rankings were beaten violently by those who were in the realm of divine power. Even at the bottom, this is still on the top list. He is the evil genius who stands out among the Imperial Capital Academy that accommodates countless geniuses of the human race. Such a monster and genius was beaten head-on by someone across a huge realm. Ji Tian. Lin Qingshe looked at this scene with almost suffocation, feeling that her intestines were about to turn green. This unprecedented monster once loved her deeply and doted on her infinitely, but she didn't know how to cherish him and pushed him to the opposite side with her own hands. If she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Ji Tian, then one day, would the grudge between the Lin family and the Ji family be wiped out, and would the Lin family be able to rise again with the help of Ji Tian's power? But all this is already the moon in the mirror. Her father Lin Zhongshang's life and death are now uncertain, and the Lin family is in danger. What should she do to make Ji Tian forgive her? No, there is no need to forgive her, even if she is treated like a dog. As long as I can save my father and the Lin family. What should I do? Lin Qingshui's face turned pale, looking at Yi Fan who fell to the ground, her eyes filled with endless hatred. At this moment, she finally understood her sister Lin Xiaoshui a little bit. Lin Xiaoshui's choice was the most correct and rational one. She had taken things for granted before and had no understanding of people, so she pinned her hopes on such a beast. If you can exchange your innocence for the survival of the Lin family, then what's the big deal if you become a vase and sell your body? But now with her strength, it would be impossible to cut off Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan, Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Lin Qingshe kept mumbling to herself, and vaguely, she had an idea. The person behind Yi Fan asking him to assassinate Ji Tian was Ji Sheng, a direct descendant of the ancestor Ji Kuang. Ji Tian no longer loves her. Without this so-called love, she is not even qualified to be a dog to Ji Tian. Ji Tian even looks down on her innocence. But what if she could help Ji Tian, deal with Yi Fan, deal with Ji Kuang's direct lineage, and even dig out all the people behind the scenes who want to deal with Ji Tian? Yes, that's it. I understand, I really understand. I must make myself useful and useful to Ji Tian, so that I can have a chance to let Ji Tian save his father's life and even save the Lin family. And Yi Fan is my biggest bargaining chip now. Lin Qingshui's eyes were filled with endless hatred, and she stared at Yi Fan, with cold light flashing in her eyes. She believed that as long as she gave in a little, Mark would definitely think that she had changed her mind and trust her again. But at this moment, Yi Fan didn't know about Lin Qingshui's various conspiracies against him. Instead, he stared at Ji Tian with blood-red eyes as he kept beating Yang Ying, and his heart was filled with hatred. Why did he work hard for so many years, but he couldn't even compare to Ji Tian? Why did all those women betray him for Ji Tian? He had been planning with the people behind the scenes for so long, and his original intention was to humiliate Ji Tian severely in front of Yang Zian at the banquet, causing Ji Tian to lose all face. But under Ji Tian's powerful strength, all these and all conspiracies and tricks were crushed by violence, and they all lost their effect. Their plan was over before it even began. Ji Tian, the realm of divine power is just the beginning. There will be mysterious apertures and transcendence in the future. I don't believe you can ride on my head forever. The mysterious aperture realm is the realm where I can truly show my talent and strength. Yi Fan roared in his heart, and immediately decided not to dawdle in the divine power realm, but must immediately break through to the mysterious orifice stage. With the foundation he has laid in the divine power realm, once he breaks through to the mysterious aperture realm, he will immediately be on the heavenly ranking, or even directly enter the top 50 on the heavenly ranking. By then, Everyone will be completely shocked by him. All those who look down on me now will regret it when I break through to the mysterious aperture stage. At this moment, watching Gu Tian pin down Yang Ying and beat him violently, everyone was in endless shock and had different thoughts in their hearts. Gu Tian is such a monster. When he breaks through the mysterious aperture stage and the supreme demonic bone is fully awakened, how powerful will he be? Even after reaching the realm of gods, can you directly become invincible and crush super gods? So when Gu Tian takes over as the head of the Gu family, what heights will the Gu family reach under his leadership? The elders in the family must be told everything that happened today. Gu Tian, you have humiliated me so much. You and I are at odds with each other. Yang Ying's voice was shrill. Under the terrifying double pressure, his whole body was covered with blood, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. The monsters on the Imperial Academy's heavenly list have never been defeated by the divine power realm. No matter what magical weapons or secret techniques the opponent uses, it will not work. He is probably the only one who has been beaten by the divine power since his spiritual energy was revived. He will be infamy for thousands of years and be laughed at by countless people. You are worthy of being incompatible with me. Gu Tian's eyes were cold, and his big hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed Yang Ying's forehead, and pulled it down hard. Yang Ying had almost no resistance and suddenly fell to the ground. You want me to kneel down for you, Gu Tian? It's absolutely impossible in your dreams. Yang Ying roared crazily, frantically condensing his energy to fight against the power of Gu Tian's big hand, but he was still kneeling to the ground inch by inch under the terrifying vision of gods and demons and the oppression of heaven and earth. Kneeling completely in front of Gu Tian was just a matter of a few breaths. This lunatic actually forced Yang Ying to kneel down. A flash of excitement flashed through Yi Fan's vicious eyes. This was the territory of the Yang family. Gu Tian is seeking death. Many young ladies around were filled with endless horror. They felt cold all over and turned around, not daring to watch. Yang Shen's eldest son was so humiliated that they couldn't bear to look at it. And they also felt that Gu Tian was crazy. Wasn't this forcing Yang Ying to go crazy? Gu Tian, I'm afraid you have forgotten that this is the Yang family and my territory. If I want to kill you, even Gu Wudao and Chen Mengyan can't save you. Yang Ying's eyes were blood red and he was completely crazy. He suddenly turned his head and shouted angrily at the surrounding guards, "You slaves, the direct descendants of the Yang family were attacked by surprise. Are all of you blind? Kill the madman Gu Tian immediately. Leave none of these maids alive. I will bear the consequences alone." Yang Ying went completely crazy. After being humiliated like this today, his status in Yang Shen's mind would probably plummet, and he might as well just die. But even if he died, he would drag Gu Tian with him. He was willing to be killed and dared to pull the emperor off his horse. But after Yang Ying's voice fell, the guards around him remained motionless, expressionless, standing there like sculptures. They were transferred by Yang Zian to guard the birthday party. They were forces cultivated by Yang Zian's direct lineage and would not obey Yang Ying's command. I want to kill you all, you dare not even listen to my orders. Yang Ying looked like a madman, completely losing the aloof attitude he had when he first arrived. He suddenly looked at Yang Zian and Yang Wushwang, and roared, Yang Zian, Yang Wushwang, don't forget, our surname is Yang. How to fight is an internal matter. I was humiliated and the entire Yang family was humiliated. Quote, why don't you hurry up and give the order immediately to have your guards kill Gu Tian? Yang Wushwang sneered and looked up to the sky. It seemed that the cloudless sky had any scenery worth indulging in. He turned a deaf ear to Yang Ying's voice. Ah, Yang Ying, wait a minute. The impact of this matter is too great. I don't dare to make the decision without authorization. I will inform my father now. Yang Zian looked like she had just reacted and took out her communicator with a smile on her face. Puff! Yang Ying was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his liver and intestines torn apart. Now tell the clan leader, what did you do when he was beaten violently just now? And there is such a big fuss here, maybe the clan leader and even his father are already paying attention to this place. The monsters on the mountains and rivers list are nothing more than this. Gu Tian's eyes were cold and he didn't pay any attention to Yang Ying's roar. So what about in the Yang family? As the heir to the Gu family, whoever dares to bully the younger ones is seeking death. Not to mention, it was Yang Ying who took the initiative to provoke him first, and he jumped over the rank and beat him to the point where he was unable to fight back. At this moment, the Yang family probably wished that there was no Yang Ying in the family. Kneel down. The golden light on Gu Tian's body flashed, dazzling and dazzling, like an ancient god and demon coming to the world. His big hand pressed down hard, and the terrifying force made Yang Ying kneel on the ground. Boom! The ground shook wildly, the bluestone floor burst and splashed, and cracks filled the air crazily. The noise was more than 10 times louder than when Yi Fan knelt down before. The rockeries in the distance collapsed one after another, falling into the stream at any time, splashing water all over the sky. Hiss! Even with their backs to Gu Tian and Yang Ying, many young ladies trembled violently and were frightened. Even though they had expected it, when it actually happened, it still made them extremely horrified. Gu Tian actually forced a direct descendant of the Yang family to kneel in front of him in the Yang family. This behavior was beyond words for them to describe. How come I have never heard of this person before, and how could he be so arrogant? Ah! Yang Ying screamed miserably, and the physical pain was very severe, but the blow to his soul caused by this kneeling made him extremely painful. As the eldest son of Yang Shen, a direct descendant of the Yang family, one of the 5 founding families, he is extremely proud. He even wants to compete for the position of the next head of the Yang family, and is determined to win the position of heir. But this kneeling, just like his father Yang Shen, may have permanently lost the qualification to be the leader of the clan. After all, as one of the 5 founding families, it is impossible for the Yang family to let a person who has knelt down for others be the patriarch, otherwise the Yang family would lose face. Unless he is truly so tyrannical that he can crush all strong men, then all rumors will naturally disappear. But it was almost impossible for him to do that. Gu Tian, if you can, just kill me. Yang Ying roared desperately. Kill you. Gu Tian glanced at Yi Fan indifferently, then turned back and stared into Yang Ying's eyes, and said, "Tell me, who asked him to help Yi Fan against me?" I don't know anything. If you can, kill me." Yang Ying laughed almost crazily. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" Gu Tian's eyes suddenly burst out with murderous intent, and he raised his foot and kicked Yang Ying in the lower abdomen, causing him to spurt blood. "Line like a dog and bark 3 times, and I will let you go, otherwise, you will die." In the vision of gods and demons, the endless demon gods roared, and the billowing demonic energy covered Yang Ying, making him feel as if he had fallen into a demonic abyss, and his whole body was cold. He felt a lawless killing intent covering him. The terrible demonic intention was invading his mind. If this continues, I'm afraid that even if he doesn't die, he will become possessed and become a madman afterwards. This guy Gu Tian seems to really dare to kill him. No, it's not like this guy really wants to kill him. Gu Tian is a madman. And he actually really didn't want to die, but he thought before that Gu Tian wouldn't dare to kill him. "No, I can't bark like a dog, my father will kill me." Yang Ying growled, with endless fear in his eyes. In order to survive, he imitated dog barking in front of Gu Wudao. This was a shame that Yang Shen would remember his whole life. Even now, whenever he sees a creature related to dogs, he will kill them like crazy. If he tried to bark like a dog, Yang Shen would be the first to cut him into pieces. "If you don't learn how to bark like a dog, I will kill you right now." Murderous intent flashed in Gu Tian's eyes, and with a little force on his palm, he squeezed Yang Ying's skull until it cracked inch by inch. Even though Yang Ying is in the Zhanqiao stage, physically, he only possesses the power of 2 heavenly dragons at most, and even Yi Fan can crush him. Gu Tian wants everyone to know what will happen to those who dare to help Mark. One must be killed to serve as a warning. He would never allow Yi Fan any chance to rise. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky over Yang's house was instantly covered by endless dark clouds, all light disappeared instantly, and thunder exploded deep in the sky, as if a god and demon was waking up, roaring in anger, and the world would be overturned. A terrifying and invincible power of the gods suddenly erupted from Yang's house, the sky trembled, and stars in the distant starry sky trembled and fell. Gu Tian, let my son go immediately. A low voice, like the murmur of gods and demons, came from a distant space and resounded in everyone's ears. Above the sky, a terrifying and boundless phantom can be faintly seen, seemingly connected to the top of heaven and earth. Yang Shen finally couldn't bear it anymore and took action in anger. As you are now, you are not worthy of learning from Ji Wudao and letting my son learn to bark like a dog. Let go of my son and get out of the Yang family. The low roar, containing endless anger, resounded across the earth like thunder. Yang Shen's strength was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Every move made the world change color. Compared with him, Ji Yuling, who was the vice president of Imperial College, seemed unworthy of calling himself a god. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying pressure of gods will fill the air, making many young ladies completely unable to resist, and they knelt down tremblingly. This is a god who is at the pillar level of the human race. He can kill millions of people with just one sentence. He has endless power. Even their parents are not enough in front of Yang God. Bang, bang, bang. The guards guarding the manor nearby knelt down in groups. They don't have to listen to Yang Ying, but they must maintain due respect for Yang God. It's over, things have become a bit big. Yang Xian's face turned pale. She was already unable to control this situation. She originally thought that Ji Tian was just venting his anger and would not really dare to kill Yang Ying. But he never expected that Ji Tian not only dared to kill Yang Ying, but also forced him to bark like a dog. This simply touched Yang Ying's biggest weakness. She knew best how crazy this uncle could get because of this matter. Yang Wushwang also looked slightly pale and said, "Fortunately, my uncle could still maintain some sense and did not take action directly." He quickly informed father. "Ha ha ha, Ji Tian, just go to hell. If you die, no one in the younger generation will be able to compete with me." Yi Fan was so excited that he wished that Yang Shen would immediately go crazy and kill Ji Tian. Crack. But at this moment, the sound of a skull being broken inch by inch, accompanied by Yang Ying's shrill scream, resounded throughout the audience again. "Father, save me." Yang Ying looked at the sky desperately. Even though his father had appeared, Ji Tian still dared to take action. He was really not afraid that his father would crush him to death with one finger. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. Yang Wushwang's face instantly turned pale, and his whole body was trembling, for fear that Yang Shen would suddenly take action in the next second. At this moment, Ji Tian suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky, his skin glowing with golden light, like the gaze of an ancient god, and he said indifferently, "Yang Shen, in my eyes, you are just a joke. Who gave you the courage to fight against me? You actually let your son help Mark to deal with me. It's simply ridiculous. Are you worthy of threatening me?" He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart towards Yang Shen. Yi Fan, who even killed his own son, could later turn an enemy into a friend, and was willing to play the role of a dog for the other party, which was not worthy of his fear. What makes you crazy when you hear a dog is just superficial? This kind of person only dares to show his power in the face of the weak. Boom. Ji Tian suddenly took a step forward, the ground shook, and a voice full of indifference shook the sky. "A person who barks like a dog in front of my father to survive threatens me, are you worthy? I ask you, do your words represent the attitude of the entire Yang family towards my Ji family?" At this moment, the whole audience was suffocated. They couldn't figure out why Ji Tian was so crazy. Ji Tian's eyes were cold and powerful. He held Yang Ying with one hand while staring at Yang Shen's transformed figure. He wanted to see how powerful the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth was. However, he firmly believes that the situation is easy to change, but the nature is difficult to change. Even if there is a slight deviation in the progress of the story, and Yang Shen actually sides with Mark in advance, a person's character will never change. Yang Shen would never dare to openly oppose the Ji family and Ji Wudao for the sake of a little Yi Fan, or even his insignificant son. Of course, even if Yang Shen's temperament really changed and he dared to attack him, he would be fully confident that Yang Shen would never be able to hurt him. He never does anything he's not sure about. As the heir to the Ji family, coming to another super rich family, there must be super strong people secretly paying attention and protecting him. Gu Tian's cold and powerful voice echoed in the sky like thunder for a long time, continuously, and even resounded in the hearts of everyone. This is too overbearing. Many gentlemen and young ladies turned pale. At this moment, they almost wanted to cut off their ears and pretend not to hear anything. This is ridiculous. It's impossible to describe Gu Tian's behavior with force. It would be better to say that Gu Tian was threatening Liang Shen. Are you dealing with Gu Tian on behalf of yourself or the interests of the entire Yang family? As we all know, the Yang family has always been on good terms with the Gu family, with a deep relationship and deep entanglements of interests. The reason why Gu Wudao was able to take charge of a million-strong army was inseparable from the Yang family's strong support for Gu Wudao. As the deputy patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Shen is not the patriarch, but his words and deeds also represent the attitude of the Yang family. If he dares to say that he represents the Yang family to deal with Gu Tian, the entire human race will be shaken and the imperial capital will be turned upside down. But if Liang Shen gave in, it would be like letting Gu Tian ride on his head and shit. Gu Tian, you are too bold. Do the elders of the Gu family know that he is so crazy? You're taking the relationship between the Gu family and the Yang family as a bet. While many young masters and young ladies were horrified to death, they also admired Gu Tian's boldness to the extreme. They were very suspicious. What else could Gu Tian dare not do? They even felt that they would not be surprised if Gu Tian single-handedly broke into the God clan and provoked the God Emperor of the God clan. This is a lunatic, the kind who likes to wander wildly on the edge of death to test. You must know that with Liang Shen's strength, with a finger or even a breath, Gu Tian can be wiped out on the spot, and even the return of ancient gods and demons can't save him. My dad, why don't you come? Yang Xian's face was pale, and she was trembling with fright at Gu Tian's words. She had obviously informed the clan elder. Why didn't he show up to stop her? If this continues, if Liang Shen does something irrational in his rage and madness, the Yang family will suffer unbearable losses. But at the same time, Yang Xian's eyes looking at Gu Tian were even more brilliant, and her heart was filled with confusion. In fact, it is not just Yang Xian, but also many other ladies of the imperial capital. Young and frivolous, young and passionate, beauties have loved heroes since ancient times. And Gu Tian's behavior at this moment was so heroic, how could he not make their hearts flutter? Even Lin Qingshe, whose face was pale, felt that her heart was beating more than 10 times faster at this moment. She even had an idea. If the previous Gu Tian was not such a licker, but showed such heroic and fearless aura, even if his mother was his mother-killing enemy, she would not be implicated in him. Not to mention assassinating him. My idol. Yang Wushuang's eyes were extremely shocked. He looked at Gu Tian as if he were looking at an idol, full of enthusiasm. He was both from a super-rich clan and the son of the clan leader, but he asked himself that even if he had given him 100, no, 1,000 courages, he would not dare to act like Gu Tian. Even he couldn't stand the behavior of Liang Shen's direct lineage, and he often had trouble with his father. But on weekdays, even when he saw Liang Shen, he had to bow his head obediently and call him uncle honestly without daring to express his anger. There is no way, even if he is the son of the clan leader, the gap in status and strength is too big, and the seniority is there. But what about Gu Tian? Vice Dean Ji Yuling was humiliated by him in front of his face and ended up half dead. Now he is still in his Yang family, questioning Liang Shen face to face. This is not our idol, what is it? Madman, super madman. Yi Fan's eyes were blood red, and he was almost going crazy with Gu Tian's behavior at this moment. He also wanted to be like Gu Tian, with no scruples, but his strength didn't allow it. Why did Gu Tian have something that he might not be able to have if he worked hard all his life as soon as he was born? At this moment, the aftermath of Gu Tian's voice echoed in the sky. The world was pitch black, but it was strangely suffocating. The thunderous and roaring sound suddenly disappeared. But faintly, the world between heaven and earth became darker, and it was impossible to see even one's fingers. The huge projection that reached the sky and the earth that Liang Shen transformed into was shrouded in endless darkness, and the terrifying fog rolled like a tsunami, revealing how angry he was in his heart at this moment. Faintly, a terrifying murderous intent that could make one's body crack apart filled the air, which was horrifying. Gutn, are you threatening me? Yang Shen's extremely deep voice boomed across the sky and the earth. There was a meaning of madness in it, causing the bodies of a lot of strong Yang family guards to tremble crazily. When the gods are angry, millions of corpses will be buried. This is by no means just talk. Gutn's eyes were indifferent, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. As he expected, Yang Shen didn't dare to move at all, and he didn't even have the courage to answer him directly. Even if the plot deviates slightly from the original trajectory, a coward will always be a coward. Mud can never hold up a wall. Yang Shen didn't even have the courage to respond directly to his words. On the surface, he looked crazy, but in fact, he was as timid as a mouse. He seemed to be afraid that Jiyu Wudao would come to kill him and skin him. However, it can also be seen how deep the shadow Jiyu Wudao left in Yang Shen's heart was. However, it can also be seen from this how high Jiyu Wudao's prestige is. It's a pity that he gave birth to a cheating son, dragging Jiyu Wudao into the quagmire and into a dead end. But this time, since he was reborn, everything would never happen again. Threaten. Gutn looked down at Yang Ying without raising his head and said indifferently, you can think so. My father was able to suppress you back then, and now, I can even suppress your son with just a raise of my hand. How dare you let your son come and have trouble with me? Line like a dog and bark 3 times, and I'll let him go. Everyone around him trembled and looked at the sky with horrifying eyes. They felt that in the next moment, a finger would fall from the sky and crush Gutn into a ball of flesh on the spot. Gutn's words simply didn't leave Yang Shen any room for maneuver, and he didn't give him any face. It seems to be saying, yes, I am threatening you, what can you do to me? If you want to save your son, you can do it. Let him do the same as you did before. I will let him go after barking 3 times like a dog. At this time, without saying a word, Chen Mengran walked to Gutn with many maids holding swords. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of long swords were unsheathed at the same time, with a cold light and murderous intent. Facing Yang Shen, there was no fear in his eyes. They were ready to fight to the death and protect Gutn. As servants, they have been taught since childhood to protect Gutn at all costs. Gutn is everything to them. Even if the other person is Yang Shen, they will never take a step back. Boom, boom, boom. Deep in the sky, thunder exploded again, thunder snakes were flying, murderous intent was overwhelming, Yang Shen's phantom remained motionless, and a terrifying eye could be seen staring at Gutn, without saying a word for a long time. Everyone present was scared to death. Is this really going to be a fight? Will it trigger a war between the Jiyu family and the Yang family, and a crazy fight? If that were the case, no matter the outcome of the battle between the 2 super families, the entire imperial capital would be reduced to rubble, and the order of the human race would cease to exist. Puff. At this time, Yang Ying spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes were desperate, and he said sternly, Father, my son would rather die than obey, and he will never imitate the barking of a dog. You must save me. He really didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to bark like a dog. He knew the temperament of his father Yang Shen very well. For him, personal interests were above all else. He had many wives and concubines and many children, but he was just the slightly better one among his descendants. If he dares to bark like a dog, he will definitely end up miserable. He felt that if he wanted to survive, he must show his loyalty to his father and increase his status in his father's heart. Gutn stared at Yang Shen's phantom indifferently, his eyes unwavering. He determined that Yang Shen would never dare to take action. Suddenly, Yang Shen's deep voice resounded through the sky again. Yinger, the older generation is not allowed to interfere in the battle of the same generation, the battle of geniuses. This is the rule. Since you lose the battle, you have to bear the consequences yourself. But you must remember that the majesty of my Yang family must not be desecrated. As a direct descendant of my family, it is your mission to maintain the honor of the family. Quote. The low voice fell, and Yang's figure with divine power disappeared into the sky in an instant. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, the rolling thunder disappeared, and the sun shone on the earth again. For a brief moment, it seemed like nothing before had ever happened. But at this moment, everyone was stunned, and it ended so hastily. I thought I was about to face a violent storm, but who knew, it turned out to be loud thunder and light rain. No, not even raindrops, just louder thunder. All go. Ouyang Zian cursed, her eyes filled with incredible light. Ouyang Shen's words simply refreshed her worldview. Is this the Uncle Ouyang God we know? Ouyang Wushwang lowered his voice and muttered, could that phantom just now be someone else pretending to be him? In his eyes, Ouyang Shen is an extremely domineering and crazy guy. He even dares to disobey his father's orders. He has always been at odds with the Jiyu family overtly and covertly, and has been openly opposed to the Ouyang family's friendship with the Jiyu family. But this kind of lunatic is now so complete, being kicked in the face by Jiyu Tian, but he just left without even making the slightest response. Don't understand at all. You said it is true or not? Ouyang Zian rolled her eyes at her brother and gave him a look of contempt. Who dares to pretend to be the deputy chief within the Ouyang family, unless they are impatient? If he was pretending, a super strong man from the Ouyang family would have appeared and killed him directly. But what uncle said is completely forcing Ouyang Ying to die. Ouyang Wushwang scratched his head in annoyance, feeling even more puzzled. Ouyang Ying is the son that uncle values most. What does it mean for peers to fight and elders not to interfere? That's for a genius with an ordinary background. For super wealthy people like them, the rules are set by them, so how can they abide by them? No matter how you look at it, this looks like Ouyang Shen's excuse to protect his face. As for being a direct descendant of the Ouyang family and having to protect the honor of the Ouyang family, even he could see that this clearly meant that Ouyang Ying was not allowed to bark like a dog in order to survive. This is no different from asking Ouyang Ying to die directly. What about a biological son? Ouyang Zian murmured to herself with complex eyes. These big shots at the pinnacle of the human race have long lifespans. They usually have groups of wives and concubines and numerous children. In their eyes, their own appearance is often more important than their own. The lives of children are too important. After all, if your children die, they can be reborn. If you lose your face, you will become a laughing stock. Ouyang Zian turned her gaze to Jiyu Tian, whose expression was as indifferent as ever. Her eyes were extremely complicated, and she felt that she could not see through Jiyu Tian more and more. With her delicate mind, she has been paying attention to Jiyu Tian's expression. After Ouyang Shen left, Jiyu Tian's expression did not change at all, not even a hint of surprise. It seemed that he had already seen through Ouyang Shen's psychology and concluded that Ouyang Shen did not dare to take action. This kind of calm attitude that was under control and penetrated people's hearts was something she had only seen in her father since she was a child. But who is her father? He is the patriarch of the Ouyang family, a super god, and one of the top 10 super powerful people in the human race. And how old is Jiyu Tian? Jiyu Tian's performance is what scares Ouyang Zian the most right now. If everything was really under Jiyu Tian's control, then she simply couldn't describe how evil Jiyu Tian was. The strength is terrifying and can be described as talent. But this kind of insight into the human heart is absolutely impossible to achieve without the qualifications of reading the world of mortals. Yi Fan is the most obvious example. He is a naturally evil man but has an impulsive temperament. He has caused countless troubles all along. Fortunately, he has been helped by noble people, so he has been able to live freely until now. Are you young and mature? Ouyang Zian murmured to herself, reluctantly coming up with this explanation. At this moment, in her eyes, Jiyu Tian was like an abyss shrouded in mist, impenetrable and invisible, yet making people want to explore. At this moment, Yi Fan on the side was already completely dumbfounded. The dignified deputy patriarch of the Ouyang family, a terrifying existence that is almost a super god, is this it? He also imagined that Ouyang Shen would take action in a rage and crush Jiyu Tian to death. But at this moment, he was completely disappointed. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Yi Fan roared in his heart. He was extremely disappointed with Ouyang Shen. Unfortunately, he still expected Ouyang Shen to help him vent his anger. But what does this mean, coming out to humiliate Jiyu Tian and serve as a stepping stone to add glory to him? Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has suffered a huge blow and will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The mentality of Ouyang Zian, the daughter of luck, has been greatly affected. She will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, Lin Qingshe, the daughter of destiny. Congratulations to the host, Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has greatly increased her loyalty to you. The proportion is more than half. You will be rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. The system's cold prompts sounded one after another. Wimp. Ji Yutian curled his lips and looked at the place where Ouyang Shen disappeared, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, a strong person not only has the power to destroy the world, but more importantly, has a courageous heart to move forward. No wonder his father Ji Yu Wudao looked down upon him so much and turned a deaf ear to his provocation. I'm afraid that in Ji Yu Wudao's eyes, Ouyang Shen is just a clown, a happily dancing grasshopper who can be killed by him as long as he wants. He remembered that in the original work, Ji Yu Wudao once said that people like Ouyang Shen would never be able to break through to the super gods. This old man of his has already calculated Ouyang Shen to death. Father, how could you, how could you, how could you? At this time, Ouyang Ying's hoarse muttering came from his feet, and he collapsed on the ground in despair, as if he had lost all his strength. How could he not understand what his father meant? Ouyang Shen gave him up. He even literally told him to die directly and not to lose his people alive, but it was definitely not about protecting the honor of the Ouyang family. After all, he had learned how to bark like a dog in order to survive. Although he failed to become the clan leader, he still became a member of the Ouyang Parents and Elders Association, ranking as the deputy clan leader and possessing immense power. So if I don't die, I will have tarnished the honor of the Ouyang family, and you will clean up the family yourself. Ouyang Ying trembled all over, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. He knew his father too well. But it was obviously Ouyang Shen who asked him to help mark and provoke Ji Yutian. Now that he failed, why did he have to bear all the consequences, and even let him commit suicide in order to protect the face of his father Ouyang Shen? Why? Ouyang Ying kept roaring, his voice full of hysteria. Yes, he didn't want to die. He is a direct descendant of the Ouyang family. He is extremely talented and is even expected to compete for the next clan leader. Why should he die? Ouyang Wushwang looked at Ouyang Ying with some sympathy in his eyes. Ouyang Ying's mentality was probably shattered by his father giving up in public like this and telling him to die. How to choose? Ji Yutian looked down at Ouyang Ying, his indifferent eyes filled with murderous intent. Even though this was the Ouyang family, he never thought of showing mercy. As the heir of the Ji Yu family, his every word and deed represents the Ji Yu family and Ji Yu Wudao's face. Not to mention, Ouyang Shen has been provoking openly and covertly, and he must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Is father trying to scare the monkeys with the help of Ji Yutian? Ouyang Zian muttered, because his father had not shown up yet and remained silent, and the other strong men in the family were also silent. She didn't believe that the commotion was so loud that no powerful person in the clan paid attention to it. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Obviously, there is something behind this, and it may even be arranged by the patriarch's father. It is probably to warn Ouyang Shen not to jump too much, or be careful not to fall to pieces. A group of old foxes, and this little fox. Ouyang Zian looked at Ji Yutian deeply. Has this guy seen through this a long time ago? Ouyang Ying's face was pale, and his whole body was shaking violently. He completely understood that if he didn't want to die, he had no choice but to bark like a dog. Now, he could faintly smell something was wrong. Except for his father Ouyang Shen, none of the countless strong men in the clan stood out, as if they were not worried about the Ouyang family being embarrassed at all. Obviously, this not only involves him and Ji Yutian, but also involves the struggle among the top leaders of the clan. He is just a victim of the struggle. But not only did other members of Shan's clan sacrifice him, but even his father Ouyang Shen also chose to sacrifice him. This was what he couldn't accept the most. No, I don't want to die. Ouyang's eagle eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he suddenly roared towards the sky. Father, when you imitated the barking of a dog to survive, Grandpa didn't kill you. Why now, for the sake of your face, you want me to commit suicide? You are not as good as Grandpa, and you are far worse than the patriarch. Ask me to commit suicide, I will never accept it. Quote. The moment Yang Ying's voice fell, a terrifying aura flashed from the sky and the earth changed color, thunder surged in the depths of the void, thunder snakes danced wildly, and terrifying murderous intent came through the sky. Everyone could feel that Yang Shen was angry, and his terrifying murderous intent seemed to tear Yang Ying apart. But at this moment, deep in Yang's house, a breath like a breeze emerged, directly canceling Yang Shen's murderous intention. Gu Tian, don't kill me. I'll learn how to bark like a dog. Woof 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 woof. Yang Ying's eyes were filled with endless resentment. He lay on the ground and imitated the appearance of a pug, barking loudly. Yang Shen taught him since he was a child that only when he is alive can he have unlimited hope. He doesn't want to die. He was right, now he was just following his father's teachings. It's pitiful that I met such a father. Yang Wushwang sighed, looking at the humble Yang Ying with a touch of sympathy in his eyes. Snapped. Yang Zian slapped her forehead heavily, her beautiful eyes filled with speechlessness, and she was very worried about her brother's IQ. Yang Ying's barking has obviously directly interrupted his future competition for the clan leader. Yang Wushwang has lost another strong competitor on his future journey to succeed the clan leader. But this brother seemed not to have thought about this at all. He actually sympathized with Yang Ying, as if he had forgotten that in the past, Yang Ying was determined to win the position of clan leader, and he showed no mercy when it came time to attack Yang Wushwang. Compared with Gu Tian, she always felt that Yang Wushwang was as childish as a 3-year-old child. A super family like theirs has been inherited for nearly 1,000 years, with luxuriant branches and fierce competition. It is not much worse than the royal family before the spiritual energy was revived. Yang Zian even felt that her father had a vague intention of paving the way for her brother, so she had not shown up until now, and had been letting Gu Tian act unscrupulously. When there was an opportunity to suppress his competitors, Yang Wushwang not only did not seize the opportunity, he actually sympathized with his opponents. Yang Ying. At this time, seeing Yang Ying humbly imitating the barking of a dog, Yi Fan only felt heartbroken. Why don't you dare to fight with Gu Tian? If Gu Tian kills Yang Ying within the Yang family, it will be equivalent to a slap in the face of the Yang family. Even if Yang Ying provokes him first, there will definitely be people in the Yang family who are dissatisfied with the Gu family. By then, Yang Zian may also be affected and have a bad impression of Gu Tian. Yang Ying is so useless. But he seemed to have never thought that the reason why Yang Ying ended up in this situation was to help him. Gu Tian, when I break through the mysterious aperture stage, I will let everyone know who is the most outstanding genius in the human race. Yi Fan glanced at Gu Tian bitterly and understood that it was impossible to suppress Gu Tian now. He immediately turned around quietly, left the manor, and headed towards the Imperial Capital College. Although he was defeated at the hands of Gu Tian, he was still ranked second in the mountain and river rankings and had many special treatments at Imperial College. Just like the secret realm of stars, which is most suitable for breaking through the mysterious aperture stage, it is a reward that can only be obtained by the top 10 in the mountains and rivers ranking. Yi Fan has not forgotten that the Sky Frost Goddess was full of praise for the secret realm of stars, praising this secret realm as the best in ancient times. Sister Shuang, I know you were just confused by Gu Tian and made the wrong choice. Yi Fan said silently in his heart, when I break through the mysterious aperture stage, I will definitely snatch you and the sky-swallowing magic ring back from Gu Tian, and let you come back to me again. Boom. At this moment, a terrible thunder exploded above the Yang family. A middle-aged man with an aquiline nose and black clothes flew into the air. His eyes were dark and filled with endless murderous intent. His aura was earth-shattering. Looking at Yang Ying, who was imitating a dog barking at Gu Tian's feet, his eyes were filled with endless madness. He is none other than Yang Shen, the deputy patriarch of the Yang family. Looking at Yang Ying's humble appearance, he couldn't help but remember that in order to survive, he had to kneel down and act like a dog in front of Ji Wudao, and his most beloved woman, Chen Mengyan, was also snatched away by Ji Wudao. This was the biggest pain in his life. But today, his son not only dared to disobey his orders, but but also dared to mock him for what he had done before, and then knelt in front of Ji Wudao's son. Nizi, my Ouyang family has lost all faith by you. You deserve to die. Ouyang Shen roared, as if a real murderous intention was raging, causing the color of the world to change. He suddenly slapped Ouyang Ying and suppressed it, covering the sky and the sun and the moon lost light. Everyone's face turned pale, and they all retreated crazily. They didn't expect that they were just attending a birthday party, and even such a big shot showed up. But strangely, the first thing he did when he showed up was to kill his own son. Uncle, you must not do this. Ouyang Wushwang's face turned pale, but he suddenly shouted loudly. Ouyang Zian was speechless. She raised her hand to pull Ouyang Wushwang back and said, "My dear brother, let's just watch quietly and say less, okay? Don't worry, Ouyang Ying won't die." Coward. A cold light flashed in Ji Tian's indifferent eyes. Facing Ouyang Shen's killing move, he had no intention of evading it, even if Ouyang Ying was barking like a dog at his feet. Because he knew that not only could Ouyang Shen's palm not affect him, but Ouyang Ying would not die. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and calm eyes suddenly appeared in front of Ouyang Ying, and waved his hand slightly. Buzz! 2 dazzling rays of light flashed, and the palm transformed by Ouyang Shen was directly eliminated. Even the murderous intention on Ouyang Shen was suddenly wiped away. Ouyang Shen, don't you think my Ouyang family has been embarrassed enough? The middle-aged man's hair was spread down his back and tied together with a white cloth strip. He looked at Ouyang Shen with his hands behind his back, his eyes unwavering, giving people an otherworldly feeling. Father, you finally showed up. Ouyang Zian's eyes lit up, her big black eyes full of surprise. She jumped over and hugged the middle-aged man. It seems that only before middle age, she was a little girl who was ignorant of the world. Wushwang, I've met the clan leader. Ouyang Wushwang came over and saluted the middle-aged man solemnly. Because his father told him that there is no father and son outside, only the clan leader and clan members, and he has no privileges. Would. Ouyang Zian curled her lips secretly. This big brother is really a fool. My father just said something casually, obviously for outsiders to hear, but this eldest brother took it seriously as the truth. Sure enough, it came out. A flash of light flashed in Ji Tian's eyes. As expected, this person has been paying attention to this place. Ouyang Tian, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, is one of the top 10 superpowers in the human race. In the original work, he is an extremely unfathomable character. He appears very rarely, but every time he appears, he is full of surprises. After the protagonist Yi Fan eloped with Ouyang Zian, he took action more than once, overtly and secretly, to save Yi Fan. Later, Yi Fan was always grateful. After growing to the peak, he helped the Ouyang family's power rise to a higher level again. And in this process, he has always been the patriarch of the Ouyang family, a figure who stands at the pinnacle of the human race. Now, because of the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth, Ouyang Shen actually sided with Yi Fan in advance. When Ouyang Ying came forward to deal with him, Ji Tian secretly guessed that this person would probably not tolerate Ouyang Shen going beyond the palm of his hand. The reason why he was cruel to Ouyang Ying was to test this person. As expected, from the beginning to the end, the Ouyang family of Nuoda watched helplessly as he forced Ouyang Ying to bark like a dog, but no strong man came forward. He even felt that the reason why his father Ji Wudao forced Ouyang Shenwen to bark was to give Ouyang Tian a great gift and help him inherit the position of patriarch. Now, Ouyang Ying is facing the same treatment. You are so ruthless. You will do whatever it takes to get the upper hand. The cold light in Ji Tian's eyes flashed repeatedly, and countless thoughts came to his mind. His guess was indeed correct. All of Ouyang Zian's actions in the original work were actually controlled by this person behind the scenes. After all, although Ouyang Zian is extremely smart, she is still too young, so how can she possibly defeat Ouyang Shen? She was able to escape from the imperial capital with Mark, and there was something wrong with her. However, in the original work, Ouyang Tian always operates behind the scenes. This time, due to the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth, this figure who had always been behind the scenes had to be forced to the front of the stage in advance. Suppressing Ouyang Ying was just a plot against Ouyang Shen behind the scenes. Yes, much better than your father. At this time, Wu Yang Tian smiled at Gu Tian, with something strange in his eyes, and sighed. There are talented people from generation to generation, but we are getting old. Your father slapped my Wu Yang family in the face once, but that was at Imperial College. But you were even more cruel. You slapped my face right in my Wu Yang home. Gu Tian's face was indifferent, and he bowed to Wu Yang Tian and lowered his voice. Isn't all this what uncle wants? If my nephew remembers correctly, you and your father are sworn brothers, and my father helped you pave the way to become the head of the family. And today's Wu Yang Ying can be regarded as a birthday gift from my nephew to Sister Xian. Wu Yang Tian's eyes were even more brilliant, and he exclaimed, you little guy, you are smarter than I imagined. Wu Dao and Mengyan gave birth to a good son. At this time, Wu Yang Shen came to kill like a madman. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and roared, Wu Yang Tian, you don't allow me to do anything to Gu Tian, and you don't let me save my son. Now even if I kill my own son to clean up the family, it also needs your approval. Get away, Wu Yang Ying, you are the greatest shame to my Wu Yang family. Go to hell. Terrifying murderous intent raged across the sky. Wu Yang Shen almost went crazy. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. He suddenly drew out his long sword, and a sword energy spanning 10,000 meters in the sky covered the heaven and earth, like a huge mountain, and suddenly slashed at his biological son Wu Yang Ying. Being forced to kneel down and bark like a dog by Gu Wudao was a pain that could never be erased in his heart. He would never allow one more stain in his life. Even if this person was the son he valued most. But since you dare not listen to him, you must die for him. Gu Tian looked at Wu Yang Shen indifferently, his expression unchanged at all. In his eyes, Wu Yang Shen was just a poor man with extremely high talent but extremely stupid brain. He has been played by Wu Yang Tian all his life and used as a chess piece, but he himself has no idea. Although Wu Yang Shen pursued his mother Chen Mengyan at the beginning, he was just one of the more conspicuous suitors among the many suitors. His father Gu Wudao may not have even taken him seriously. Not to mention that for Wu Yang Shen, it was not worth humiliating Wu Yang Shen and hurting the Wu Yang family's face. But the reason why he did this was to give a huge gift to Wu Yang Tian, his sworn brother, and wish Wu Yang Tian to ascend to the position of head of the family. After that kneeling, the gifted Wu Yang Shen's state of mind was completely ruined. Those few dog barks have become a lingering inner demon in his life, which has led to him still being unable to break through to the super god. But Gu Wudao, Chen Mengyan, Wu Yang Tian and other monsters who once competed with Wu Yang Shen have already stood at the top of the human race, dominating the world, and even standing on the stage of all races, with their reputations resounding throughout the world. Wu Yang Tian succeeded as the head of the Wu Yang family as he wished. His father, Gu Wudao, also received huge rewards. He received the full support of the Wu Yang family and became the head of the Gu family. Now he has millions of powerful people under his command and is extremely powerful. As for Wu Yang Shen, although he has the position of deputy patriarch in name, in fact, his biological son Wu Yang Ying cannot even command the family guards, and he is just a puppet of Wu Yang Tian. His only role is probably that of Wu Yang Tian. Tian stayed to contain Gu Wudao. After all, as long as Wu Yang Shen is alive for one day, he will fight against Gu Wudao for one day, unless he dies. In the original work, the battle where Gu Wudao died was also the time when Wu Yang Shen, a chess piece, showed great effect. He charged forward and was slapped to death by Gu Wudao. Wu Yang Shen's direct lineage also suffered huge losses. Not only was Wu Yang Tian unscathed, but he also gained huge benefits without even showing his face. Received strong gratitude from prospective son-in-law Yi Fan. Just because of the butterfly effect from his rebirth, those behind the scenes who wanted to deal with the Gu family actually contacted Wu Yang Shen, a loser, and asked him to help Yi Fan deal with him. At this stage, the Gu family is at its peak, and Chen Mengyan has just broken through to become a super god, and her power is at its peak. Therefore, as smart as Wu Yang Tian, naturally he would not allow Wu Yang Shen to show up at will and affect the relationship between the Gu family and the Wu Yang family. A guy like Wu Yang Tian who has a deep understanding of imperial power will not allow Wu Yang Shen to collude with outsiders and show signs of escaping from his control. This is why Gu Tian has no scruples in suppressing Wu Yang Ying, who is a direct descendant of the family, but there is no such strange thing that not even one member of the clan comes forward to intercede. It has to be said that Yang Tian played this skill extremely well. He not only sold Gu Tian a favor overtly and secretly, but also indirectly expressed to Chen Mengyan and Gu Wudao that the Yang family and the Gu family would always be friends. And he can also help his silly son Yang Wushuang get rid of a powerful potential competitor. After all, for this kind of super-rich clan, the position of clan leader is held by the strongest. Yang Shen's father is the clan leader, but he still failed to directly inherit the position of clan leader. Naturally, the same is true for Yang Tian. So this is why Yang Tian was so surprised after Gu Tian's words just now. He probably didn't expect that Gu Tian could see so deeply. The deal between him and Gu Wudao was secret at the beginning. Looking at the human race, there were very few people who could understand it. Everyone just thought that Gu Wudao was just a young and frivolous young man who did something crazy out of anger. Being born in such a super-rich family, being stupid is a kind of original sin. Gu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, staring at Yang Shen, with murderous intent in his eyes. The existence of this guy is why Yang Tian stayed in Yang. A chess piece of the family. Once the situation reverses in the future, he will immediately throw Yang Shen out and use it to deal with the Gu family. This stupid and extremely influential guy will be a big threat to the Gu family even if he lives in the world for a day. We must find a way to kill him directly. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000-meter sword light stretched across the sky and the earth, seeming to be able to penetrate time and space. It was terrifying to the extreme. Under this immense pressure, Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body was trembling violently, and veins were everywhere from his forehead to his neck. If Gu Tian wanted to kill him, he could accept it. After all, he was the one who provoked him first. But he was working for Yang Shen. After the failure, not only did he find a way to save him, but he also wanted to kill him at all costs. Even the head of the family, Yang Tian, came forward in person, but he couldn't offset his father's murderous intention. What qualifications does a person like you have to be my father? Yang Ying growled, roared, completely crazy, suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared at Yang Shen. You made an agreement with the supreme elder of the Duanmu family to help Yi Fan suppress Gu Tian. I am just a pawn in your hands. Now that the plan failed, you blame everything on me. Why should I sacrifice my life for your mistake? Gu Wudao would do anything for his son Gu Tian, but you, for the sake of your so-called face, you chose to sacrifice your son without hesitation. You have never been worthy of comparison with Gu Wudao. Yang Shen, it is natural for you to lose. It is unjust not to lose. You are not worthy of being valued by your tribe. Quote. Yang Ying was hysterical and roared again and again. Covered by Yang Shen's terrifying murderous intent, the pores all over his body were bleeding, making him completely lose his mind. His father, Yang Shen, was so crazy that he didn't think he could survive, because he understood that he was not worthy of having the patriarch risk everything to save him. At most, he would take the opportunity to punish Yang Shen after he was killed by his father. At this moment, Yang Ying completely lost his mind. Since he can't survive, no one should think about it. Treason, traitor, what are you talking about? I'll kill you. Yang Shen's eyes were wide and bloodshot, his body was shaking violently, and he gave Yang Tian a taboo look. He did not expect that his son Yang Ying, who had always been obedient, would dare to resist and tell the public about his private deal with the elder of the Duanmu family, even if he was about to die by his own sword. Stupid, beyond stupid. Yang Tian's always aloof and indifferent face suddenly sank slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Staring at Yang Shen, he almost wanted to slap him to death. He knew that Yang Shen was doing some tricks behind the scenes, and originally just wanted to give him a little beating. But he never expected that Yang Shen would be so bold as to dare to go beyond him and secretly trade with a super wealthy family like the Duanmu family. What he couldn't accept even more was that Yang Shen was so stupid that he forced his own son to directly tell him the unspeakable things he had done in public. Can the Duanmu family join forces with him to help little Yi Fan suppress Gu Tian in public? There are many things that everyone knows in their minds, but they must not be put on the table, otherwise they will change the flavor. Many things cannot be weighed if they are not weighed, but if they are weighed, they cannot weigh 1,000 pounds. Buzz. Suddenly, a black light flashed through, causing Wu Yangtian's pupils to shrink suddenly and violently, and his whole body trembled slightly. Gu Tian. Just a second before Wu Yangying was about to be killed by Wu Yang's magic sword, Gu Tian's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he couldn't see the 10,000-meter sword light in the sky. Gu Tian, are you crazy? Wu Yang Wushwang blurted out, his pupils widening angrily, his face turned pale with fright, and his legs were shaking. He simply couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if Gu Tian was chopped down by Wu Yangshen in Wu Yang's house. Gu Tian, be careful. Wu Yangxian's face was extremely pale, and her big black eyes were full of fear. Perhaps besides Wu Yangtian, the only one present who could figure out why Gu Tian suddenly appeared was her. Chapter 51. OMG. Many young masters and ladies from the imperial capital were so frightened that they became weak. One lady was so frightened that she peed on the spot. Some of the poor ones even fainted from fear. Wu Yangshen, if you dare to touch a hair of my young master, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Chen Mengran roared angrily, a golden divine light bloomed strangely in her charming pupils, and an extremely majestic aura emanated from her body. But Wu Yangshen's long sword had already been slashed down. Even if he noticed it himself, he could no longer put it away. Asshole, are you trying to drag me to death with you? Wu Yangshen roared in his heart, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. If Gu Tian died under his knife, Gu Wudao would tear off his skin and cut him into pieces. Whether he admits it or not, the fear of Gu Wudao has been deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. Otherwise, facing Gu Tian's unscrupulous threat, he would not rather force Wu Yangying to commit suicide. He didn't dare to take action against Gu Tian. But what he didn't expect was that his own son, who had been respectful to him since childhood and didn't dare to disobey him in the slightest, would dare to disobey his orders. You just said that the supreme elder of the Duanmu family colluded with your father to deal with me. Which elder of the Duanmu family is he? Gu Tian stared into Wu Yangying's eyes, and the cold voice boomed in the sky, without even looking at the thousands of meters of sword light falling above his head. It's not that he's not afraid of death. But he understood that with a certain person's calculations, he didn't dare to let him die in Wu Yang's family or in Wu Yangshen's hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the critical moment, a blue shadow flashed past, and Wu Yangtian instantly appeared behind Gu Tian, raising his hand to strike directly with the sword. Boom! The light of the 10,000-meter sword was instantly wiped out, and a terrifying backlash spread across Wu Yangshen, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood, and his face turned slightly pale. But at this moment, when he saw Wu Yangtian taking action again, instead of getting angry again, he felt slightly relieved. As long as Gu Tian didn't die under his knife, everything would be fine. After all, he doesn't have the strength to confront Gu Wudao head-on. Snapped. At this moment, Wu Yangtian's figure flashed and appeared in front of him instantly. He looked at Wu Yangshen with gloomy eyes and waved his hand suddenly. Snapped. Wu Yangshen was directly slapped thousands of meters away, and half of his head was turned into blood mist by Wu Yangtian's slap. One can imagine Wu Yangtian's rage at this moment. He wished he could kill Wu Yangshen directly. Does this guy know how much trouble he has caused? My uncle has been a smart man, a powerful figure, and a leader among all races. How come he gave birth to such a stupid thing like you? Wu Yangtian was furious. As a strong man who has half-stepped into the realm of super gods, Wu Yangshen can easily regenerate his limbs, and half of his head has been repaired quickly. However, his slightly pale face is extremely ugly at the moment, and his face is ferocious. He roared, Wu Yangtian, are you crazy? How dare you slap me in public? Don't forget that it was my father who helped you to become the head of the family. Now that my wings have hardened, I have to repay kindness with hatred, and it will be impossible to destroy my lineage. Don't forget, I'm still the deputy patriarch of the family and the elder of the Presbyterian Council. You don't have the power to do things so unscrupulously. And aren't you afraid that your tribe will be disappointed? Quote. Wu Yangtian's face was extremely gloomy, and there was murderous intention deep in his eyes. For the first time, he began to doubt whether his decision to leave Wu Yangshen to contain Gu Wudao was right or wrong. This stupid guy has no effect at all except causing trouble for him. Gutn, I don't know the specific name of the Supreme Elder. He came to discuss with my father in secret. I can't see through his true face. Yang Ying's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, Gutn appeared and saved his life. In an instant, Yang Ying suddenly reacted, quickly got up, kowtowed to Gutn, and said hoarsely, Gutn, although I don't know the name of that Supreme Elder, but I was in the room at that time and saw him. Profile. As long as I see his face, I will definitely recognize him. Quote. Bang, bang, bang. Woof woof woof. After that, Yang Ying said nothing, and while kowtowing to Gutn crazily, he barked loudly like a dog, with a hint of hysteria in his voice. It dawned on him, if he continues to stay in Yang's house, he will definitely die. Now the only one in the field who can save him, dares to save him, and has reason to save him is Gutn. If you want to survive, you must make Gutn understand that he is still valuable and that it is necessary to save him. You are much smarter than your stupid me. Gutn's eyes were cold, he turned his head to stare at Yang Shen, and suddenly ordered, Mengran, don't let Yang Shen run away. As you command. Chen Mengran, who had been suppressing it for a long time, suddenly drew his sword. The golden light in his eyes was dazzling, and the golden flames were beating all over his body. He suddenly flew into the sky and slashed towards Yang Shen with his sword, murderous intent raging in his eyes. Who could imagine that at that moment, she felt that her heart had stopped beating and her blood was burning. She couldn't imagine that if Yang Tian didn't react, the young master would die from this knife. Kill. Chen Mengran roared angrily, golden light raging across the sky thousands of meters away, and a sword swept out. Swish, swish, swish. Many maids flew out at the same time, drew their swords, and their sword intent raged, surrounding Yang Tian from all directions. Gutn, you actually attacked me in Yang's house. Yang Shen roared, his face was ferocious and almost twisted, like a wild beast, a terrifying aura filled the air, and he suddenly wanted to kill all these maids. Gutn didn't dare to move a hair. But what would happen if all of these maids were killed? He didn't believe that with his own status, he could kill several of Gutn's personal maids. Chen Mengyan and Yu Wudao would dare to come to their door. You dare to fight back, you don't know how much trouble you have caused. When Yang Tian saw this, he became even more furious. This idiot didn't realize the seriousness of the problem until now. He dared to take action when he saw him. He suddenly transformed into a big hand and directly held Yang Shen down in the air, leaving Chen Mengyan and others to wait. The maid's sword stood on his body. Bang, bang, bang. I have to admit that Yang Shen's strength is terrifying and far beyond that of Ji Yuling. The long swords of many maids slashed at him, making the sound of gold and iron clashing, leaving only sword streaks on Yang Shen's body. Seal, but it can't hurt his fundamentals at all. Puff. Suddenly, a golden sword light flashed through, swirling with golden flames, and directly chopped off Yang Shen's arm. Ah! Yang Shen roared, in extreme pain. Being so surrounded and humiliated by a group of maids dealt a serious blow to his already fragile self-esteem, which was countless times more intense than the physical pain. As the deputy patriarch of the Yang family, a half-step super god, he was surrounded by a group of humble maids and even had one of his arms chopped off. Yang Tian, is this how you treat the son of the previous patriarch? I am the deputy patriarch, you have no right to let outsiders humiliate me like this. Yang Tian frowned slightly, he was too lazy to pay attention to the stupid and suffocating Yang Shen. Instead, he turned to look at Chen Mengran, who was surrounded by golden flames, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The royal bloodline of the gods. There was such a terrifying guy hidden among the maids around Gutn. Yu Wudao and Chen Mengyan worked really hard for their only son. Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has deepened her loyalty to you again. You will be rewarded with 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has awakened the royal bloodline of the divine clan in advance. Her destiny has been greatly affected. She will be rewarded with 150,000 destiny points. The cold and mechanical sound of the system sounded in Gutn's ears, making the corner of his mouth curl up slightly. This is really an unexpected bonus. The reward of getting destiny points is second to none. The awakening of Chen Mengrand's divine bloodline is definitely a great joy for the Gu family. The gods are currently among the top 3 super-ethnic groups, ranking above the human race. Of course, Gu Tian, who has read the original work, has deep doubts about this ranking. It is too watery. But it has to be said that Chen Mengrand's awakening of his bloodline is of great benefit to him. In the original work, Yi Fan used Chen Mengrand's divine royal bloodline to do many earth-shattering things. And of course he can do these things. At this time, Ouyang Tian took a deep breath. Although the royal bloodline of the God clan was terrifying, he did not have the energy to pay attention to this matter now. He looked at Gu Tian and said, "Nephew Gu Tian, can you give your uncle a face? Today's matter has been revealed for the time being. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation afterwards." Explain. Ouyang Wushwang took a breath of air, never expecting that such words would come from his father who always spoke his words, and to his contemporary Gu Tian. They are all from the same generation, and both are sons of the clan leader. Why is there such a big gap? Anyway, he didn't even dare to think that Gu Wudao would talk to him like this one day. Ouyang Zian sighed, such a stupid brother. At this time, he would focus on such a trivial matter, and reminded. "Brother, think about it carefully. The deputy patriarch of our family colluded with the supreme elder of the Duanmu family to help a young man from a poor family publicly suppress the heir of the Gu family. Moreover, it was said in such a public place. How big of an impact will it have?" Ouyang Wushwang was stunned for a moment, and then said nonchalantly, "That is a matter for Ouyang Shen's branch. It has nothing to do with us. At the worst, we can just hand him over to the Gu family." Ouyang Zian almost cried because of her brother. With a slap on her smooth forehead, she finally understood why her father never communicated with her brother about family affairs. Why would she tell her brother such a thing? At this moment, Ouyang Wushwang lowered his voice and said, "Sister, is this serious?" Looking at her brother's curious eyes, Ouyang Zian nodded and reminded, "It's very serious. If it's not handled well, the Ouyang family will pay a huge price." After that, she silently added in her heart that if Gu Tian was willing not to pursue the matter, the impact would not be great. But seeing Gu Tian directly physically rescuing Ouyang Ying, this hope was close to nothing. The Ouyang family is on good terms with the Gu family, but secretly, the deputy patriarch colludes with the Duanmu family's supreme elder to help a child from a poor family deal with the Gu family's heir at the birthday party of the patriarch's little princess. If this kind of thing spreads, it will be a fatal blow to the prestige of the Ouyang family. Moreover, some people with ulterior motives and evil intentions will even take advantage of this matter to make a big fuss, publicizing that the friendship between the Ouyang family and the Gu family is a lie, and that the relationship between the two families has long since broken down. As the patriarch of the Ouyang family at this time, his father would be the one to blame if something like this happened. And Gu Tian must have noticed this. If this guy wasn't so young in appearance, Ouyang Zian would even be willing to believe that he was an old monster on the same level as the clan leader's father, Ouyang Tian, with unfathomable scheming. Really, every step is a game of calculation, which is thrilling. What's even more frightening is that because Ouyang Tian has a pig teammate by his side, he is almost led by Gu Tian every step of the way. He even has to risk being scolded by his tribe and personally hold Ouyang Shen down to pour out his anger on Gu Tian. Let a large group of maids beat up the dignified deputy patriarch of the Ouyang family. It's a bit profound. Sister, please explain it more clearly. Brother won't understand. Ouyang Wushwang became even more curious. At this moment, after Gu Tian looked at Ouyang Tian indifferently for a long time, he finally spoke up and said, "Uncle should also know that my mother is from the Duanmu family. If this matter is not handled well, it will not only affect the Gu family and the relationship between the Ouyang family will also affect the Duanmu family." Quote, "My nephew must bring Ouyang Ying back to the clan for interrogation." Speaking of this, Gu Tian glanced at Ouyang Shen coldly and said, "If this matter is true, my nephew has no choice but to send a message to his father and ask him to come back and deal with it in person." He was worried that he would not have a chance to deal with Ouyang Shen, but unexpectedly, a great opportunity came to his door. Sure enough, when dealing with a stupid guy, you don't even need to waste any energy, he will take the initiative to do stupid things. Ji Tian did not expect that Yang Shen would dare to cross Yang Tian and collude with the supreme elder of the Duanmu family to suppress him, the heir of the Ji family, within his own clan. This kind of operation is simply stupid to the point of suffocating. If you don't like him inside and out, you may even completely anger Ji Wudao and make him die without a burial place. Ji Tian couldn't even figure out how long Yang Shen's brain was. After living for so many years and at such an old age, he didn't make any progress at all. Such a stupid guy can actually have such a high level of talent and practice to such a level. Let Uncle Wudao come back and handle it in person. Yang Ziyan shuddered and her face turned slightly pale. Ji Tian's words were full of words. Although he was respectful on the surface, in fact, every word was full of threats. Let Uncle Wudao come back and deal with it in person. It seems that Yang Shen is finished. Yang Wushwang said with a lot of gloating, making you keep going against your father. Yang Ziyan directly ignored this brother. Otherwise, she always felt that she couldn't help it and slapped her brother in the face to prevent her brother from turning into another Yang god and causing trouble for her in the future. At this moment, many young masters and ladies from the imperial capital on the side no longer knew how to deal with themselves. Their faces were pale and they wanted to cry on the spot. They were just here to attend the birthday party, how could it have turned out like this? Can they listen to each of these items? The Yang family won't kill people and silence them, right? Yang Tian's expression darkened slightly and he asked Ji Wudao to come back and handle it in person. Then this matter would really get out of hand. He really wanted to slap Yang Shen to death. In fact, at this moment, it was the best choice to directly suppress Yang Shen and hand it over to Ji Tian on the spot. But as the clan leader, he had to take into account the influence, and even had to come forward to defend Yang Shen, because Yang Shen's father was kind to him and was also the deputy clan leader. He couldn't risk upsetting his tribe. Before Yang Tian could speak, Yang Shen was already frightened to death, and shouted to Ji Tian in horror, "My son is in your hands, and you have already made me lose all my face. What else do you want?" Yang Shen's eyes were filled with endless fear, and when he heard that Ji Wudao was back, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Ji Wudao is the super god responsible for guarding the northwest frontier. He cannot return at will without the order of the cabinet. Once he comes back, everyone will be watching him. He colluded with the Duanmu family and plotted against his son. As soon as Ji Wudao came back, he couldn't help but kill him. Ji Tian's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were cold as he said, "Yang Ying, tell me, how did your father and the supreme elder of the Duanmu family plot to kill me? Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Say everything you know out loud." For a moment, Yang Ying was stunned. He didn't plot to kill Ji Tian, he just wanted to suppress. But suddenly, a ray of light flashed through his mind, and he immediately understood Ji Tian's purpose. Puff! In an instant, when Yang Shen heard this, his pupils contracted violently, and he was so angry that he spurted out a large mouthful of blood and roared, "Ji Tian, you are talking nonsense. When did I and Duanmu conspire with others to kill you? You don't want to spewing blood." He just asked Yang Ying to help Yi Fan suppress Ji Tian and drive a wedge between Ji Tian and Yang Ziyan and Yang Wushwang. Not to mention, everything was interrupted by Ji Tian before it was put into effect. It's not like this to accuse someone unjustly. So cruel, this is forcing father to a dead end. Yang Ziyan muttered to herself, her eyes extremely complicated. Yang Ying is in Ji Tian's hands. In order to survive, there is nothing he dare not say now. And plotting to kill the Ji family's heir took things to a new level. Yang Wushwang was even more confused. What the hell? Ji Tian was obviously forcing Yang Shen, so why did he get involved with his father again? Yang Tian's face was gloomy and he said nothing. He looked at Ji Tian coldly, without any trace of appreciation as before. Ji Tian is indeed very smart and excellent. But it's really unpleasant. At this moment, a terrifying sword intent flashed past in the depths of the void, causing Yang Tian's eyes to flash with a cold light and he looked suddenly. In the turbulent flow deep in the void, a middle-aged man with an indifferent face was looking at him calmly, with his hands folded across his chest, holding a green soft sword. Chen Feng, Don't you think your nephew has gone too far? Yang Tian's eyes were gloomy, his spiritual thoughts traveled through the void, descended into the turbulent flow of the void, and said, "Where is Chen Mengyan? Ask her to come and see me." Chen Feng took out a piece of white cloth and gently wiped the scabbard, while saying calmly, "My sister said that before she leaves seclusion, Ji Tian has the final say in the Ji family's external affairs. Before you make any small moves, you'd better think clearly whether my sword can penetrate your Yang family. Behind my nephew, there are not only my brother-in-law and my sister, but also me and the entire Ji family." Chen Feng's eyes were indifferent, but his plain words were filled with terrifying murderous intent. Yang Tian's face became more gloomy, he clenched his fists and said coldly, "Do you really think that my Yang family really dare not fall out with your Ji family? You can definitely give it a try, but I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Chen Feng said calmly and slowly pulled out the green soft sword in his hand. In an instant, the terrifying sword energy storm directly penetrated the depths of the void. "You are an unreasonable lunatic." Seeing Chen Feng, who was tense and ready to fight if they disagreed, Yang Tian cursed angrily with a gloomy face. Naturally, he was not really crazy enough to fight Chen Feng or even attack the heir of the Ji family. What he just said was just a test, because he couldn't believe that Chen Mengyan would directly hand over the decision-making power of the relationship between the Ji family and the Yang family to Ji Tian. So even though he knew that Chen Feng was not easy to communicate with and was only here to protect Ji Tian, he still turned his consciousness over. After all, if Chen Feng could stop Ji Tian, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Yang Tian couldn't believe it. Chen Mengyan actually handed over such an important decision to Ji Tian and let him make his own decision. Although Ji Tian was so outstanding that he was a little amazed, but the relationship between the two families was so important. After all, Ji Tian was just a young and energetic young man who had just grown up. If he did something irrational, he would be in trouble with the two families. The losses are extremely huge. Yang Tian's face was extremely gloomy. It seems that Chen Mengyan, a cruel woman, has accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction with the Yang family's attitude towards the Ji family during this period. But he originally thought that Chen Mengyan would never be able to break through the super gods. He couldn't figure out why many things that happened these days were far beyond his expectations. Chen Feng waved his sword and pointed at Yang Tian's cheek, and said expressionlessly, "I used to talk too much, but later I gradually realized that reasoning has little effect, and is far less effective than taking action directly. Especially for a hypocrite like you who talks about morality and justice." Faced with this madman who drew his sword whenever he disagreed, Yang Tianchen gritted his teeth in his heart and simply took back his consciousness. It was easier to communicate with Chen Feng than with Ji Tian. At this time, Yang Ying gritted his teeth and glanced at Yang Tian and his father Yang Shen with resentment. He finally made a decision and suddenly shouted, "My father, no, Yang Shen told me that Yi Fan's strength has reached the level of 6 heavenly dragons. With such power, I will injure young Master Ji Tian at the banquet, and let me plot from the side, preferably directly killing young Master Ji Tian." Yang Shen also said that as long as Ji Tian dies in the Yang family and at Sister Xian's birthday party, the patriarch will bear the blame and will inevitably step down. The position of patriarch will be his. Yang Ying gasped violently, his chest beating continuously. After saying this, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He understood that as soon as these words were spoken, he would no longer be tolerated by the Yang family. From now on, the only person he can rely on is Ji Tian, otherwise there are countless people in the Yang family who will want to tear him into pieces. "Look, everyone," Yang Ying gritted his teeth, and an empty white bottle appeared in his hand. With blood-red eyes, he gestured to everyone and shouted, "This is the poisoned soul-eating grass given to me by God Yang. It was picked from the dark demon abyss, a forbidden area of the demon clan, and was refined by a god-level alchemist for 7 or 49 days. It is invisible and tasteless, even for super gods. There is no clue. Yang Shen asked me to find an opportunity to penetrate young Master Ji Tian's wound after he was injured." Quote. At this moment, the entire audience was completely suffocated. Many young ladies were dumbfounded, their heartbeats were beating crazily, and their faces were extremely pale. Things are getting more and more out of control, and even the evidence has been produced. OMG. What on earth did I hear? The deputy patriarch of the Uyang family colluded with the supreme elder of the Duanmu family to poison the heir of the Jiyu family within the family. And the target is directly aimed at the position of the head of the family. Does the Duanmu family want to provoke civil strife in the Uyang family, and at the same time trigger a fight between the Jiyu family and the Uyang family, and profit from it? Many young masters and ladies of the imperial capital were frightened, and countless thoughts subconsciously flashed through their minds. Uyang Shen, this beast. Uyang Wushwang was extremely angry, his face flushed, he turned around and pointed at Uyang Shen and cursed loudly. In order to achieve your goal, as a half-step super god, you actually used such despicable methods on Ji Tian. Uyang god, you are not worthy to be a member of my Uyang family, let alone the deputy chief. The position of clan leader belongs to the strong. If you want to be the clan leader, you can challenge it openly. Uyang Wushwang was filled with indignation, and the awe of Uyang Shen in his heart was completely covered by anger. He pointed at Uyang Shen and cursed loudly. Is it true or false? Uyang Xian frowned slightly and looked at the empty bottle that was handed to Ji Tian. She believes that Uyang Shen dares to collude with the Duanmu family's supreme elder and helps Yifan suppress Ji Tian. But Uyang Shen dares to do such a bold thing. Still want to seek power and usurp the throne. Does Uyang Shen have this kind of structure and courage? At this moment, Uyang Shen, a peerless strongman who was halfway to becoming a super god, was so frightened that his face turned pale, his whole body was shaking violently, and he roared at Uyang Ying with scarlet eyes. Nizi, what are you talking about? When did I give you some soul-eating grass? How did I give birth to a beast like you? Are you insulting your IQ? I'm going to kill you. Uyang Shen's eyes were scarlet, his hair was dancing wildly, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, completely unable to be suppressed. However, it was suppressed by Uyang Tian's big hands. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. He knew very well how big the strength gap was between himself and Uyang Tian. Although he is known as a half-step super god and as the deputy patriarch of his family, Uyang Tian is one of the top 10 super gods in the human race. His reputation frightens all races. Between them, they are completely in the sky and the earth. Uyang Tian wanted to kill him with at most 3 moves, but he still had a clear understanding of this. So although he has been jumping up and down these years, he has never thought about replacing Uyang Tian. With his strength, even if Uyang Tian dies, it may not be his turn to be the clan leader. Uyang Tian's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from his face. He naturally understood that Uyang Shen did not dare to do such a thing. But Uyang Ying, his biological son, even produced evidence. Even if Uyang Shen had 100 mouths, he would never be able to explain clearly. Chen Mengyan and Ji Yu Wudao would not give him a chance to explain clearly, and it would be a huge disaster. Ji Tian forced him to kill Uyang Shen on the spot. But as a clan leader, he was forced to kill a deputy clan leader on the spot. It was hard for him to explain to the Presbyterian Council what His Majesty was. Uyang Tian's body was filled with a terrifying aura, making the sky seem to collapse directly. Ji Tian, you have slandered me so much, aren't you afraid of thunder from the sky? Uyang Shen roared hysterically. At this moment, he already felt a huge death crisis covering him. Ji Tian, a boy with no hair at all, actually wanted to kill him completely with a little trick. Young master, this is indeed the soul-eating grass. I once heard my mistress say it. Chen Mengran's whole body was filled with golden light, filled with a majestic aura. He landed on the ground, took the empty bottle, checked it, and saluted Ji Tian respectfully. This grass is colorless and odorless. It is the spirit that was injured and invaded by poisonous gas, and will definitely die. However, this soul-eating grass is extremely rare, and requires the work of a god-level alchemist to refine it. It is extremely valuable, and it is only spread among the high-ranking members of the demon clan. Chen Mengran's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly turned his head to stare at Uyang Shen, pointing his long sword at him and angrily yelling. As we all know, the Duanmu family practices the Heavenly Demon Sutra and has a deep connection with the demon clan. Among the big human clans, only the big shots of the Duanmu family can bring this thing to the human race silently. The witnesses and physical evidence are conclusive, so what else do you have to defend yourself? Ouyang family, you kindly invited my young master to come as a guest, but you secretly used such vicious methods. The master and my adoptive mother will definitely not give up on you. Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has become more loyal to you again. You will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Ji Yutian glanced at the empty bottle in his hand, then turned his head and took a deep look at Ouyang Ying. He curled his lips and said, "From today on, as long as my Ji family exists, your life will be yours." Now that Ouyang Ying has produced evidence, he will naturally not be stingy and save his life. It is a matter of one sentence. And based on his understanding of Ouyang Shen, it is naturally impossible for him to have such courage. There is no way that the supreme elder of the Duanmu family would be so stupid as to hand over something that would obviously expose him to a little Ouyang Ying. Obviously, Ouyang Ying got this from somewhere privately and kept it secretly in his hand. As for who he wanted to poison, it was already obvious at this time. It must be his father Ouyang Shen. I'm afraid he just never found the opportunity. The father and son want to kill their son. On the surface, the son seems to be obeying his words, but he has been secretly planning to kill his violent biological father and completely get rid of his control. Even in the TV series of the previous life, I am afraid that I would not dare to shoot it like this. It is too magical and will be sprayed to death by the audience. But at this moment, it really happened in front of him. As luck would have it, this soul-eating grass became the evidence that Ouyang Ying used to accuse Ouyang Shen, directly confirming everything. Ouyang Ying was so excited that he couldn't say a word. He knelt down and kowtowed to Ji Yutian 3 more times. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." He understood that from now on, his future and destiny, life and death, had all been handed over to Ji Yutian's hands. The only thing he could do was to hug Ji Yutian's thigh tightly. At this moment, the whole place was silent. The moment it was confirmed that the empty bottle was indeed the soul-eating grass, the scene seemed to have fallen into an unsolvable state. Ouyang Shen asked Ouyang Ying to assassinate the heir of the Ji family, and also involve the behemoth Duanmu family. How to solve it? Many young masters and ladies of the imperial capital were pale, sitting softly on the ground, their eyes dull. Are they going to be killed and silenced? Everyone understands that what happened here today must not be spread, otherwise it will be a magnitude 12 earthquake to the human race. Even the order that the human race has finally established may fall apart. It turns out to be true. Ouyang Zian gritted her teeth, her big black eyes widened, and her face was a little pale. She suddenly regretted inviting Ji Yutian over today. All this seems to have pushed my father into a corner, and the situation has no solution. Ouyang Shen, it is fate that you should die here. A biting cold light flashed in Ji Yutian's eyes. His face was cold. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Ouyang Tian, and said indifferently, "Uncle Ouyang, this matter is too big. My nephew must take Ouyang Ying back to report to his mother immediately." "You won't let your nephew leave, right?" Quote. Ouyang Tian was getting more and more furious. His face was gloomy, his eyes flashed coldly, and there were faint veins bulging out on his neck. Ji Yutian was clearly threatening him face to face. If Chen Mengyan knows about this now, it means that there is no room for change between the two families, and Ouyang Shen will be forcibly taken away by the Ji family for interrogation. As the deputy patriarch, Ouyang Shen knew many family secrets and was tortured. Ouyang Shen must tell everything. The deputy patriarch of the Ouyang family colluded with the supreme elder of the Duanmu family to assassinate the heir of the Ji family. This simply made the Ouyang family offend two super families at the same time. Ji Yutian and Ouyang Tian looked at each other quietly without giving in at all, even if the person in front of them was a super god. The whole place was silent, and even the wind seemed to have stopped moving. The sky was clear, but there was a suffocating pressure. Ouyang Tian's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word for a long time. He knew that there were many eyes on him in the Ouyang family at this moment, waiting for him to come up with a solution. After all these years, no one has ever allowed him to suffer such a huge loss. And all of this is thanks to Ouyang Shen, a pig teammate. If Ji Yutian is really allowed to take Ouyang Ying back to the Ji family, we don't know how much trouble it will cause, and the Yang family will also pay a huge price. Ji Wudao even came back directly from the border. After a long time, Yang Tian suddenly sighed softly and glanced at his son, who was still filled with indignation, and then at Ji Tian, who had a calm face and seemed to have everything under control. Wu Dao and Mengyan are really blessed. Yang Tian's emotions were ups and downs in his heart, but his expression returned to calm, and he smiled at Ji Tian and said, Wu Dao is my sworn brother, you are his son, and the Yang family is your second home, so you are naturally unimpeded. Quote, but uncle, as the head of the Yang family, something like this has happened in the clan. No matter what, I must give you an explanation to my nephew. Otherwise, uncle, I will really have no shame to see Wu Dao in the future. Ji Tian's face was indifferent, and there wasn't much emotion in his eyes. He understood that Yang Tian had already made his choice. But all this was within his expectation. In fact, the moment Yang Ying took out the soul-eating grass, Yang Tian had no choice. No, Yang Tian, I am the deputy chief, you did not kill with all your strength. Yang Shen's eyes were blood red and he smelled the smell of death. Please give me the god sword. At this time, Yang Tian suddenly bowed respectfully to Tianbian. No, Yang Shen roared hysterically, but suddenly, a sword sound came, and the vast golden light was dazzling, making everyone unable to open their eyes. They could only vaguely see a golden broadsword flashing past. Buzz! Suddenly, the abyss demonic sword and the sky-swallowing demonic ring in Ji Tian's body seemed to be threatened by some kind of threat. They revived on their own and flowed out black light, covering Ji Tian within them. Ancient divine weapon, divine sword. Ji Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the entire face of this ancient divine weapon came into his eyes. The Yang family's magic weapon to suppress the clan. This is a weapon that is no less impressive than the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings. And he remembered that in the original work, the celestial sword was also the key to the tomb of the supreme deity of the ancient human race. Later in the plot of the original work, after Yang Xian became a super god, the heavenly sword fell into her control. That earth-shattering tomb was revealed, all races were alarmed, and countless old monsters swarmed in. However, Yi Fan and Yang Xian relied on this divine sword to kill everyone in the tomb of the gods and gained endless benefits. He was determined to win this ancient divine weapon. Whether he gets it from Yang Xian or directly destroys the Yang family, he will not hesitate. Ji Tian knew very well that after the emergence of the tomb of the supreme god, it would have a profound impact on the human race and all races. It could be said that it would cause earth-shaking changes in the structure of all worlds. And Yi Fan, because of the tomb of gods, his reputation is resounding throughout the world. The Yang family, relying on the tomb of the supreme god, claims that with the power of one clan, it can rival the top 10 super clans. Ji Tian must control this weapon that can determine the pattern of all races. At this time, the golden light in the sky came and went as quickly as it came. Boom! A head with wide eyes fell from the sky and landed at Ji Tian's feet. It is Yang Shen's head. His eyes were still scarlet, filled with bloodshot eyes and endless fear, and, unbelievably, the powerful vitality had completely disappeared. The god sword fell, and his life was completely cut off with one strike, and the regeneration of the severed limbs was useless. He probably never thought that he did not die in Ji Wudao's hands, nor was he killed by Yang Tian, but was forced to death by Ji Tiansheng. Nephew Ji Tian, you are satisfied with this explanation? Yang Tian's voice was low. Looking at Yang Shen's lifeless head, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. It's not a pity. To him, Yang Shen was just a chess piece. The most unacceptable thing for him was that he was forced to this point by Ji Wudao's son, and had to kill Yang Shen on the spot in Yang's family. This is something that even Ji Wudao and Chen Mengyan cannot do. Of course, although this is inseparable from Yang Shen's own stupidity, Ji Tian was able to seize this opportunity keenly at his young age and did not even give him a chance to deal with the aftermath, which was simply shocking. This does not look like the wrist of a young man who has just grown up. Even in Yang Tian's view, in the entire huge Ji family, only Chen Mengyan could have such scheming skills, and not even Ji Wudao had such means. Yang Shen is dead. At this moment, not only the manor, but also the entire huge Yang family was in a state of silence. The horror, shock, and horror in the hearts of those who witnessed this scene at this moment can no longer be expressed in words. The super genius who was once famous in the human race and competed with Ji Wudao, Chen Mengyan, and Yang Tian, and who is currently at the top of the human race, died like this. His life ended in an extremely frustrating way. But no one can forget that this person is the deputy patriarch of the Yang family, the son of the previous head of the Yang family, and the current leader of the direct line. Really dead. Yang Wushwang, who had just cursed Yang Shen, stared blankly at the head at Ji Tian's feet, his whole body trembling slightly. Even if he said more than once, Yang Shen deserves to die. But when I actually saw Yang Shen's head being chopped off by his father's own hands, the strong impact of the scene could not be expressed in words. Ji Tian could actually do such a thing. Is he really the same generation as me? Yang Wushwang could see that from the beginning to the end, his father seemed to let Ji Tian lead him step by step, and even in the end, he was so helpless and angry, but had no choice but to kill Yang Shen on the spot. Since his birth, his father Yang Tian has been the sky in his heart, the omnipotent God. But there were times when this God was helpless and frustrated. Ji Tian, I must defeat you with my own hands and avenge my father. Yang Wushwang muttered to himself, clenching his fists quietly, veins popping out. Ji Tian. Yang Xian's big black eyes were extremely complicated at this moment. Ji Tian's terrifying methods made her feel completely out of control. This was a feeling I had never experienced before when facing Mark. Yi Fan is extremely talented and has unlimited potential, but every move and even the opponent's psychology are all within her expectations. Ji Tian, on the other hand, gave her a strong fear, but also made her feel like she couldn't help but want to get closer and get to know this mysterious man carefully. This is something Yang Xian, who has always considered herself extremely rational, cannot accept. She actually had a feeling in her heart that if she continued to have contact with this man, she would surely sink and be completely controlled by him. Reason told Yang Xian that it would be best not to have in-depth contact with Ji Tian in the future, otherwise it would be extremely dangerous. But she couldn't suppress the urge to understand and conquer Ji Tian. I don't believe you are really invulnerable. A flash of determination flashed in Yang Xian's eyes. She looked at Yang Shen's head at Ji Tian's feet, took a deep breath, and suppressed the strong feeling of horror in her heart. It was expected that a stupid guy like Yang Shen would die. But no matter how hard Yang Xian tried to find reasons for herself, she still understood that the sky had changed. Although Yang Shen's death took away many secrets, it will definitely cause a violent storm in the imperial capital. Many powerful people in Yang Shen's lineage will also make a big fuss, and his father will be busy next. With his father's character, he would never suffer the loss of being dumb. The Duanmu family actually reached out to the Yang family, causing the Yang family to pay such a huge price, losing their face and dignity. On the Ji family side, Ji Wudao and Chen Mengyan probably wouldn't tolerate their son being plotted like this. Next, I am afraid there will be a violent storm that shakes the human race. Ji Tian, why do you hide so deeply? Lin Qingshui's face was still pale, and she stared at Ji Tian blankly, biting her lip hard, and finally struggled to stand up and limped out of the manor. She believed that as Ji Tian's fiancé, even if it was only in name only, the Yang family would never dare to stop her. After all, Yang Shen has learned from the past. But at this moment, Lin Qingshui was completely desperate. She hated her own stupidity for causing her to completely lose Ji Tian. She hated her ignorance and actually hoped that when Yi Fan grew up, he could lead the Lin family out of the sea of suffering and rise again. Comparing Ji Tian and Yi Fan, it is the difference between a bright moon and a firefly, one is in the sky and the other is underground. Ji Tian can now confront Yang Tian and force Yang Shen to death, and he is still in the Yang family. What does Yi Fan compare with Ji Tian? Just because he keeps saying he would rather die than surrender. At this moment, Lin Qingshui suddenly felt that Mark's words were so ridiculous. While saying that she would rather die than surrender, she asked herself to get resources from the Ji family to him. Why was she so stupid before, but she didn't realize this until now. At this point, she felt that she had no choice if she wanted to save her father and the Lin family. After Lin Qingshui walked out of Yang's house, She took out her communicator, dialed a familiar number, and said softly, "Yi Fan, where are you?" "Excuse me, uncle." Gutn curled his lips slightly, and asked the maid to pick up the head, and said with a look of admiration, "Uncle's power, Gutn admires it. My mother is in seclusion, and my nephew takes my place. I thank my uncle for his righteousness in annihilating the family." "You're welcome, this is what uncle should do." Yang Tian almost laughed out of anger, glanced at Gutn with a gloomy face, and then disappeared directly. Yang Shen was forced to die, but he was still killed instantly by the divine soldiers of the clan. Many elders in the Presbyterian Council must be waiting for him to come up with a reasonable explanation. In this matter, as the clan leader, he has an unshirkable responsibility. Xian, pay close attention to Gutn's every move. This kid may be the enemy of my Yang family in the future. Yang Tian's deep voice rang directly in Yang Xian's ears. Yang Xian was stunned for a moment. Her father actually gave such an astonishing evaluation to Gutn. This was unprecedented in her memory. But soon, Yang Xian understood the meaning of her father's words. Since this guy with unlimited potential is likely to become the great enemy of the Yang family in the future, the best thing to do at this stage is to make him one of our own. And Gutn's deep affection for Lin Qingshe proved that he was by no means as heartless as he appeared. Her father wanted her to tear away Gutn's cold appearance at the moment, and it would be best to directly take Lin Qingshui's place. The last person whose father valued him so much was Yi Fan. However, the evaluation given by his father was simply that Yi Fan had unlimited potential and was worth investing in. It was completely different from the evaluation Gutn received. "Father, are you asking me to do whatever it takes?" A hint of bitterness appeared on Yang Xian's lips, but it quickly disappeared. As a woman from a super-rich family, she is also Yang Tian's favorite daughter. She has understood her mission since she was very young. Otherwise, she would not be able to get unlimited love from Yang Tian. The next moment, countless Yang family guards came from all corners and surrounded the manor. "It's an emergency. The head of the family has ordered that, except for young Master Gutn, no one in the manor can leave for the time being." A guard covered in black armor appeared in midair and said coldly. Many young masters and ladies of the imperial capital looked pale, but after seeing Yang Shen being killed, they already knew that they would face all this. "Yang Ying, go to Gu's house and wait for me first. Don't worry, no one will dare to do anything to you." Gutn smiled and reached out to pat his shoulder. "Okay, young master." Yang Ying was flattered, nodded repeatedly, turned around and left the manor in a hurry, and didn't let out a sigh of relief until he ran all the way out of Yang's house. Behind him, Gutn led Chen Mengran out of Yang's house. He turned to Chen Mengran and said, "Mengran, you know, anyone who betrays once will definitely betray him a second time or a third time." Gutn's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. In his 2 lifetimes, what he hates most is traitors. Not to mention, Yang Ying is the only one who knows that the soul-eating grass in the empty bottle has nothing to do with the Duanmu family and Yang Shen. He knew too much. Chen Mengran smiled charmingly and lifted the hair beside her ears. After awakening the divine bloodline, she bloomed with an amazing charm like a blooming rose, and said, "Don't worry, young master, Yang Ying's death is all due to the Duanmu family. What you did has nothing to do with the young master." "Clever." Gutn suddenly raised his hand and rubbed Chen Mengran's head lovingly, and said softly, "Your divine bloodline has awakened. After my mother comes out of seclusion, I will help you ask her for some divine scriptures, techniques and secret treasures." Quote. Chen Mengran's eyes turned slightly red, and she was extremely moved. She had just experienced a thrilling game, and the young master was still paying attention to her affairs. "Congratulations to the host. Chen Mengran, the daughter of destiny, has become more loyal to you. You will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points." "Congratulations to the host, the goddess of destiny, Skyfrost goddess remnant soul. Her mentality has been greatly affected, and she will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points." "Congratulations to the host, Yi Fan, the son of destiny." "Congratulations to the host, Lin Qingshe, the daughter of destiny, has made a huge change in her mentality. She will be rewarded with 30,000 destiny points." "Congratulations to the host, Ouyang Xian, the daughter of destiny. After walking out of Ouyang's house, the cold sound of rewards from the system continued to ring in Ji Yutian's ears. It's hard to imagine what kind of impact those things that just happened had on the psychology of these sons and daughters of fate. Even after Ji Yutian left, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Ji Yutian, wait for me. At this time, Ouyang Xian ran out of the gate with a rosy face, stopped in front of Ji Yutian, blinked her big black eyes and said, "In half a month, the secret realm of the human king will be opened, and I can team up with you to go in." The secret realm of the human king is currently one of the super secret realms of the human race. It only opens once a year, and only young students of the academy in the Xuanchao stage are allowed to explore. It is the annual gathering of geniuses of the human race. And because the human king's secret realm is surrounded by ancient formations, the strongest human beings cannot enter. As a result, this ancient secret realm is still extremely intact, hiding countless opportunities, and even magic medicines from ancient times are everywhere in it, visible. But Ji Yutian is now in the realm of divine power. Ouyang Xian's words were also asking Ji Yutian whether he would break through the mysterious orifice stage in the near future. Ouyang Xian originally didn't plan to go in this year, but just now, Yi Fan sent him a message, saying that he was about to break through the Xuanchao stage and invited her to go in with him. But after Ouyang Xian saw the message, the first thing she thought of was Ji Yutian. If Ji Yutian wants to go in, she still hopes to go in with Ji Yutian. Of course, if Ji Yutian didn't go, Ouyang Xian would not be willing to refuse Yi Fan with Yi Fan's strong potential. A cold light suddenly flashed in Ji Yutian's eyes, and he said indifferently, "Of course I have to go in." It seems to be the butterfly effect again. He remembered that in the original work, Yi Fan only entered the secret realm of the human king 1 year after breaking through the mysterious orifice and opening 320 mysterious orifices. And it was in the secret realm of the human king that he received the inheritance of the ancient star god emperor and broke all the mysterious orifices in one fell swoop. All 365 mysterious orifices were opened. The divine consciousness of the human king came across ancient times and all races were shocked. And all 365 mysterious orifices are opened, which is the limit of the mysterious orifice realm. Ji Yutian naturally could not allow Yi Fan to take this huge opportunity into his hands. Yi Fan just invited others to come in together. Ouyang Xian couldn't help but remind him. There was a bit of resentment in her big black eyes. She even invited her, but Ji Yutian didn't even respond directly. Given the current situation, I don't think it's suitable for us to enter the secret realm of the human king together. Ji Yutian said indifferently and rejected Ouyang Xian without mercy. He has never been in the habit of spoiling women. Not to mention a strong-willed woman like Ouyang Xian, if you let her get her wish easily, she will be happy on the face, but she will despise you even more in her heart. And he remembered that in the original work, Ouyang Xian and Yi Fan entered the secret realm of the human king together, happened to encounter the turbulence of the void, and dispersed at the beginning. In the secret realm of the human king, Ouyang Xian encountered endless dangers, and aliens opened a whirlpool to invade, and she almost died at the hands of the aliens. And at the critical moment, Yi Fan opened 365 mysterious orifices in one fell swoop and saved Ouyang Xian at the critical moment of life and death, completely making Ouyang Xian completely devoted to him. Naturally, Ji Yutian would not miss this good opportunity to gain destiny points. Ji Yutian, you. Ouyang Xian's eyes widened and she was furious. Ever since she was a child, no man had ever rejected her so mercilessly and head-on. Then I will wait for Yi Fan to break through to the mysterious aperture realm and go in with him. Ouyang Xian's face turned red with anger, she said angrily and ran back to the gate. She felt ashamed to see anyone. Ever since she was a child, she had never taken the initiative to invite a man. Her first invitation was rejected without mercy. With the current situation, everything is just an excuse. Could it be that the Ji Yu family will completely fall out with the Ouyang family because of today's incident? Unless everyone in the Ji Yu family is crazy. At this time, Chen Mengran walked up and whispered, "Young master, the people monitoring Yi Fan reported that he has entered the secret realm of stars, and he should be about to break through the mysterious orifice stage. Do you want to break through the mysterious aperture stage and make a comeback from a desperate situation?" Ji Yutian said to himself. In the original work, when Yi Fan broke through the mysterious aperture stage, he possessed the power of a heavenly dragon and practiced various secret techniques. He stayed in the secret realm for 7 days, breaking the Academy record, and triggering strange phenomena in the world and shocking the world. The entire imperial capital, Duan Mule, the dean of Imperial College, hailed him as a peerless genius that only emerges from the college in 1,000 years, and personally gave him a huge reward. And because of the butterfly effect caused by his time travel, this time Yi Fan is several times more powerful than in the original plot, possessing the power of 6 heavenly dragons, and comprehending the vision of mountains, rivers, and sky frost in advance. Breaking through the mysterious realm this time, I am afraid that the time spent in the secret realm and the strange phenomena caused will far exceed the original work, and it is not impossible to shock the entire human race. If Yi Fan really shines, he might really be able to make a comeback. Then his 2 days of suppression and various blows to Yi Fan's reputation might really be in vain. Gutn, don't underestimate Mark. At this time, the eyes of the Sky Frost goddess in the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings were slightly solemn, and she reminded, Evan's talent and potential, even in ancient times, were definitely among the top few. And I found that his bloodline is very mysterious and contains great energy, and the origins of his parents may be extraordinary. When Yi Fan breaks through the mysterious aperture stage, he is likely to undergo some kind of qualitative change, and his strength is absolutely astonishing. It is not impossible to even open 30 or 40 mystical orifices in one fell swoop. Quote, in the sky-swallowing Lord of the Rings, the Sky Frost goddess's eyes were slightly lowered, and she said silently in her heart, Yi Fan, I'm sorry. Now that she has chosen to join Gutn and has taken action against Yi Fan in the battle, she will no longer hide any secrets for Yi Fan. In fact, if she hadn't sensed Yi Fan's huge potential, given her background, how could she have fallen in love with a young girl from a poor family? Of course, Yi Fan's potential is indeed terrifying, but compared to Gutn, it is far inferior. A single imperial body, even if obtained from ancient times, is enough to cause a sensation and even cause countless super gods to fight madly. The mysterious bloodline opened 30 or 40 mysterious orifices in one fell swoop. Gutn's eyes were calm, without any disturbance. What a mysterious bloodline, it's just the evil seed of the rebellious human race passed down from ancient times. Rely on the luck of the human race to suck blood and develop your own strength. After he takes over the power of the human race, that race will be the first to be destroyed. Of course, he does not deny the power of that ethnic group. Even among the current human race, they are definitely the most powerful group. Go to the academy. A cold light flashed in Gutn's eyes. If Yi Fan wants to shock the human race, it depends on whether he allows it or not. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The world will always only pay attention to the one who ranks first. And he is the most powerful genius in the human race. Deep inside Imperial College, outside the secret realm of stars. Have you heard that Yi Fan, who is ranked second on the mountains and rivers ranking, has entered the secret realm of the stars? He also threatened that after breaking through the mysterious aperture stage, he will break into the top 50 on the heavenly ranking. Outside the secret realm, a student in the mysterious aperture stage whispered. Another student said with a sense of horror in his eyes, now the whole academy is in a state of shock, and many monsters on the list are paying attention here. Although Yi Fan was defeated by Gutn, I was present at the battle when he defeated Ouyang Wushwang with one move. His proud demeanor will never be forgotten by me. It's amazing to come from a humble background and reach where you are today. You said that if Yi Fan could stay in the secret realm of stars for a few days, he would open several mysterious orifices in one fell swoop. Is there any chance that he could break the Academy's record of 18 in 5 days? I guess there are 10 mysteries in 3 days, right? I guess Yi Fan can stay for 4 days and open 12. I hope Yi Fan can create miracles, surpass himself, and make a name for his poor students. Outside the secret realm of stars, many students were standing outside, talking about each other, with expectations in their eyes. They all came one after another after learning that Yi Fan had entered the secret realm of stars. Although Gutn is more evil, because his background is so high, he lacks resonance with many students from ordinary backgrounds. On the contrary, it was Yi Fan. Although the character he showed in the ring last time was a little worse, his background made many students feel closer to him. They even vaguely hoped that Yi Fan could create a miracle, break the record in one fell swoop, severely suppress Ji Tian's limelight, and suppress the arrogance of the powerful children from wealthy families. They saw some hope from Mark. A child from a poor family can still change his fate against the odds and reach the top with his unremitting efforts. Ahead, in the void, turbulence filled the air, and a huge secret realm like stars was floating in it. The stars were surging, and the power of the stars was drawn from outside the endless starry sky and poured into it. From the outside, one can faintly see that the power of the stars in the secret realm is as vast as a river, condensing into a mist, covering the students with solemn faces. Most of them are students who have broken through the mysterious aperture stage and spent merit points earned from completing academy tasks to enter the secret realm of the stars again. Only a few are the new students in the divine power realm. Because freshman students are not yet able to go out to do missions and obtain merit points to redeem the qualifications to enter the secret realm of stars, only by reaching the mountain and river rankings can they get the chance to receive rewards from the academy. And Yi Fan is the most conspicuous person in the secret realm of stars at this moment. Ji Tian, the realm of divine power is just the beginning. In the mysterious realm, I will let you understand who is the real strong one. Yi Fan murmured with a malicious look in his eyes, calmed down and closed his eyes. Sister Shuang was snatched away by Ji Tian. Without her guidance, Yi Fan did not dare to be careless. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with visions of mountains, rivers, and sky frost floating outside his body. His body even let out loud roars of dragons, and the power of the rolling stars was swallowed up. The power of the stars thousands of meters around was plundered in an instant. What the hell? An old student not far from Yi Fan cursed angrily and opened his eyes. When he saw the terrible movement caused by Yi Fan, his whole body was slightly shaken, and his eyes were shocked. He was in the mysterious aperture stage and had opened 26 mysterious apertures, but he couldn't win over a new student. Abnormal. Lao Sheng complained and chose to stay away from Yi Fan, walking 2,000 meters away before continuing to sit down and breathe in the power of the stars. He had been working on the mission for more than half a year, saving money, and had accumulated enough merit points to enter the secret realm of stars once. He was not willing to waste it like this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the mountain, river and sky frost phenomenon outside Yi Fan's body became even more massive, suddenly rising and covering thousands of meters around him. With Yi Fan as the center, the power of the stars within 3,000 meters was crazily plundered. Rumble, rumble, the power of the rolling stars surged, roaring like a mountain torrent, and was swallowed up by Yi Fan's body, as if there was an ancient beast sleeping there, and in the blink of an eye, it plundered all the power of the surrounding stars. Some old students not far from Yi Fan were affected one after another, and the rhythm of their cultivation was disrupted. Some old students even opened the mysterious orifice and were interrupted halfway. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, damaging their foundation, and they had to exit the secret realm of stars early. Oh my God, is this still a human being? Is it possible that the cub of Tianlong breaks through the mysterious aperture realm, but that's all? I'm beginning to believe that after Yi Fan breaks through the mysterious aperture, it's possible to challenge Ji Tian. Even reaching the top 50 on the mountain and river ranking in one fell swoop is not a myth. Many students were extremely excited, with noisy discussions and eyes full of anticipation. The greater the noise caused by Yi Fan's breakthrough, the happier they will be. As for the old students who were interrupted midway, many of them came from powerful families. Although they were not as good as Ji Tian, they did not deserve their sympathy. At this time, in the void outside the secret realm of stars, an old man stood in the turbulence of the void. He looked at Yi Fan with gloomy eyes and said, "It's not enough. If you want to surpass Ji Tian, this is not enough." He is the dean of Imperial College, Duan Mule. As an important figure in the Duanmu family and the dean of Imperial College, he had naturally heard about the huge commotion Ji Tian had made. The Duanmu family will soon be affected by this terrible whirlpool. At this moment, Ji Tian actually wanted to interfere in the internal affairs of Imperial College. How could he accept it? The Duanmu family has long regarded Imperial College as their own power, and he even regards Imperial College as his own asset. Just now, the elder Duanmu gave him a death order and would never allow Gu Tian to continue to expand his influence in Imperial College. This was related to the game between the family and the Gu family. In Imperial Academy, strength is valued, and the most important thing is talent and combat power. Gu Tian only came to Imperial College once and climbed to the top of the mountain and river rankings, causing a sensation in the entire college. He would never allow Gu Tian's influence to continue to expand. Duanmule looked at the current Imperial College and wanted to find a genius who could keep pace with Gu Tian, but he was disappointed. In the end, I still had to place my hope on Mark. Gu Tian's natural combat power is too abnormal. Only Yi Fan had a slight chance to fight Gu Tian. Gather. Duanmule's eyes were gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, a terrifying force poured into the secret realm of stars, forcing the power of the stars 10,000 meters around Yi Fan to gather towards him. Even if this will affect other students, it may even cause their foundation to collapse and they will be unable to break through again for the rest of their lives. But as long as he can make Yi Fan look even more amazing after breaking through the realm, he no longer cares about this. Imperial College is his territory and he will never allow others to interfere with it. OMG. Crazy, is Yi Fan still in the realm of divine power? Why do I feel like he is like a demon on the list who has opened 100 mysterious orifices? Many new students were shocked and even more excited. This is the representative figure of their poor family. Who says a poor family cannot produce a noble son? Yi Fan is their symbol. Who is the person in charge of the secret realm of stars? At this time, a charming and cold voice sounded from behind, directly covering the voices of many students. Many students turned around and saw a slender man in black clothes with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Behind them were 2 rows of sword-wielding maids wearing tulle. Gu Tian. Their pupils contracted violently, and subconsciously, they made way for Gu Tian to walk in. Gu Tian. In the void, Duanmule frowned suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Why did this guy come here at this time? What does this kid want to do? I am the person in charge of the secret realm of stars. Young Master Gu Tian, please give me your instructions. An old man from the extraordinary realm trotted up to Gu Tian with a flattering smile on his face. What happened in the morning has already caused a sensation in the entire Imperial College, and no one knows about it. Of course he knew it too. How dare you offend Gu Tian in the slightest? Open the secret realm. My young master will break through the mysterious realm. Chen Mengran said indifferently without Gu Tian speaking. The old man looked a little embarrassed and said, "It's not that the little one is unwilling to open it, but the dean ordered that before Mark comes out, the secret realm of stars is closed and no one is allowed to enter." A cold light flashed in Gu Tian's eyes, and he immediately understood Duanmule's intention. He wanted to pile resources on Yi Fan and use the sensation caused by Yi Fan's breakthrough to the mysterious aperture realm to suppress his limelight. The secret realm of stars is an asset of the academy and has always been open to all students. When will it be closed to a single student? Although Duanmule is the dean, if my Gu family does not approve of this decision, this order will not take effect. Open it immediately. Gu Tian said indifferently. Even if there were many students present, he would not spare any dignity for Duanmule. The supreme elder of the Duanmu family was plotting against him behind the scenes, and the Jiyu family and the Ouyang family would definitely fight back. At this time, he didn't need to give the Duanmu family any face at all. The tougher the attitude, the greater the benefits to the Jiyu family will be. Not to mention, he sent his uncle Chen Feng to Imperial College not only to suppress Jiyu Kuang's lineage, but also to control the cradle of human race's cultivation of strong men. From this moment on, he would let the entire Imperial Capital Academy students know that Duanmule could not dominate the academy with one hand. Gu Tian stared coldly at Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the secret realm of stars, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Want to rise, dream. Even if the Duanmu family comes out together, they can't save you. Gu Tian wants Yi Fan to understand that the reason why he is still alive is because he wants him to be alive, but he can only live in his shadow. The cold and domineering voice resounded throughout the entire audience, causing many students to look slightly pale and their eyes to be horrified. Is Gu Tian provoking the dean? No, It's not a provocation, it's like a declaration of war. In such a public occasion, it can be said that without the consent of the Gu family, Duan Mulay's order cannot take effect. Is this treating Duan Mulay as a puppet of the Gu family? It was even more horrifying when I thought of Gu Tian announcing in public that he wanted his uncle Chen Feng to come to Imperial College and take up the post of vice president. What exactly does Gu Tian want to do? Are you determined not to give up until the Imperial College is brought into chaos? If the dean hears this, I'm afraid he will go crazy. A student whispered to himself. The old man's face immediately turned pale, and he said tremblingly, "Can I let the young one report to the dean first?" Although he didn't want to offend Gu Tian, Duan Mulay had been the dean for a long time and had a higher prestige in his heart. Snapped. Chen Mengran's eyes flashed with golden light. She raised her hand and gave him a hard slap in the face, saying, "My Gu family is the founding family of Imperial College. The heir of the Gu family is acting in the college, so there is no need to ask him for instructions." Gu Tian didn't want to waste time and said indifferently, "Open the secret realm immediately or die." In an instant, the old man's face turned pale, his whole body was trembling, and he felt enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. A strong intuition told him that if he hesitated for even a second, his head would be gone. Gu Tian really dared to kill people in Imperial College. "Open. I'll open it right away." The old man didn't want to be someone Gu Tian used to establish his power and challenge Dean Duan Mulay's majesty, so he immediately ran to use a secret method to open the entrance to the secret realm of stars, and said tremblingly, "Young master, please enter." "Mengran, wait for me outside." There was a terrifying murderous intent in Gu Tian's voice, and he said, "Remember, no matter who dares to interfere with the secret realm of the stars, they will be killed without mercy. No need to ask for permission." He has not forgotten that Imperial College is the territory that the Duanmu family has managed for nearly 1,000 years. Although the Gu family is also one of the founders, their influence in the college is far less than that of the Duanmu family. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents, we must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and deter some villains who may have evil intentions. No matter when or where, unless you are absolutely sure, you cannot put yourself in danger. This has been Gu Tian's life creed for 2 lifetimes. As you command, young master. Chen Mengran did not dare to be careless, and immediately arranged many maids to guard Gu Tian as he entered the secret realm, and guarded the area around the entrance to the secret realm of stars, closely monitoring the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. Afterwards, Chen Mengran took out his communicator and sent a message directly to the Gu family. The young master's breakthrough to the mysterious aperture realm means that the supreme demonic bone is about to fully awaken, which is a first-class event for the Gu family. She would never forget that her adoptive mother had mentioned to her that the supreme demonic bone was a natural demonic bone possessed only by the first-generation ancestor of the Duanmu family. And the Duanmu family has inherited it for thousands of years. Even though monsters and strong men emerge endlessly, no one has ever possessed the supreme demonic bone. Chen Mengran had already vaguely realized that the Duanmu family was trying to target the young master behind the scenes, and why the adoptive mother had strangely become low-key since the young master spoke out, and remained silent on various matters related to Ji Yuquang's lineage. The supreme demon bone was actually born in a person named Ji Yu, and he was also the son of an abandoned daughter of the Duanmu family. This would probably be difficult for the Duanmu family to accept. Boom! Deep in the void, Duan Mulay's expression was gloomy, his whole body was trembling with anger, and he could no longer control his power, causing the turbulence in the void to explode. Gu Tian, you are such a slutty kid, you are so bold, you actually trample on my majesty like this. Even if you have the supreme demon bone, you really deserve to die. Duan Mulay roared in a low voice, and a terrifying magical mist spread from his body, making his eyes turn slightly scarlet. He really wanted to slap Gu Tian to death outside the secret realm of stars. He has been the dean of the Imperial College for hundreds of years, and even the top brass of the federal cabinet have to give him some face. But Gu Tian actually trampled on his majesty like this in one day. Buzz! Suddenly, a storm of billowing blue sword energy surged in, directly submerging Duan Mulay in it, tearing the weak demonic energy around him to pieces. The head of the Duanmu family doesn't dare to kill my nephew, but it's just you, are you worthy? Chen Feng's face was indifferent, but at this moment, his eyes were covered with a layer of blood-red light, containing a sense of madness, as if a demon had descended, looking down at Duan Mulei. Compared with Chen Feng, the weak demonic energy in Duan Mulei's body was like the difference between a baby and an adult. He is Chen Mengyun's biological brother, and he naturally has the demon bone bloodline of the Duanmu family. Chen Feng, don't forget, your original name is Duan Mufeng, not Gu. Duan Mulei's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, murderous intent lingered around his body, and he roared, "The Imperial Capital College is the territory of my Duanmu family, but it has been trampled upon by Gu Tian like this. You should cooperate with me and suppress the extended hand of the Gu family." Buzz. Chen Feng's response was to strike directly with his sword. Terrifying demonic intent swirled around him, and the green sword intent swept across the vast void like a tsunami hurricane. "You madman!" Duan Mulei backed up crazily, his body turning into countless phantoms, dodging the sword, but in the end, the green soft sword like a poisonous snake still left a bone-deep wound on his chest. "Don't mention the words Duan Mufeng to me in the future." Chen Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, with a hint of madness. "As soon as I heard these 3 words, I felt sick and couldn't help but want to kill someone. If Shaoshan hadn't been born with the supreme demon bone, and my sister had no choice but to keep a low profile in order to protect Shaoshan, I would have entered your clan with a sword and killed him with blood." Quote. "But you guys clearly promised to my sister that you would never hurt Shaoshan. But they are secretly making some small moves behind the scenes. Do you really think that we siblings really don't dare to kill you and turn your Duanmu family upside down?" Duan Mulei's face was slightly pale, and he looked at Chen Feng with horror in his eyes. "Your way of the magic sword has actually reached this point. Both of you siblings are monsters." He began to deeply doubt whether the old patriarch was right or wrong when he forcibly drove Chen Mengyun out of the imperial capital for the sake of the eldest son. Otherwise, it would be a great joy for the Duanmu family if Gu Tian was born with the supreme demon bone. How come the quarrel between the Duanmu family and the Gu family has reached such a level that they are almost at war with each other? But even if he is the dean of Imperial College, he cannot violate the orders of the Family Council of Elders. "I'm too lazy to argue with you, lunatic." Duan Mulei took a deep breath, forced to control the anger in his heart, and cast his gaze on Gu Tian, who had just sat down cross-legged in the secret realm of stars, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "How dare you try to break through the mysterious aperture realm and awaken the supreme demonic bone under his nose? This is not taking him seriously. Do you really think that his control over Imperial College for hundreds of years can be challenged by a boy like you who has no hair at all?" A black token appeared in his hand. This is the core token of the secret realm of stars, which can control all the powers in the secret realm. No matter if Gu Tian comes, then let him be the stepping stone for Yi Fan to break through the Zhanqiao stage and completely suppress his prestige. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge blue sword energy surrounded by billowing demonic intent penetrated time and space, and struck Duan Mulei's head with a bang, as if he wanted to kill the dean of the academy who was full of talents all over the world on the spot. Hiss. Duan Mulei took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would dare to kill him, and his body shape suddenly changed to avoid the sword. But suddenly, Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of him, with terrifying demonic intent in his eyes. He slashed down with his sword, directly cutting off Duan Mulei's right hand holding the star token, and fell into the endless void turbulence. "Didn't you hear the order my nephew just gave? Anyone who dares to do tricks behind the scenes will die." Chen Feng's cold voice, which contained demonic intent, exploded with a loud bang. Without any intention of stopping, he sliced his sword directly towards Duan Mulei's head, and the icy sword light was bone-piercing. Puff! Duan Mulei screamed and retreated crazily, feeling covered in a terrifying killing intent. "Chen Feng, I am the dean of the Imperial College personally appointed by the federal cabinet. You actually attack me. You go to heaven and earth. Even if Gu Wudao comes back, I can't save you." Duan Mulei roared hysterically, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, but he did not dare to hesitate at all. He directly raised his hand to tear open the void and left the academy. Chen Feng is an unreasonable lunatic. If he stays here, he will really die. But before leaving, Duan Mule did not forget the order of the family council of elders, and instantly released his spiritual consciousness to inform his people in the academy. Even if they can't stop Gu Tian from breaking through, they must help Yi Fan knock Gu Tian's limelight off at all costs. In the secret realm of stars, Gu Tian sat cross-legged not far from Yi Fan. He raised his eyes and saw the vision of mountains and rivers and sky frost surrounding Yi Fan. His eyes flashed with cold light and said, "Goddess Tianshuang, the time has come for you to show off." Quote. He was naturally referring to the control of the heavenly frost goddess over the strange phenomena of mountains and rivers. In the Ouyang family, she can resolve strange phenomena in mountains and rivers, and in this secret realm of stars, she is no exception. In the sky-swallowing magic ring, the body of the sky frost goddess trembled slightly. The words she least wanted to hear finally came. Although she has decided to help Gu Tian, she still has feelings for Mark. At this critical moment of breaking through the mysterious orifice realm, the pull of the power of the stars by the vision was suddenly resolved. The vast power of the stars was like a wild horse, and it was likely to directly burst Yi Fan's mysterious orifice. It is even possible that Yi Fan will only be able to stay in the Xuanchao stage in this life. But at this moment, the words that Yi Fan said to Lin Qingshui suddenly appeared in Goddess Tianshuang's mind. That's right, in Yi Fan's eyes, all the help to him was just Lin Qingshui's own passion, and he didn't force Lin Qingshui to do it with a sword. So what on earth is she being so passionate about? Soon, Goddess Tianshuang's eyes became firm. Since she had decided to stand on Gu Tian's side, she shouldn't be half-hearted. After all, with Gu Tian's background, her help to Gu Tian is not as great as that to Mark. Buzz. In an instant, a black light emitted from the sky-swallowing demonic ring, blending into the frosty vision of mountains, rivers, and sky around Yi Fan. Almost in an instant, the vision of mountains, rivers and frost around Yi Fan suddenly disappeared and turned into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the vast stars, drawn by the vision, went berserk in an instant, striking Yi Fan's body crazily, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hiss. What happened? Did Yi Fan fail to break through? Why did the mountain and river vision suddenly disappear? No, if this continues, even Yi Fan's powerful body will not be able to support it. The violent force will directly burst the mysterious orifice. Could it be that Yi Fan didn't have enough control over the vision and didn't understand it deeply enough, but he forcibly used the power of the vision to help him break through the mysterious realm, so there was a backlash. Outside the secret realm, many new students trembled, completely confused as to what was going on. But the consequences are likely to be serious. At this time, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, spit out a large mouthful of blood, turned to look at Gu Tian, and roared hysterically, "Gu Tian, you are such an insidious villain, you actually let Sister Shuang do this to me. Sister Shuang, have you forgotten that it was me who asked you to absorb the power of qi and blood so that you could wake up from the sky-swallowing magic ring?" Yi Fan stared at the sky-swallowing magic ring and roared, "If it weren't for me, you would still be here now. I can only stay and sleep in the Lord of the Rings. You are also an ungrateful villain. No woman is good." Puff puff. On Yi Fan's body, suddenly acupuncture points began to explode one after another, and blood mist filled the surroundings of him. Gu Tian smiled coldly and closed his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, visions of gods and demons emerged. The power of heaven and earth far exceeded the countless visions of mountains, rivers, and sky. Suddenly, the entire secret realm of stars shook slightly. Around Gu Tian, the visions of gods and demons were vast and boundless. In an instant, they enveloped the surrounding 10,000 meters of land. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the stars, as vast as a tsunami wave, was pulled in and poured into Gu Tian's body. The power of the stars gathered together, no longer a hazy mist, but turned into substance, surrounding Gu Tian's body in it, and Gu Tian's figure could no longer be seen at all. Ho, ho, ho. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, lingering in the entire secret realm of stars, breathtaking. The power of the 10 heavenly dragons is the limit of the divine power realm. Even in ancient times, there were only a few geniuses who could achieve it, and they eventually became taboo existences between heaven and earth. After the spiritual energy was revived, this strength became an ancient myth. Puff puff. Yi Fan, who had already suffered a backlash, was under tremendous pressure because of the short distance. The breakthrough process was interrupted again, and he vomited out several large mouthfuls of blood. "Gutn, I'm not done with you," Yi Fan roared. His eyes were blood red, and he received the same treatment as the old student who was forcibly interrupted by his vision before. Moreover, he is now at the critical moment of breakthrough, and the counterattack force keeps coming. Yi Fan did not dare to hesitate and stood up directly. While vomiting blood, he quickly walked away from Gutn. He arrived at a place 50,000 meters away from Gutn in one breath and sat down cross-legged. "Sister Shuang, how did Gutn threaten you and let you treat me like this?" Yi Fan's heart was like a knife. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, sorting out the violent star power in his body, preparing to forcefully break through the mysterious realm. Fortunately, he had the power of 6 heavenly dragons and his physical strength was extremely powerful. Otherwise, even if he was in the mysterious aperture realm, he would have exploded and died at this moment. "Deserve it. Young Master Gutn did a great job. Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Outside the secret realm, many old students who were forced to leave sneered and gloated, wishing that Yi Fan would die directly in the breakthrough. "Hiss. Why is Gutn's vision of gods and demons so much stronger than last time? Why do I have the feeling that even the Tianbang students can't beat Gutn? Is it my imagination?" Many freshmen were even more frightened to death and felt terrified. The power displayed by Gutn has exceeded their understanding of the strength of the divine power realm. They thought Yi Fan had reached his limit. But Gutn once again refreshed their understanding. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying roar of the heavenly dragon shook the heavens and the earth, making them pale even if they were outside the secret realm. If they were in the secret realm, they felt like they would be killed alive by the dragon's roar. How many heavenly dragon powers has this kid mastered? In the void, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with surprise, and he was not in a hurry to catch up and kill Duan Mule. After all, his mission was to protect Gutn personally. Is this a manifestation of the early awakening of the power of the supreme demonic bone? Chen Feng said to himself. He is also a descendant of the Duanmu family, with demon bone bloodline, and he is the one with the strongest bloodline among all the Duanmu family generations. But when he was in the realm of divine power, he didn't even reach the power of a heavenly dragon. Gu Wudao is really lucky. Not only did he win the favor of my elder sister, but he also gave birth to such an outstanding son. Speaking of Gu Wudao, Chen Feng had some dissatisfaction in his eyes. After taking the position of head of the Gu family, he actually left a lot of mess to the elder sister and ran to the northwest frontier to live freely. Fortunately, his nephew was protected by fate and did not die under Lin Qingshui's sword, otherwise he would never let go with Gu Wudao. The terrifying vision, the roar of the dragon, made the secret realm of stars tremble, and the endless power of the stars was drawn from outside the starry sky, shaking the entire Imperial Academy, and the eyes of countless powerful people were attracted. Far away in the void, Duan Mule felt the incredible power. He trembled all over and turned his head to look, his eyes red. The roar of the dragon shakes the sky, the power of heaven and earth. This is the limit of divine power recorded in the classics, a symbol of the power of 10 dragons. How could anyone do that in this day and age? When the ancestors were in the realm of divine power, they only had the power of a heavenly dragon. Such a monster, why is his surname Gu, the son of an abandoned daughter of my Duanmu family? Duan Mule's eyes were blood red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. He immediately took out his communicator and sent the news to the family elders' council and the family head. Something big is going to happen. Gutn possesses the supreme demonic bone, and possesses such heaven-defying power in the divine power realm. He cannot imagine how big a ripple Gutn will cause after he successfully breaks through to the mysterious aperture realm. You know, Gutn is the only owner of the supreme demonic bone in thousands of years. The last one is the founding ancestor of the Duanmu family. For thousands of years, the entire Duanmu family, and the strong men of all generations have been looking forward to the birth of the second possessor of the supreme demonic bones, who will lead the Duanmu family to a higher level. It can be said that if Gutn's surname was Duanmu and he was a member of the clan, he would immediately gain the support of the entire Duanmu family and be established as the heir after he was born. But no one expected that the owner of the supreme demonic bones was named Gu, and that he was established as the heir of the Gu family when he was born. This is simply a great shame and humiliation for the Duanmu family. Moreover, in the family, because Gu Tian possesses the supreme demonic bone, there have been secret rumors circulating that they want to take Gu Tian back to the Duanmu family, inherit the inheritance of the ancestor, and lead the Duanmu family to another peak. Let Gu Wudao's son take charge of the Duanmu family. This is absolutely unacceptable to the current leaders of the Duanmu family. If Gu Wudao and Chen Mengyun weren't so terrifying in strength, Gu Tian would have been directly killed by them, and they would have dug out the supreme demon bones and transplanted them into another direct descendant of the Duanmu family. Instead of doing some small tricks behind the scenes, Duan Mule felt that this was not only about the ownership of power in the Imperial College, but now that the family head and the Council of Elders had to make an immediate decision to use thunderous means. Even if it leads to a full-scale confrontation with the Gu family or even a war, he will not hesitate. And at this moment, it wasn't just Duan Mule. News spread out from the academy to various families, and the entire imperial capital was shocked. When Gu Tian was born, he was surrounded by visions, given destiny, and harbored the supreme demon bone, which shocked the human race. After all, this matter concerns two super families of the human race. It was only later that because Gu Wudao left the imperial capital to guard the border and Chen Mengyun began to keep a low profile, the matter gradually subsided. At the Ouyang parents' meeting, Ouyang Tian's face was gloomy, and he frowned slightly after receiving the news. You actually choose to break through the mysterious aperture in the secret realm of stars at this time. Many elders and family leaders below were still quarreling over the murder of Ouyang Shen, with red faces. Enough. Ouyang Shen colluded with the Duanmu family, and he was seeking his own death. Ouyang Tian's eyes glanced at everyone, with a strong majesty, and directly suppressed their voices. This matter has been revealed for the time being, now we have more important things to discuss. Everyone must have confirmed that Gu Tian possesses the power of the top 10 dragons. And don't forget, everyone, he is the second owner of the supreme demonic bones besides the ancestor of the Duanmu family. This is a major event that can affect the overall situation of the human race. I just got news that Gu Tian is breaking through the mysterious aperture realm in the starry secret realm of Imperial College, and that Madman Duanmu Shangfeng has convened a meeting of elders to discuss it. As for the Gu family, although Chen Mengyun has not left seclusion, the great elder Gu Wushan also held an elders meeting. The entire imperial capital knows about the relationship between our family and the Gu family. Now we all must discuss how our Ouyang family should express our stance if something shocking happens and the Duanmu family reacts wildly. Ouyang Tian's voice suppressed the voices of many elders, and contained a strong sense of majesty. He has been in charge of the Ouyang family for many years, and his words are unquestionable orders in the Ouyang family. The noisy meeting suddenly fell silent. Gu Tian behaved so stupidly before. The Duanmu family was behind the scenes and couldn't wait to kill him. Let that silly girl from the Lin family assassinate him. The eldest elder of the Ouyang family took a deep breath, but his voice was trembling slightly. Now that Gu Tian is acting so unfaithfully, the supreme demonic bone is about to awaken, and the senior leaders of the Duanmu family will probably go crazy. The impact of this matter is too great. I suggest that we invite many of the elders of the family to come out and ask their opinions. After all, people of our generation don't know enough about how much influence the supreme demon bone has within the Duanmu family, and we can't predict the Duanmu family's reaction. At this moment, Ouyang Tian took out his communicator and frowned even more. At this time, the federal cabinet urgently summoned us members to attend the meeting. Could it be related to Gu Tian's breakthrough? Unless those old guys are crazy. Ouyang Tian looked at the great elder and said, "You will preside over the next meeting. Also, I agree with your opinion. I will open the family forbidden area and invite many supreme elders to come out to discuss together." As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Tian disappeared from his family and went to the Forbidden City, the deepest part of the imperial capital, to attend the highest level meeting of the human race. At this time, there was a turmoil among the upper-class families in the imperial capital because of Gu Tian's breakthrough to the Zanchao stage. The convening of the cabinet meeting pushed the matter to a new level. In the secret realm of stars, After Gutn pushed his power to its peak, he was not in a hurry to break through the mysterious aperture stage immediately but pulled out the system panel. Host. Gutn. Realm. 9th level of divine power, the power of 10 heavenly dragons, 1 million caddies. Physique. Supreme demon bone, awakening level 30%, human emperor body, the first great perfection. Kung Fu. Star opening technique, the top ancient secret opening method, can be activated. Weapons. Abyss demonic knife, seal, sky swallowing demonic ring, a remnant soul of an ancient goddess survives in it. Destiny points. 415,000 points. The system mall has not been opened, extraordinary realm can be opened. Sons of Luck. Lin Qingshe progress 55%, Chen Mengrant progress 65%, Yifan progress 30%, Tianshuang goddess progress 10%, the body is incomplete and cannot be completely killed, Ouyang Xian progress 15%. Note: suppress luck to 100% to kill or become completely loyal. Seeing the numbers behind the destiny point, Gu Tiandu was slightly surprised. This trip to Ouyang's house yielded such a huge harvest. A total of 415,000 destiny points. Gu Tian's eyes were filled with something called ambition, and he was not in a hurry to open the Star Awakening method, but asked in a low voice, "System, is the limit of the divine power realm really only the power of 10 heavenly dragons, 1 million kilograms?" Quote. This is indeed the limit of the human emperor's body. The system's voice was still mechanical and cold. Using destiny points, can this limit be raised? Gu Tian's eyes were full of ambition. From the mouth of Tianshuang goddess, he learned that the human emperor's body was created by the ancient human emperor. In other words, this is a path that others have taken before. Since the human emperor has created the human emperor body, it means that no matter how strong Gu Tian is now, he is just following his path. But Gu Tian's life creed is, if you don't do it, it's enough. If you want to do it, you have to strive for the first place. Otherwise, what is the point of his rebirth? Okay. The system's reply was concise. Gu Tian's eyes were full of ambition, and without any hesitation, he continued to add destiny points to the human emperor's body. Boom! A powerful heat surged within Gu Tian's body, constantly washing his body. Ho! 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 Suddenly, the roar of the heavenly dragon shook the heaven and the earth. The entire secret realm of stars suddenly violently rioted, and the surrounding space was turbulent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the blue star, dark clouds suddenly filled the air, thunder rolled, and black wind raged, as if some taboo and terrifying existence was about to be born. A vast ray of golden light blasted directly through the sky of the azure star from outside the endless starry sky. A figure wearing a golden divine dragon emperor's robe stood in the sky above the Imperial Capital Academy. His body reached the sky and the earth, overlooking the heavens and the world. A vast and boundless majesty covered all races in it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, countless powerful people in the imperial capital were alarmed, terrified to death, and flew into the sky one after another, looking up at this phantom that reached the sky and the earth. My human race has a successor, how majestic. The human emperor's voice roared, stretched out his finger, penetrated directly into the secret realm of stars, and gently touched Gu Tian's eyebrows. Roar! The 9-clawed golden dragon was haunted by strange phenomena and hovered around Gu Tian's body. Endless golden light flowed from his body, dazzling and bright, and it seemed to have transformed into an imperial robe. Although it was just the phantom of the emperor's robe condensed by light, it gave Gu Tian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, a kind of supreme majesty, as if he was above the heavens. The vision of destiny, the addition of taboos, there is no such description in ancient books, my God. In the void, Chen Feng was horrified to death. Looking at the phantom of the human emperor, he even had the illusion that he was as small as an ant. Gu Tian made a breakthrough. How could he summon such a taboo remnant soul that had been dead for countless years in ancient times? If this terrifying existence were to resurrect, the entire blue star would collapse. What on earth are you doing, kid? Why haven't you broken through to the mysterious aperture realm yet? Chen Feng felt that his heart couldn't bear it any longer. He had little strength when he broke through the mysterious aperture. And Gu Tian, this kid, is not even satisfied with the power of 10 heavenly dragons. This looks like he is causing trouble no matter how he looks at it. The power of 10 heavenly dragons is a standard that has been fixed since ancient times. The limit of divine power. In the Imperial Academy, there was a turbulent situation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly at Gu Tian. Buzz! Chen Feng drew his sword, slashed out with a bang, crossed the void, and directly chopped down the electric light. It was actually an arrow made of dark blue divine gold, covered with dense divine patterns. Even if it was cut in two by Chen Feng's arrow, it was still filled with extremely terrifying power. There was actually someone hiding deep in the void, trying to kill Gu Tian with one arrow. Gu Tian's defiance has aroused the murderous intention of many people. Court death. How dare you openly assassinate me, the heir of the Gu family? Do you think I can't find you hiding in the depths of the void? The killing intent in Chen Feng's eyes was like a sea, and he slashed out with a sword. The sky was cut through, and the void where the long arrow was shot was completely enveloped. Ah! I didn't do it. Spare your life. One by one, shrill wails and begging for mercy resounded from the empty space. But among them hiding in the depths of the void and peeping, none of them have good intentions. Chen Feng carried a crazy murderous intention. Wherever the long sword passed, there was a mist of blood. No one was left behind. No matter which family they were from or what their background was, they were all buried under his sword. In a short period of time, more than 100 strong men died under his sword, and they were all in the transcendent realm, and even the senior masters above. Many of them are middle and high-level people in Imperial College, and even a small number are from the Gu family. But Chen Feng didn't let anyone go and killed them all. He would never allow anyone to threaten Gu Tian's breakthrough. Kill. The horrific killing shocked the entire Imperial Academy. Madman, Chen Feng, you are a madman. A murderer like you, with bloody hands, is not worthy of being the vice president of the college. Someone was roaring in the dark. Die. The sword in Chen Feng's hand penetrated the space, blood splattered, and the sound stopped suddenly. Chen Feng, Gu Tian. In the distant void, Duan Mule was about to go crazy. His heart was bleeding as he watched the subordinates he had cultivated so painstakingly die at the hands of Chen Feng. These people are all his direct descendants at Imperial College. Enough. How long do you want to discuss? I won't be able to fight against the entire Gu family by myself. Duan Mule took out his communicator and roared. That Yi Fan is just a waste, a do who can't be helped. He spent so much effort and even took action directly, but as for Mark, Gu Tian only made a slight move and knocked him out of the limelight. There are still a few people who can remember him. In ancient times, human emperors, taboos existed. At the Ouyang elders' meeting, many elders fell silent, their eyes shocked, and they stared blankly at the shadow of the human emperor in midair. Looking at all races, even the gods, demons and other super races, are there any monsters that are so terrifying when they break through the profound orifice stage? The eldest elder of the Ouyang family answered himself, no. He suddenly looked at the many elders and said, I suddenly feel that Gu Tian has the possibility of taking over the Duanmu family. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The Duanmu family is one of the 5 founding families of the Blue Federation, and their status and background are no less than that of the Ouyang family, and even exceed it. Let a person named Gu take over the Duanmu family and take charge of the power. The Gu family and the Duanmu family are all under the control of one person. Not only the human race, but all races will be shaken. But, how is this possible? Great Elder, be careful what you say. I'm afraid those guys from the Duanmu family are really going crazy. I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing if Gu Tian will still obey their orders after entering the Duanmu family. The secrets left by the ancestors of Duanmu. In the GUPTA. Great Elder, the young master is about to break through. Please quickly order the strong men to go out to protect him. An elder advised. Although Chen Feng is guarding him, he is alone after all, and it is difficult for him to fight with just 2 fists. If something happens, no one will be able to explain it. The safety of the young master is of great importance. I think that in order to be more safe, we should simply open up the details and let a few supreme elders come out to protect him. Those who spoke out were speaking from the perspective of the entire Gu family, or the direct elders of Gu Wudao's lineage. At this moment, the elders belonging to Ji Yu Kwang's lineage looked extremely ugly and said nothing. They also understand that Ji Yu Tianai is the young master of the Ji Yu family, and the outside world is waiting to see how the Ji Yu family will react. But they just couldn't convince themselves. Not to mention, many of their people in Imperial College died at the hands of Chen Feng, which made them even more dissatisfied. Enough. Ji Yu Wuxian slapped the purple wood table with his big hand and said gloomily, "This matter is of great importance. I think we should ask the family leader for instructions first and should not make any arbitrary decisions." As soon as these words came out, many elders were stunned. Ji Yu Wudao was on a border thousands of miles away and was in charge of an army of millions. He was so busy with his affairs. At this moment, he might be leading an army to fight against foreigners. When Ji Yu Wudao reacted and gave the order, the flowers were already cold when the order was sent back to the imperial capital. "Great Elder, should we discuss this? Why don't you go directly to the forbidden area and ask the mistress for instructions? Before the clan leader leaves, let the mistress act as the clan leader." "Enough. Just do as I say." Ji Yu Wuxian shouted with an ugly face. "The awakening of the supreme demonic bone is so important. It concerns the Duanmu family. If something big happens, you or I will be responsible. And don't forget, the mistress is from the Duanmu family. According to the family rules, you should avoid anything that involves the ethnic group you are from. It's procrastinating and noisy. If something happens to the young master, no one can afford it. There is no need to discuss it. Just do as I say and immediately ask the people below to send a message to the northwest frontier." The elders of Ji Yu Kwang's lineage had a smile on their faces. The other elders looked slightly sad, but what Ji Yu Kwang said was impeccable and they could not refute it at all. They couldn't figure out why Chen Mengyan hadn't come out of confinement yet, even if she came forward to say something. With Chen Mengyan here, Ji Yu Wuxian would not dare to be so bold. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.